Chapter 1: The Myriad Realms. Gates Transformation. The power of the light crystal is completely restrained, but any being of time can sense the terrifying aura it contains. Compared to the dark crystal formed by the black demon body, the light crystal is much more terrifying. Teacher, the 13 Eternal Lords had complex thoughts. The complexity of their thoughts came from two aspects. Firstly, the Lord of Heaven Light had shown them favor before. Secondly, even a powerful figure like the Lord of Heaven Light, at the level of a lord, in pursuit of ultimate transcendence, to evolve into a perfect time being, ended up with a destroyed spirit and will. As first realm time beings, could they still see hope? The disaster of magic is over. Lin Yuan put away the light crystal and said, looking at the Eternal Lords, in fact, as long as one can completely master the lordship of the Lord of Heaven Light, one could easily reclaim the black demon body and the light body. This was the last safeguard left by the Lord of Heaven Light for his two true bodies. Yes, the disaster of magic is over. The Master of Infinite murmured, simultaneously glancing at the distant Fan Yuan world. Since the great changes in heaven and earth many eons ago, the 13 Eternal Lords were forced to leave their homeland world until now. Congratulations, Galaxy, for becoming the new Eternal Lord. The Master of Wushan spoke in congratulations. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 12 Eternal Lords also reacted. Immediately, they spoke their congratulations one after another. Although the Fangyuan world lost the Time Lord, the Lord of Heaven Light, it gained Lin Yuan, a time being with even more incredible potential. Lin Yuan smiled and responded to each in turn. Galaxy, how strong are you now? The Master of Infinite looked at Lin Yuan, his expression inevitably curious. Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 13th level, successively dealt with the black demon body and light body of the Lord of Heaven Light. He didn't show much strength, mainly relying on the safeguards left by the Lord of Heaven Light, forcibly suppressing with the lordship. Thus, the Eternal Lords were somewhat curious about Lin Yuan's strength. Though they had their theories in mind, they couldn't quite believe them. As for observing the future timeline, before Lin Yuan stepped into the 13th level with the blessing of the lordship, his personal timeline had already become obscure and twisted to first realm time beings, revealing little useful information. Now, having become a time being, fully mastering the lordship, observing Lin Yuan's future timeline is nearly as difficult as observing a true Time Lord. According to Lin Yuan's future timeline shown before he condensed the lordship, it was vastly different from the scene just now. The initial future seen by the Eternal Lords indeed showed Lin Yuan ending the magic disaster, but it was nowhere near as relaxed and comfortable as it is now. Evidently, Lin Yuan's future had greatly diverged from what the Eternal Lords had originally seen. My strength? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Who wants to give it a try? I'll go. The Master of Black Space stepped forward, looking at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Among the 13 Eternal Lords, the Master of Infinite was the most powerful, with the Master of Black Space being the second only to the Master of Infinite. In fact, in terms of defensive capabilities, he wasn't weaker than the Master of Infinite. Lin Yuan nodded. I will use my suppressing techniques. Feel it carefully. The Master of Black Space was solemnly prepared. The next moment, black and white yin-yang energy intertwined, enveloping this space-time. The expression of the Master of Black Space changed, feeling the suppressive restraint of the black and white yin-yang energy on him. Buzz. The Master of Black Space's form gradually vanished, transforming into a space-time black hole, resisting the erosion from the black and white yin-yang energy. Yet the black and white yin-yang energy continued to condense, vaguely forming a magnificent chaotic Tai Chi diagram. And no matter how much the Master of Black Space resisted, the yin-yang energies still began to permeate the space-time black hole, sweeping towards his true form. Can't hold it at all. The Master of Black Space's mind trembled slightly. His path was best at defense, but he couldn't withstand Lin Yuan's suppression. If you feel something off, say it immediately, and I'll stop. Lin Yuan said with a smile, also observing the path of the Master of Black Space. Each Eternal Lord's path was unique. To become a Time Lord meant their path was powerful, but those time beings who hadn't yet become Time Lords, their paths may not necessarily be weaker. Galaxy, stop it. The Master of Black Space immediately shouted, though it was some distance from harming his true form. But to start with such overwhelming force to penetrate his layered defenses, there was no need to continue resisting. Just with suppressing techniques, it's already this terrifying. Galaxy, your strength might have already reached the second realm, right? The Master of Infinite confirmed his hypothesis, looking at Lin Yuan with amazement. Having just become an Eternal Lord, his combat power was akin to the second realm. Once he stabilizes his realm, wouldn't he be approaching the peak of the second realm, nearing a Time Lord? It's known that the strength of a newly ascended Eternal Lord isn't very strong, leaving ample room for growth. Second realm? The Eternal Lords glanced at each other. They were all quite far from the peak of the first realm, let alone the second realm. Black Space, Galaxy held back, only using suppressing techniques. If it were offensive techniques, you wouldn't have the chance to call out to stop. The Master of Wushan said with a smile. He had already received a lot of information from within the trial space, knowing that before Lin Yuan became an Eternal Lord, the Chaos Tai Chi sword gathered with black and white yin-yang energy had an offensive power far beyond the chaotic Tai Chi diagram. The chaotic Tai Chi diagram mainly served for suppression and restriction. I wouldn't even have the chance to call out to stop, the Master of Black Space muttered to himself. Chapter 1368, 1, The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. Chapter 1368, Chapter 1, The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. This is indeed true. In the future timeline that they observed initially, there was Lin Yuan using other means to annihilate the demonic qi. Among them, the Taiji sword, enveloped in endless yin and yang energy, shocked all the eternal lords. Even the strongest offensive means would find it difficult to obliterate the true form of black space in a short time. Lin Yuan said, "Obliterate my true form, and in a short time?" The Master of Black Space blinked. Although for an eternal lord, the fall of a true form is far from true death. Yet, if even the strongest form can't ensure survival, it indicates a vast power gap between the two. What's your plan next for the galaxy? Do you want to establish a force of the Eternal Sect? The Master of Infinite looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Let's talk about it later." Lin Yuan answered. Having just stepped into the 13th rank, he had too many things to do. Establish a force? Not urgent for now. The Master of Infinite nodded, then continued, "I'll go back first." Throughout the long years, he never truly returned to the origin source world, at most descending as an avatar, but the avatar's descent would be perceived by the demon god and would not last long. All right. Lin Yuan looked at the other eternal lords. "I will leave first as well." After speaking, Lin Yuan's figure dissipated and vanished. In a certain time-space, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Floating before him were two crystals. One was filled with dark demonic qi, one was filled with infinite light. These were precisely the forms of the Black Demon and the light of the Lord of Heaven Light. Lin Yuan carefully observed, looking at the Black Demon crystal for a while, then the light crystal for a while. At this moment, these two crystals had already transformed into the purest, most primal energy, easily absorbable by Lin Yuan. There's no need to crush them with the Taiji millstone, for regardless of which crystal, the purity of their power was not far inferior to the Chaos Void origin. This was the legacy of a Time Lord, as Lin Yuan grasped the Lord's status and inherited everything from the Lord of Heaven Light, absorbing the two crystals effortlessly. I can feel the immense energy within these two crystals, not at all inferior to experiencing another Chaos Void origin infusion. Lin Yuan's face brimmed with a smile. In fact, had the Black Demon form and the Light form not gone through the erosion of endless years, their internal energy drained by nearly half. The benefits Lin Yuan would gain after refining and absorbing them would certainly exceed the Chaos Void origin infusion. After all, this is the complete inheritance of a Time Lord, and the magnitude of the Chaos Void is merely equivalent to a Time Lord. Begin refining and absorbing. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate much and immediately began refining the two crystals simultaneously. Instantly, two completely different forces surged into Lin Yuan's body, melding into each particle world. The path taken by the Lord of Heaven Light is the path of light. Wherever it reaches, there's infinite light. Lin Yuan felt a deeper understanding of the path of the Lord of Heaven Light at this moment. But having only light is too extreme. Reaching a peak is easy, but achieving perfect harmony, difficult, difficult, difficult. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. The Lord of Heaven Light realized this, thus possessing the Black Demon form, but in the end, the Black Demon form exists merely to compensate for the deficiency in his path of light, hence it was not as powerful as the light form. Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. Only having light isn't truly light, only with darkness can there be light. My path, since I embarked on cultivation, has been established, grounded in Tai Yin and Tai Yang, without extremes, and also without hidden dangers. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. This is also why he was unwilling to refine the Lord's status of the Lord of Heaven Light. From deep within, Lin Yuan believed the path he walked was superior to the path of the Lord of Heaven Light. I wonder if I strive for the 14th rank, will I meet the same fate as the Lord of Heaven Light, a death and downfall? Lin Yuan pondered secretly. Even though his path had no flaws or hidden dangers, appearing more perfect than the Lord of Heaven Light's. But whether he can ultimately step into the 14th rank and become a perfect time being, Lin Yuan had no certainty at heart. His future timeline only reaches the level of a Time Lord at most. As for beyond that, striving for the perfect time being, it becomes very vague, as the 14th rank is already beyond all timelines. No matter how strong a time being is, it cannot be observed. Let's see when the time comes. Lin Yuan quickly refined the two crystals while his power rapidly enhanced. The two crystals were not merely accumulations of pure force, but also contained the path taken by the Lord of Heaven Light. Lin Yuan refined and absorbed, while at the same time extracting parts he needed from the path of the Lord of Heaven Light. The path of the Lord of Heaven Light couldn't be followed directly, but it could be referenced. Only in this way can one's path become ever more complete, approaching perfection. Chaos Void. A series of blurred phantoms converged. Myriad laws, the galaxy becomes a great time being. You are indeed very fortunate. Each of the unique spirits looked at the eye of Myriad laws, their tones inevitably tinged with envy. The connection between the Eye of Myriad Laws and the time-being galaxy had long been speculated by many unique spirits since the latter took initiative to fetch the magic origin fruit for the Eye of Myriad Laws back then. The time being, Galaxy was very averse to contact with unique spirits before stepping into the 13th rank. He had never met any unique spirit. Yet he took action to assist the Eye of Myriad Laws in obtaining the magic origin fruit. If there weren't some connection in this, the unique spirits would not believe it. Indeed, very fortunate. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded on the surface, but indeed felt bitter inside. If only I had known, if only I had not made that request to Lin Yuan, maintaining the favor between the two. Chapter 136.9 1. The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. Chapter 36.9 Chapter 1. The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. A favor from a time being is immensely valuable, especially for these special entities. But because of his short-sightedness, thinking Lin Yuan might not break through the time loop, he was eager to use that favor before it went to waste. Now it seems, the Eye of Myriad Laws regrets it deeply. The special entities have lived through long cosmic eras, even witnessing the birth of time beings one after another. They know that the commotion caused by Lin Yuan stepping into the 13th realm far exceeds that made by other time beings in the past. This result means that Lin Yuan's strength and potential are stronger than other time beings. Yet this kind of favor was used up by him like this? The Eye of Myriad Laws felt utterly helpless. With Lin Yuan's current strength, trying to further the relationship is almost impossible now. In the depths of the dim space-time, a figure sat cross-legged. It was Lin Yuan. After stepping into the 13th realm and enduring the Chaos Void origin infusion, Lin Yuan's true self had become the strongest. As for the second source world, the true self enriched by the legacy of the Lord of Heaven Light, to reach the level of the Chaos Void true self would still require completely refining those two crystals. My internal universe is probably about 1% of the size of the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan observed his internal universe. He was still at the initial stage of the 13th realm and hadn't grown to the limit. Lin Yuan predicted that once he reached his peak, his internal universe would achieve a tenth of the Chaos Void's size. A tenth of the Chaos Void? It's known that the Chaos Void is the pinnacle of dimensional space. Even a 10,000th or a millionth of it is endless for beings below the 13th realm, impossible to explore fully in their lifetime. If I step into the second realm of the 13th realm, my internal universe might directly rival the Chaos Void. Now he was just a newly ascended time being, having only entered the first realm. Awaiting his entrance into the second realm, there'd be another significant enhancement. At that time, his internal universe would thoroughly rival the Chaos Void. This is also what Lord Mo Shu's infinite void theory describes. It's what Lord Mo Shu has pursued throughout the ages. Unlike Lin Yuan, once the infinite void reaches this level, it's the limit, approaching the Time Lord. However, Lin Yuan's internal universe, even if it reaches the he size comparable to the Chaos Void, hasn't reached the ultimate goal. It can still continue to ascend. With the fusion of two source worlds' essential operations, Lin Yuan's internal universe possesses an aura of perfection. Its potential so vast, it may approach the possibility of a truly perfect world. I'm almost familiar with the 13th Realm Time Beings' methods. Lin Yuan stood up, his gaze profound. The 13th Realm Time Beings have more than just the means to observe future timelines. The essence of life at this level is high enough to revive life that once existed within dimensional spaces. Revive. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, starting to resurrect beings that had causal connections with him but had died or were as good as dead. In an instant. As far as Lin Yuan's sight reached, a new secret realm was opened up. Within the secret realm, a world was faintly forming, and the beings within quickly transformed from illusion to reality. Lin Yuan's first goal for resurrection was the time loop world he had experienced. Time loop worlds were temporarily established by the supreme rule Dao, essentially indistinguishable from real life, with each person within having their own thoughts. These belonged to lives that truly existed and could be revived by Lin Yuan. Soon, accompanied by the beings of the world becoming entirely real. The time that had stopped when Lin Yuan passed his test began to flow once again. Unlike the time loop world Lin Yuan experienced, the resurrected beings of the time loop world no longer faced constraints of the Dao, allowing them to take more extraordinary paths. You are essentially creations by the supreme rule Dao, and I hope you can forge your own paths. Lin Yuan gazed at the time loop world merged within the Chaos Void, thinking to himself silently. Reviving the beings within the time loop world was because Lin Yuan couldn't let them vanish just because he passed the test, even if those beings were also creations due to Lin Yuan's trial. Born because of Lin Yuan and perished because of Lin Yuan. It sounded quite logical, but since he became a time being, he naturally acted according to his heart. If Lin Yuan thought it was unreasonable, then it was unreasonable. After the beings of the time loop world were completely revived, not a single entering Dao Master noticed anything unusual. They continued whatever they were doing as before. Compared to Lin Yuan's current life level, the beings in the time loop world were too weak. Kang Weiyang, following a causal line, Lin Yuan looked towards the first pinnacle dominator he encountered upon emerging from the Chaos Void. At that time, Kang Weiyang had perished exploring the ruins of a void, and Lin Yuan had fortuitously discovered the cave left behind, where Kang Weiyang's imprint voluntarily offered all the treasures to Lin Yuan. The only request was hoping Lin Yuan could care for the Stone People tribe. Lin Yuan eventually fulfilled this promise. Now, being a time being, he casually resurrected this 12th realm being too. In a void domain, the chubby Kang Weiyang looked around in confusion. Chapter 1370, 1, The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. Chapter 1370, Chapter 1370, Chapter 1, The Myriad Realms Gates Transformation. Didn't I die? Kang Weiyang was somewhat puzzled, but then relevant information flooded his mind. Was it the Great Time Lifeform Galaxy that resurrected me, because my cave dwelling was acquired by him? Kang Weiyang widened his eyes. He never expected that the cave dwelling he left behind would play such a significant role, becoming the key to his resurrection. Thank you, Great Time Lifeform. Kang Weiyang immediately bowed respectfully in a certain direction to express his gratitude. He dared not directly gaze upon Lin Yuan's true form, for, with his strength, directly observing a time lifeform's true form might cause his own mind and will to become distorted and corrupted. I'll send you to the Stone People clan. With a thought, Lin Yuan transported Kang Weiyang to the current location of the Stone People clan. Stone People clan's secret realm. Kang Weiyang's figure appeared out of thin air. Who is it? Kang Weiyang, also at the peak of the Mastery Realm, immediately sensed something amiss and appeared nearby in an instant. Is it Uncle Weiyang? Kang Yulang looked at Kang Weiyang, hardly believing his eyes. Kang Weiyang held a high status within the Stone People clan as its previous Soul Mastery Realm peak. Kang Yulang was a junior to Kang Weiyang. But Kang Yulang had already felt the dispersion of Kang Weiyang's karma. He had perished. Why would he appear again, and why would the dispersed karma be forcibly re-established? Kang Yulang could hardly believe it. As someone with deep fortune, he received the legacy of the great Saint Tuo Dragon when he was weak, and survived despite being pursued by the Nine-Sword Venerable. Kang Yulang had seen much during his life, yet this scene was still incredibly shocking. Yulong, it was the Great Time Lifeform that resurrected me, Kang Weiyang promptly explained. Great Time Lifeform? Kang Yulang took a deep breath. Great Time Lifeform. Indeed. Only a Great Time Lifeform could resurrect someone of the 12th layer. The cave dwelling I left behind was acquired by the Great Time Lifeform, which granted me this favor and led to my resurrection. Kang Weiyang said with a smile. Is it the Galaxy Great Saint? Kang Yulong murmured to himself. If it were an ancient time lifeform aiming to resurrect Kang Weiyang, they would have done so long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Hence, the time lifeform resurrecting Kang Weiyang must only be a newly advanced time lifeform. Lately, 2 time lifeforms had newly advanced. One is Luoho, the other is Galaxy. Luoho is an extremely ancient great saint. With Luoho's strength, he would have no interest in Kang Weiyang's cave dwelling. Galaxy Great Saint? Kang Weiyang nodded. The moment he was resurrected, he became aware of Lin Yuan's title. Earlier, when our Stone People clan was imprisoned by the Nine-Sword Venerable, it must have been the work of Galaxy Great Saint too, Kang Yulong murmured to himself. At that time, he even set Galaxy Great Saint as his goal, driven by the legacy of the Great Saint Tuo Dragon in him. Looking at it now, he was not even Chaos Realm. Galaxy Great Saint had already stepped into the 13th layer. Even if he hadn't stepped into the 13th layer, the name of Galaxy Great Saint was known throughout the Chaos Void, outside an isolated, natural cosmos. A woman wearing a light green skirt appeared. A burly, majestic male figure appeared in the distance as well. Xuan. The woman in the light green skirt couldn't help calling out when she saw the burly male, senior sister. The burly male's expression was also full of emotion. What is this? The burly male looked around thoughtfully. Xuan, how am I alive? The woman in the light green skirt looked slightly confused. When she died, she was too weak to even be in the Mastery Realm. You were resurrected. I was resurrected too, by the Great Time Lifeform who captured us. The burly male Xuan Huang said softly, lifting his gaze to see a majestic true form gazing down at him. As an invincible great saint, Xuan Huang had earned the privilege to look up to the Time Lifeform. Using the weapon of the 13th layer, he forced a break in the time loop, an act destined to lead to certain death. Only a Time Lifeform of the 13th layer could have resurrected him. But he had no karma with the time lifeform and lacked any value for resurrection. Forcibly breaking the time loop meant he would never step into the 13th layer. Live well with your senior sister. Lin Yuan's voice echoed beside Xuan Huang. Xuan Huang's greatest obsession was his senior sister. To have her back, he willingly gave up the chance to become the 13th layer time lifeform. Thank you, great time lifeform. Xuan Huang immediately bowed, understanding that Lin Yuan resurrected his senior sister out of respect for him. Otherwise, his senior sister had no karma with Lin Yuan. Even if she were to be resurrected, it wouldn't be her turn. Demon Jade Tower Master, Lin Yuan gazed into the deepest part of the Chaos Void, which belonged to the Demon Jade Tower Master's time loop region. No chance of breaking the time loop. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. The possibility of passing the time loop test is greatest the first time through. With each additional cycle thereafter, the chances diminish. Now, nearly 10 million cosmic eras had passed since the Demon Jade Tower Master fell into the time loop. The Demon Jade Tower Master, caught in the time loop, had likely undergone countless loops, probably unable to even maintain his self, let alone break the time loop itself. Break. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious as he forcibly broke through the time loop that the Demon Jade Tower Master had fallen into. Buzz, the terrifying backlash swept through, yet Lin Yuan easily fended it off. A figure in a black robe was retrieved by Lin Yuan. Freed from the confines of the time loop, the Demon Jade Tower Master quickly regained his senses, and many memories surged back. Thank you, great time lifeform. The Demon Jade Tower Master immediately bowed to Lin Yuan, trapped in the time loop, endlessly looping without self-awareness. For any great saint, this was torment. Lin Yuan forcibly shattered the time loop, weathering the backlash of the timeline to rescue him, akin to a resurrection. Didn't expect that the casual creation of Demon Jade space back then would nurture a great time lifeform. The Demon Jade Tower Master's heart was filled with emotion, having learned everything after emerging from the time loop, lasted for about half an hour. All the fallen strong ones relating to Lin Yuan from past karma were resurrected. For these resurrected beings, Lin Yuan mostly greeted them, briefly explaining the reason for their revival. Otherwise, being resurrected inexplicably by a great time lifeform would be dreadfully terrifying for most lifeforms. That should be about it. Lin Yuan retracted his powers, watching over the newly resurrected beings, all with joyous expressions, feeling quite content himself. When one person steps into the way, they elevate everyone connected to them. Upon crossing into the 13th layer, all life interconnected with his own ought to have a second chance. Given Lin Yuan's current strength and foundation, doing such incurred little cost. Even the backlash from the timeline was easily endured, not affecting him at all. At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. He instantly partitioned a portion of his attention, diving deep into his mind. For now, a mysterious aura began emanating from the grand and magnificent Myriad Realms gate. Chapter 1371, 2, The Void. Chapter 1371, Chapter 2, The Void. When Lin Yuan passed the test, breaking through the time loop, his life essence transformed to the 13th level. The projection of the Myriad Realms gate deep in his mind began to change, its aura ethereal, as if connecting to some supreme time and space, until now. The projection of the Myriad Realms gate finally stabilized. Obscure information surged out. Lin Yuan's expression was grave, delving his mind into the depths of his consciousness, looking at the still magnificent and grand Myriad Realms gate. It's still just a projection, not the real thing, Lin Yuan observed carefully, even though he had now become a 13th level time life. The true body of the Myriad Realms gate still had not descended. What appeared in the depths of Lin Yuan's mind was still a projection. Only compared to the 12th level, the projection had become increasingly real. It became more and more like the majestic and grand gate of light he had seen in the strange dream he experienced after sleeping for 2,000 years before breaking through to the 13th level. Even a 13th level time life cannot bear the true Myriad Realms gate, Lin Yuan marveled in his heart, almost certain that the Myriad Realms gate belonged to the 14th level. It's important to note, Lin Yuan was no ordinary 13th level time life. In terms of life essence's power, he surpassed most in the second realm. In such circumstances, he still couldn't bear the body of the Myriad Realms gate. The terror of the latter was beyond doubt. A 14th level perfect level weapon or rare treasure? Lin Yuan's expression showed a trace of surprise. So far, Lin Yuan had never heard of a confirmed perfect time life or 14th level treasure. All information related to the 14th level originated from the speculations of 13th level time lives, especially those time lords of the third realm yearning to break their destiny. A way of doing so is to transform into a perfect time life. But does a perfect time life really exist? No evidence has ever confirmed it. This is different from when Lin Yuan first entered the 12th level, where he heard of information related to 13th level time lives. In the Chaos Void, although 13th level time lives rarely appear, they do exist, with many special places housing legacies of 13th level. All are the handiwork of 13th level time lives. But a 14th level perfect time life? In the various dimensional spaces, the only thing related to a perfect time life might be the source world, but whether the perfect aura contained in the source world comes from a perfect time life remains unknown. At least through the Myriad Realms gate, I'm certain perfect time lives truly exist. Besides a perfect time life, Lin Yuan really couldn't think of who could create such a terrifying thing as the Myriad Realms gate, although he hadn't seen the true body of the Myriad Realms gate. But stepping into the 13th level, improving life's essence still unlocked more capabilities of the Myriad Realms gate. Lin Yuan absorbed the numerous obscure auras that surged from the Myriad Realms gate, his expression slightly changing. Firstly, the current Myriad Realms gate can not only journey to various source worlds, but also travel to the past and the future. The travel to source worlds pertains to space, while the past and future involve time. The past and future? Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. Time lives can view the timeline, but to truly travel to the past, only Time Lords can achieve this. But now, with the help of the Myriad Realms gate, Lin Yuan can also travel to the past? And according to the obscure information flooding his mind, Lin Yuan can also forcibly alter the past, thus affecting the future. and the backlash from altering the past and affecting the future can also be greatly weakened through the Myriad Realms gate. It can even be completely exempted by expending world-breaking origin force. Of course, forcibly changing the past to affect the future is not a matter of whether there's backlash or not. The repercussions from the altered past could very well draw the gaze of a true perfect time life. If perfect time lives can easily reverse the past and future, then all current timeline experiences would be what perfect time lives desire. Planned by perfect time lives. Forcibly altering it would equate to breaking perfect time lives arrangements. This consequence is beyond what any lord can endure. Perhaps altering a certain past is also part of a perfect time life's plan for past and future. In any case, no Time Lord dares to casually change the past, traveling to the past, altering it. With this method, I can kill any time life below the Lord level. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Even peak Second Realm time lives couldn't have been born strong, for there must have been a time they were weak. Lin Yuan could entirely travel to the weak period of this peak Second Realm time life and strike them down, thus influencing the future through the past, causing the peak Second Realm time life that died in the past to naturally not exist in the future. I can feel that killing a peak Second Realm time life this way costs far less than directly expending world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. As for the Third Realm Time Lords begin to consolidate their timelines, and any attack on a Time Lord's past self will be immediately detected by the future Time Lord, who will then return to the past to protect their past self. This is the true strength of a Time Lord, essentially devoid of any weakness or shortcoming. To kill a Time Lord, one can only rely on absolute power, but who has the raw strength to kill a Lord? Chapter 1372, 2, The Void. Chapter 1372, Chapter 2, The Void Therefore. The downfall and death of almost all Time Lords stem from themselves. The future, Lin Yuan, utilizing the Myriad Realms Gate, looked at one future timeline after another. At this moment, he could sense that he could not only observe these timelines, but also travel through the Myriad Realms Gate. However, the future is uncertain and filled with infinite variables. Perhaps a certain future timeline might suddenly collapse at any moment, causing all living beings to perish completely. Only past timelines are the most stable, present timelines are next, and some future timelines could collapse at any time. Moreover, now, if I'm to travel and descend onto the next source world, I can actively choose which vessel to descend upon, rather than arriving completely at random. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This function is greatly helpful for him, at least it allows him to decide his starting point upon arrival. He won't have to face catastrophic starting points, among other situations. Even with the ability to view timelines, Lin Yuan can choose vessels with special physiques and bloodlines to descend upon, choosing a higher starting point for himself. Of course, whether it's the prior random descent, or the current active descent, all chosen vessels must be completely dead. If they are still alive, Lin Yuan's forced takeover would trigger the vessel's instinctive resistance. This would then attract the attention of the source world's consciousness, etc. Each source world, or dimensional space, strictly repels external time-life forms. The Lord of Heaven Light paid countless costs to integrate into the second source world. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling joyful. The two major functions unlocked by the Myriad Realms Gate are extremely practical. They can significantly assist the current Lin Yuan. Let me take a look. Lin Yuan followed the source world coordinates deep within the Myriad Realms Gate, gazing at the third source world. This time, the Myriad Realms Gate did not issue any warnings, indicating that this source world can no longer truly threaten Lin Yuan, who has stepped into the 13th level. Buzzed dividing a strand of his primordial spirit, Lin Yuan arrived outside a vast world through the source world coordinates deep within the Myriad Realms Gate. This vast world is visibly beyond the previous two source worlds, with most areas shrouded in fog, and Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that there are 3 locked timelines within the world. In other words, within this source world, it is estimated to have 3 Time Lord level time life forms. Only Time Lords in the Third Realm could lock their timelines and isolate themselves from all prying eyes. 3 Time Lords? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted, immediately determining that this source world is out of the ordinary. Normally speaking, within a complete dimension space's great destruction cycle, it is rare to see a Time Lord of the Third Realm, because compared to the accumulation a Time Lord needs, the dimension space's great destruction cycle is exceedingly short. But there are no absolutes. For instance, like the Milky Way dimension that does not repel external time life forms from entering a distinctly special dimension space, it could possibly attract a Third Realm Time Lord to reside. Additionally, according to the source worlds Lin Yuan has come into contact with, there are differences from the normal top-notch dimension spaces. The former, due to the perfect aura presence, the time required for a great destruction cycle far exceeds that of top-notch dimension spaces. If a source world's great destruction cycle is long enough, tantamount to tens or hundreds of great destruction cycles of a normal top-notch dimension space, it could potentially give rise to a Third Realm Time Lord. The third source world Lin Yuan is currently observing surpasses the 2 previous source worlds. This sensation comes from the source world itself, not from the three Time Lord level time life forms within it. Source world, Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. After becoming a time life form, Lin Yuan's perspective naturally differs from before. He is aware of such dimensional spaces' uniqueness, like the Chaos Void, the Taishu dimension, and other top-tier dimensional spaces. There are still many. But the Source World? Lin Yuan never learned about such worlds from the 7 Time Lords within the Chaos Void. The Source World is remarkably special. The Lord of Heaven Light detected the uniqueness of the second Source World, preferring to endure outside until the Source World's great destruction, then wait for rebirth, willing to pay a high cost to integrate. Each source world operates differently from other top-tier dimensional spaces, providing significant help to Time Lords of the Third Realm. In reality, Time Lords of the Third Realm show little interest in top-tier dimensional spaces. Ordinary First Realm and Second Realm 13th level Time life forms yearn to explore more dimensional spaces to enrich themselves. But Time Lords? Their pursuits differ from regular Time life forms. Lin Yuan values the essence operations of source worlds because it relates to the transformation of his internal universe. Only by integrating more essence operations from source worlds can the internal universe approach perfection. 3 Time Lords, no wonder, if not yet stepping into the 13th level, wanting to explore, the Myriad Realms Gate would issue a warning. Lin Yuan's expression became thoughtful. If he were still at the 12th level, no matter how strong, capable of rivaling 13th level Time life forms. Yet facing a Time Lord, there still exists a risk of several true forms being affected. The means of Time Lords cannot be judged by common reasoning. Some roads of special Time Lords are terrifyingly powerful. However, these threats to Lin Yuan, who is already a Time life form, are not considered real threats. At most, it is the loss of the true form in the third source world. As for the true forms in several other source worlds, they remain mostly unaffected. Chapter 1373, 2, The Void. Chapter 1373, Chapter 2, The Void. Even for a Time Lord, it is very difficult to completely kill a Time life form. The simplest method is to kill the Time life form's weaker past self, thus affecting the present. But changing the past, altering a Time life form's future destiny, requires enduring significant backlash, unless there is an immortal enmity that demands revenge. Otherwise, a Time Lord wouldn't pay such a price to specifically kill a Time life form. The vessel for this descent, Lin Yuan gazed distantly at the vast world. Becoming a Time life form, the Myriad Realms Gate unlocking the ability to return to the past, travel to the future, and actively choose a vessel for descent. In addition, many originally possessed abilities were also enhanced. For instance, such as observing the source world through coordinates, which originally could only be sustained for a brief moment. But now, as long as Lin Yuan doesn't actively extinguish this thread of consciousness, it can be maintained indefinitely. A ripple emerged in Lin Yuan's gaze, and for a moment, the temporal lines of the many beings in the distant source world all appeared within his field of vision. The beings Lin Yuan chose were all on the verge of complete death, meeting the conditions for his descent. At age 1682, you died, and then lived again. At age 2030-72, you awakened a special constitution. 1. At age 77, you died and then lived again. At age 3200, you ascended to the 13th tier, becoming a Time life form. 1. At age 246, you died and then lived again. 111, from death to life, the power in the depths of your bloodline was triggered. Bun, a vast number of future timelines, fell into Lin Yuan's eyes. In all of these future timelines, they experienced death and then returned to life. This rebirth here was the result of Lin Yuan's descent. If Lin Yuan chose not to descend, death would truly mean death with no future of living again. It was through observing future timelines like these that Lin Yuan assessed the potential of each condition-fitting vessel, then chose one to descend upon. Which one to choose? Within dozens of breaths, Lin Yuan observed over 10,000 timelines, selecting some dozens of vessels more suitable for himself. These dozens of vessels either had special bloodlines or constitutions, providing benefits for Lin Yuan's 9th physical body divine ability. Or they had noble statuses, sparing Lin Yuan from worrying about early-stage cultivation resources. Let's wait a bit longer. Lin Yuan did not immediately make a choice. The third source world was vast and boundless, with countless beings dying at every moment. Among these dead beings, there would undoubtedly be vessels more suitable for Lin Yuan. Currently, none of the selected dozens of vessels exceptionally satisfied him. A mighty Milky Way swept through time and space, engulfing all things in the universe, continuously surging as if it had no end. At various positions within the Milky Way, the presences of 13th tier time life forms were concealed. This Milky Way was a dimensional space, also known as the Heavenly River Dimension. 9 time life forms from the Taishu dimension stood somewhere within the Heavenly River Dimension, facing off against 7 time life forms of the Chaos Void. That Lord Mo Shu is a big problem, with no weaknesses whatsoever. Strong even within the first realm, found his path to becoming a Time Lord. The Master of Taishu frowned slightly. He was the first time life form born from the Taishu dimension, also the most powerful. Yet he still felt it daunting to face Lord Mo Shu, although since the standoff between the two dimensions began, he and Lord Mo Shu had never clashed. But not having fought didn't mean there was no understanding. The Master of Taishu had observed many future timelines where Lord Mo Shu was encountered, and there was no assurance of firmly suppressing the opponent. In fact, in over 60% of the future timelines, he was at a disadvantage, unable to defeat Lord Mo Shu, if not for the fact that there were 2 more time life forms in the Taishu dimension compared to the Chaos Void. This time, in the scramble for the soon-to-be-born heart of the Heavenly River, the Taishu dimension was estimated to fail. What to do now? Other time life forms from the Taishu dimension looked to the Master of Taishu. Continuing to stalemate like this was not a solution. Eventually, it was an expected mutually damaging result for both the Taishu dimension and the Chaos Void. Time life forms are extremely calculated in weighing pros and cons. If at the end, nobody benefits, then it's better to minimize losses as much as possible. Contact that one. The Master of Taishu spoke softly. The open reason for Taishu Dimension competing with the Chaos Void for the heart of Heavenly River was because a time life form within needed it to flush their body and dispel hidden dangers. But this reason was deliberately put forth by the Taishu Dimension. In reality, the Taishu Dimension had little interest in the heart of the Heavenly River. The reason for competing for the Taishu heart was entirely due to a transaction with a second realm time life form. Not long ago, a second realm time life form approached the time life forms of the Taishu dimension, willing to pay a certain price in exchange for their attempts on the heart of Heavenly River. The price was irresistible to the Master of Taishu, hence he agreed. A moment later, outside the Taishu dimension, the Master of Taishu and 9 time life forms saw the second realm time life form. This second realm time life form, clad in a gray robe, seemed void-like, quietly observing the 9 Taishu dimension time life forms. He was named Grey Ancestor, not a time life form from this dimensional gap, but from a faraway region. Once time life forms leave their home dimension, they choose to explore the vast dimensional gaps, attempting to explore other dimensional spaces. Chapter 13074, 2, The Void. Chapter 3074, Chapter 2, The Void Grey Ancestors is just like that. The exploration of endless years has finally allowed him to comprehend his own origin Dao, becoming a second realm time life form. It was only while passing near the Milky Way dimension that Grey Ancestors occasionally glanced towards the Milky Way dimension and discovered that the recently condensed heart of Heavenly River was extremely unusual and would, in the distant future, transform into one of the raw materials for a Lord-level weapon. Every extended epoch, the Milky Way dimension would condense a heart of Heavenly River. The previous hearts of Heavenly River were relatively ordinary, only this recently condensed heart of Heavenly River has the potential to become a Lord-level weapon material. Of course, to discover this, one must delve deeply into the future timeline observation. As a second realm time life form, Grey Ancestors far exceeds a first realm time life form in terms of timeline observation. Therefore, he discovered in advance the uniqueness of the recently condensing heart of Heavenly River. What's the matter? Grey Ancestor spoke in a calm tone. The reason he didn't seize the heart of Heavenly River himself, but instead commanded the time life forms of the Milky Way dimension to act, was that this was the future timeline Grey Ancestor saw as having the best hope of successfully obtaining that heart of Heavenly River. If Grey Ancestors acted directly, a second realm time life form descending to seize the heart of Heavenly River would likely incite hostility from all the resident time life forms within the Milky Way dimension, leading to a scenario where they join forces to resist this second realm time life form. Besides, treasures like the heart of Heavenly River shouldn't ostensibly attract a second realm time life form. If Grey Ancestors forcibly took action, it would prompt the multitudinous time life forms within the Milky Way dimension to reassess the value of this heart of Heavenly River. The fact that Grey Ancestors could discover the distinct nature of this heart of Heavenly River in advance is primarily due to his farther observation of the timeline, and also because other first realm time life forms have not expended much effort or cost to observe the newly born heart of Heavenly River. After all, several hearts of Heavenly River have been condensed previously in the Milky Way dimension without any notable peculiarities. But if Grey Ancestors took action, the situation would be different. Given their sensitive nature, time life forms would immediately infer numerous reasons before conducting an in-depth timeline observation. Once the true value of the recently condensed heart of Heavenly River is revealed, the attracted second realm time life forms would not be limited to only him, Grey Ancestor. It is precisely because of the aforementioned reasons. Even with an intense desire for that heart of Heavenly River, Grey Ancestor absolutely cannot act himself, nor can he reveal even a hint of his own whereabouts. A second realm time life form making every effort to conceal himself makes it challenging for a first realm time life form to detect much in the future timeline. They would only feel the future timeline becoming blurred and distorted, with many results being quite indeterminate. But this is also normal. Involving the future timeline of time life forms is always like this. We can't do anything about those 7 time life forms from the Chaos Void. The Master of Taishu looked at Grey Ancestor and said straightforwardly, "Can't do anything?" Grey Ancestor frowned but didn't say much. He too has observed the future timeline many times and knows well the troublesome nature of that Lord Mo Shu's from the Chaos Void. But if the Master of Taishu truly couldn't do anything, that would be too modest. It's merely a reluctance to pay too high a cost. If the 9-time life forms from the Taishu dimension truly went all out against the 7-time life forms from the Chaos Void in desperate combat, the latter would most likely concede voluntarily, as there's no need to perish together with the Taishu dimension over a Heart of Heavenly River. I obtained this treasure from trading inside a certain lord's domain. Gray Ancestor raised his hand, and a palm-sized axe floated before him. This axe appeared exceptionally small, yet the faint aura it emitted was enough to alarm ordinary First Realm time life forms. This treasure? The Master of Taishu's eyes turned solemn. He could feel the terror of this axe, though it could only be wielded a few times. It was entirely possible to heavily injure a First Realm time life form. I have already shrouded this item with the power of time, making it impossible for ordinary First Realm Shizan Tears to observe in future timelines. You just need to activate it at the crucial moment. Gray Ancestor's words were succinct. The cost he had already borne to obtain that Heart of Heavenly River with Lord-level potential was considerable. Naturally so. The Master of Taishu flashed a smile. This is the dreaded aspect of time, life forms traversing countless epochs. It's not just a matter of enhanced strength, but also an increase in the variety of contingencies and backdrop gains from the many places explored. I hope you don't let me down. Gray Ancestor cast one last glance at the Master of Taishu before his figure disappeared. Gazing at the palm-sized axe before him, the Master of Taishu's features fell into contemplation. Evidently, Gray Ancestors was intensely eager for that Heart of Heavenly River. The latter surely had something special about it, distinct from past condensed Hearts of Heavenly River. But the Master of Taishu didn't care about these details. He focused on the conditions Gray Ancestor set for him. Lord Mo Shu, the Master of Taishu, sneered. With this palm axe in hand, facing Lord Mo Shu, taken by surprise, he had a full chance of heavily injuring the opponent. And once Lord Mo Shu was severely injured, the other time life forms were of little concern. Then, by completing the transaction with Gray Ancestor, he could also secure the treasure he desired, Chaos Void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, dividing part of his mind to select suitable vessels for descent in the third source world. The rest of his mind continued observing his own future timeline. Simultaneously exploring hundreds of future timelines, Lin Yuan immediately spotted the images of the 7-time life forms in the Chaos Void within the Milky Way dimension. Milky Way dimension? Heart of Heavenly River? Lin Yuan carefully observed. Compared to what a First Realm time life form like Lord Mo Shu could see on the future timeline, the timelines Lin Yuan was watching were much clearer. With the blessing of Lord-level status, many concealed pieces of information couldn't be hidden from him. This, Lin Yuan saw in a certain future timeline, the Master of Taishu fighting against Lord Mo Shu, finally raising his right hand, a palm-sized axe appearing, chopping toward Lord Mo Shu. This strike gravely injured Lord Mo Shu, forcing the other time life forms into a retreat and escape. The time life forms of the Chaos Void side suffered heavy losses, being besieged by Taishu Dimension time life forms, ultimately resulting in even one time life form's main battle body being entirely left behind. This axe? Lin Yuan watched as the Master of Taishu employed that palm-sized axe at the end. The timeline expanded, and Lin Yuan quickly saw Gray Ancestor's existence, his purpose for such actions, and the true value of the recently condensed Heart of Heavenly River. A Heart of Heavenly River with the potential to become Lord-level material, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully, then promptly summoned Lord Mo Shu and 6 other time life forms. Galaxy. Galaxy. Moments later, the time life forms, including Lord Mo Shu, descended into incarnations, appearing before Lin Yuan. Over on the Milky Way dimension side, Lin Yuan looked at the time life forms without any pretense. You cannot handle it. With a second realm time life form like Gray Ancestors orchestrating, the time life forms on the Chaos Void side would face severe losses with the slightest negligence. Cannot handle it? Lord Mo Shu was shocked. He too had been paying great attention to the Milky Way dimension, constantly watching the future timeline. Yet he hadn't discovered a scenario he couldn't handle. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Having a second realm time life form secretly influencing behind the scenes, it's normal for you not to notice. Point E, C-Tai, 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 asking for monthly votes. Pretty please, pretty please, pretty please. Chapter 13, C-105-3, you have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. Chapter 13, C-100, C-5, Chapter 3, you have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. When it comes to the level of time, life, actually making a move to kill, is a rarity. For instance, in this skirmish between the Chaos Void and the Taishu Dimension, the strongest on both sides have not made a move. Instead, the focus is on observing more future timelines until a favorable timeline is found. Lord Mo Shu and the Master of Taishu are unlikely to engage in much confrontation. The time lives of both dimensions won't genuinely strive for a life-or-death battle either. This pertains to the first realm of time life. As for the second realm of time life, their plotting is even more silent and stealthy. Even if they lay out plans, they promote them from behind the scenes. The time lives of the second realm see timelines that are deeper and more numerous. If they deliberately conceal their existence, first realm time lives will struggle to notice anything. Of course, nothing is absolute. If a second realm time life intervenes excessively, seeking too much, the traces left behind will become complex. There is still the possibility that a first realm time life could detect some anomalies, especially as the future approaches a certain specific point in time. The probability of being detected will increase. Only this time behind the Taishu dimension is a second realm time life known as Gray Ancestors, merely scheming for that heart of Heavenly River without much killing intent towards the 7 time lives of Chaos Void. The extent of interference is also not significant. Even under normal circumstances, the Gray Ancestors has no intention of making a personal move. Therefore, until now, Lord Mo Shu and the other 7 time lives haven't noticed anything unusual. What? Is there a second realm time life promoting from behind the scenes? Lord Mo Shu and the other time lives couldn't help but change their expressions. Second realm time life? In this vast dimensional gap, there are only 2 second realm time lives. Both are pursuing the path of the Lord, meddling with the Milky Way dimension? It's practically impossible. No wonder the future timelines I've been seeing lately are much more obscure than usual. I thought it involved multiple time lives of the Taishu dimension. Lord Mo Shu pondered thoughtfully. He did not doubt what Lin Yuan said. He believed it the moment he heard it. In fact, he had vaguely sensed something wasn't right even before, but he hadn't attributed it to a second realm time life. Firstly, because second realm time lives are so rare. Secondly, the heart of Heavenly River doesn't attract a second realm time life to make a special move. That explains why those guys from the Taishu dimension are so desperate. Many doubts in the hearts of the other time lives were also explained. Galaxy, why is a second realm time life promoting from behind the scenes? The time life with a human head and snake body asked in a low voice. He is called Zhu Ying, the first life nurtured by the Chaos Void, similar to the Abyss Dragon of the first Origin world. But in terms of strength at the 12th level, Zhu Yin was not as strong as Abyss Dragon. But in the end, the Abyss Dragon did not cross into the 13th level, while Zhu Yin successfully became a time life. Yes, the second realm time life. What are they scheming? Lord Mo Shu was also somewhat puzzled. Time life is divided into 3 levels. First realm, second realm, third realm. The pursuit of each level of time life is different too. What the first realm time life seeks, the second realm time life basically does not value. The heart of Heavenly River, nurtured by the Milky Way dimension, is not much use to second realm time life. Directly experiencing the origin operation of the Milky Way dimension, in such a non-intrusive special dimensional space as the Milky Way dimension, a second realm time life would like to observe its origin operation, without needing to especially rely on the heart of Heavenly River. This time, the heart of Heavenly River nurtured is very special. With the aid of a Lord's status, the depth of timelines he sees is only weaker than Gray Ancestors, naturally discovering the potential of this heart of Heavenly River. I see. Lord Mo Shu nodded slightly. He hadn't thought too much about the heart of Heavenly River. He just assumed it was similar to the hearts of Heavenly River previously nurtured. Then how should we respond to the Taishu dimension now? Zhu Yin looked at the time lives, solemnly speaking. As these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence. Lord Mo Shu also hesitated. Honestly, if they didn't know a second realm time life was pushing from the shadows, they'd be confident in fighting, at least not to disgrace themselves. But now that they know about a second realm time life's involvement, Lord Mo Shu and the other time lives were somewhat hesitant. A first realm time life has trouble competing with a second realm time life. It's not just a matter of power differential, it's also about future timeline grasp. If Lin Yuan hadn't reminded them this time, the 7 time lives might not even have noticed Gray Ancestors' existence. Ultimately watching the heart of Heavenly River being taken away in confusion, not knowing the full truth, only feeling inferior. A first realm time life wanting to contend with a second realm time life is exceedingly difficult. Rely solely on viewing time online, and a second realm time life holds absolute initiative. Lord Mo Shu and several other time lives exchanged glances, immediately considering a retreat. Because under the push of a second realm time life, they have no hope of capturing the heart of Heavenly River. The more they invest, the more they ultimately lose. Instead of this, it is better to directly give up. After all, losing to a second realm time life is not shameful. Is a second realm time life that difficult to deal with? The newly ascended time life Luo Ho sensed the oppressive atmosphere, couldn't help but ask. He also knew about the matters of the Milky Way dimension. Even Lord Mo Shu asked him to stabilize his 13th level realm before going to the Milky Way dimension to assist. Chapter 1376, 3, You have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. Chapter 1376, Chapter 3, You have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. It's not difficult to deal with, it's impossible to deal with. Lord Mo Shu shook his head slightly, then looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, what do you think? My opinion is, Lin Yuan smiled and said, since we've already made a move, we might as well go all the way. Go all the way? Lord Mo Shu looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Knowing full well there is a second realm time life form involved, and yet still wanting to make a move? Lord Mo Shu could easily deduce more information, such as Lin Yuan having developed means to contend with a second realm time lifeform. Lord Mo Shu highly estimated Lin Yuan's strength, judging by the size of the time loop area formed when trapped in a time loop, showing formidable power. Now stepping into the 13th realm, becoming a time life form, his frontal combat ability might already reach the second realm level. Yet frontal combat reaching the second realm level does not mean it could contend with an actual second realm time life form. Don't worry, I have a plan in mind. Lin Yuan smiled and said, the struggle of a 13th realm time life form is no longer limited to slaughter. More so, it's about strategizing and planning. Since Lin Yuan has now stepped into the 13th realm, he naturally needs to familiarize himself with the combat style of this level. But with Lin Yuan's current means, directly choosing a first realm time lifeform as an opponent would be somewhat bullying. Choosing a second realm time lifeform like Grey Ancestor would be just right. Moreover, Lin Yuan is quite interested in the Heart of Heavenly River birthed this time by the Milky Way dimension. This is a rare treasure with the potential to become a Lord-level material of great value. Even if Lin Yuan doesn't use it himself, he can trade it. Keep this item well, and when you encounter danger, just take it out and activate it. With a move of Lin Yuan's mind, a jade stone composed of infinite runes appeared in front of him, then flew in front of Lord Mo Shu. This jade stone was Lin Yuan's means, condensed through the rune Dao of the second origin world, specifically targeting the small axe granted to the Master of Taishu by Grey Ancestor. This jade stone? Lord Mo Shu observed the jade stone carefully, only feeling that the runes contained within were vast as the chaos void. Other time life forms were also in awe, through Lin Yuan's phrase, I have a plan, and this jade stone, even the foolish among them realized Lin Yuan had the confidence to counter a second realm time life form. Just entering the 13th realm first realm, yet able to contest with a second realm time life form? Even having long accepted the many terrifying aspects of Lin Yuan, at this moment all time life forms couldn't help but be shocked. Since you, Galaxy, have said so, then leave the time life forms of the Taishu dimension to us. Lord Mo Shu put away the jade stone and immediately said. The gaze of Zhu Yin and other time life forms also showed their battle intent. Even the newly ascended time life form Luo Ho was invigorated. If not for the fact that his realm was not yet stable, he would have wanted to head to the Milky Way dimension immediately. Grey Ancestor? Lin Yuan's gaze was deep, unable to help but look forward to it. He also wanted to see how many trump cards a true second realm time life form would have, to what extent they could push him. Early on, when Lin Yuan saw a second realm time life form standing behind the Taishu dimension, he sent the Taiji primordial spirit to the Milky Way dimension. After stepping into the 13th realm, the Taiji primordial spirit also endured the chaos void origin infusion. In addition to the opening of the constant sand particle world, the combat prowess of the Taiji primordial spirit was not much weaker than his true body. Having the Taiji primordial spirit handle matters in the Milky Way dimension was more than enough. As for Lin Yuan's true body, he was contemplating the 7th layer of the Infinite Void. The Infinite Void is a 13th realm inheritance, initially originating from Lord Mo Shu's cultivation of the cosmos within. The ultimate goal was the Chaos Void. However, long before stepping into the 5th layer, Lin Yuan made many modifications, especially adding many operational details from the 2 origin worlds. This led to the inheritance diverging from its original path long ago. But out of habit, Lin Yuan still considered the 7th layer as the level he needed to cultivate at present. The 7th layer is Lord Mo Shu's limit, but not my limit. With the potential of my internal cosmos now, there will be an 8th layer, a 9th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After integrating the essential operation of the origin world, his internal cosmos underwent very subtle changes, leading to significant improvements in all aspects. How should I open the 7th layer of the Infinite Void? Lin Yuan pondered. The 1st to the 6th layers of Infinite Void had the path created by Lord Mo Shu as reference. Lin Yuan did not encounter any obstacles. But the 7th layer, even the original Infinite Void inheritance only had the 7th layer as a theoretical level. It didn't actually exist, not even Lord Mo Shu had cultivated it. Let alone the 7th layer that Lin Yuan developed, which had long veered off the original path, being countless times more difficult. My current internal cosmos is approximately 1% the size of the Chaos Void. If I could successfully cultivate the 7th layer, I could fully raise my internal cosmos close to the extent of the Chaos Void before stepping into the 2nd realm. Lin Yuan contemplated, but how should I open it? Your insight is extraordinary, attempting to open the 7th layer of Infinite Void, rapidly enhancing your understanding. Body A multitude of insights and lights flickered in Lin Yuan's mind, continuously pushing for the opening of the 7th layer of Infinite Void. For a moment, the essence of his internal cosmos, the essence of the world, the essence of dimensional space itself, all emerged bit by bit in Lin Yuan's mind. It's worth mentioning, Lin Yuan had experienced dozens of shuttles, although the dimensional spaces of the earlier shuttles were not powerful, far from matching the Chaos Void. Chapter 1377, 3. You have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. Chapter 1377, Chapter 3. You have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. But as an independent dimensional space, its level is inherently consistent with the Chaos Void, and the essence of its operation also has merits. Why do the time beings of the first realm yearn so much to explore more dimensional spaces? It is because this practice brings sufficient benefits and advantages to oneself. Before stepping into the 13th layer, Lin Yuan hadn't thought much about the more than 10-dimensional spaces explored before. But now, as a time being, the elevated perspective gives Lin Yuan a sense of turning around suddenly. That person is at the dim end of the light. The same thing might be perceived completely differently by time beings and non-time beings. Dimensional space, I understand now. Lin Yuan was radiant with energy. The 7th layer of the infinite void was quickly established. This insight, although it did not fully comprehend the complete 7th layer, at least managed to comprehend the first third of it. This is quite normal. The comprehension of the great Dao methodologies cannot be achieved in one go. It must be step by step. The complete 7th layer of the infinite void involves a gap in power that is too vast. Rumble, the inner universe. The space-time of all directions suddenly roared. The initial establishment of the 7th layer of the infinite void immediately reflected on the inner universe. In an instant, the space-time great Dao of the inner universe became more stable, the most microscopic particles intertwined and enmeshed, no longer existing independently. This? Beside the jade gourd, the red-dressed girl watched her surroundings in shock. Ever since Lin Yuan mastered the 5th layer of the infinite void, she lost all concept of the path Lin Yuan was taking. Now, with the inner universe transforming once more, the red-dressed girl couldn't help but feel a certain suffocation. The master's inner universe, even the old master, can't compare now, right? The thoughts of the red-dressed girl were difficult to calm. She had experienced the inner universe of Lord Mo Shu, yet compared to Lin Yuan now, it was clearly inferior. In fact, what the red-dressed girl sensed of Lin Yuan's inner universe was only a part of it. Even so, in her heart, it had already surpassed Lord Mo Shu. Old master, the red-dressed girl steadied herself, knowing that Lord Mo Shu had two purposes in spreading his own legacy. One was to nurture a new time being for the Chaos Void. The second was to perfect his own Dao with the help of the beings in the Chaos Void. But now, seeing the boundless unfathomableness of Lin Yuan's inner universe, naturally, the red-dressed girl's heart was full of emotion. On the other side of the inner universe. As the surrounding space-time became increasingly stable, the spirit of the magic origin fruit tree, which had been drifting in this region, couldn't help but shiver. Master, master. The spirit of the magic origin fruit tree immediately began calling to Lin Yuan. What is it? Lin Yuan descended with an avatar, watching the gradually surging aura of the magic origin fruit tree with a peculiar expression. Master, I'm about to break through. The spirit of the magic origin fruit tree spoke with urgency, compared to the breakthrough of life within dimensions, following a perfected Dao. The breakthrough for life, like the magic origin fruit tree, born from dimensional gaps, is often uncontrollable. Breakthrough? Lin Yuan watched the magic origin fruit tree. In terms of realm, the magic origin fruit tree naturally reached the 12th layer's completeness. If it is to break through, it can only be from the 12th layer to the 13th layer. Which means, the magic origin fruit tree is about to become a time being. Of course, the premise is to pass the test and break through the time cycle. Breakthrough then. Lin Yuan did not stop it. With his current strength, the magic origin fruit tree was almost akin to a vase. Only by breaking through to the 13th layer can it provide some assistance to Lin Yuan. In fact, in the vast dimensional gaps, many time beings are willing to follow some powerful 13th layers. For instance, the Time Lords? Every Time Lord has time beings following them. The most important reason is that Time Lords have the means to completely kill time beings. Time beings can observe future timelines and manifest countless avatars, making them extremely difficult to kill, as difficult as reaching for the sky. But Time Lords, as long as they don't hesitate, can go to the past space-time and kill the weaker past selves of the Time Lord. Thus, the difficulty naturally drops drastically. Buzz it instantly, with Lin Yuan's agreement. The magic origin fruit tree chose to break through immediately. At once, an invisible force permeated the inner universe of Lin Yuan, enveloping the magic origin fruit tree, which fell into a loop formed by threads of time power. The time cycle from the 12th layer to the 13th layer is formed by the operation of the supreme rule Dao, and even Lin Yuan, the creator of the inner universe, cannot interfere at all. The magic origin fruit tree must rely on itself to become a time being. Hopefully, it can succeed. Lin Yuan watched the magic origin fruit tree fall into the time cycle area from afar. Countless future timelines unfolded before him, and based on Lin Yuan's observation of the future, the probability of the magic origin fruit tree becoming a time being is not high. But however slight, there is still a possibility of becoming a time being. Before charging into the 13th layer, Luoho also did not attract much attention from existing time beings, as they felt the probability of crossing into the 13th layer was low. But in the end, didn't they still become a newly promoted time being? Therefore, Lin Yuan remains hopeful that the magic origin fruit tree can step into the 13th layer. After all, Lin Yuan wouldn't lose much if it failed, and if it succeeded, it would naturally be better, adding a time being to his ranks. If it fails, there is not much loss, as the magic origin fruit tree was acquired casually by Lin Yuan without any cost. The Supreme Rule Dao? Lin Yuan carefully felt the time cycle area formed in the depths of the inner universe. Chapter 1378, 3, you have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. Chapter 1378, Chapter 3, you have the Gray Ancestor, I have the Galaxy. Nowadays, the universe within Lin Yuan is practically equivalent to a dimensional space, where life has broken through to the 13th rank, similarly creating a time loop area. The time loop area forms under the operation of the Supreme Rule Dao, and even Lin Yuan, the master of the universe within, cannot prevent or isolate it, deep in his mind. Lin Yuan purposefully left a consciousness avatar to observe the third source world closely, ultimately selecting the vessel for his descent. The 7th layer of the infinite void, wanting to fully develop it, relies on the previous accumulations alone, which are not enough. I estimate more understanding is required of another origin source world's operation. Lin Yuan uses the Myriad Realms gate to remotely observe the third source world. Currently, in the 7th layer of the infinite void, he has only developed the first third. The remaining 2/3 become increasingly arduous, requiring more comprehension of the origin source world's operation. It's about enough. This vessel is the one. Lin Yuan exhales lightly. This period, his consciousness avatar had been choosing a suitable vessel, and after observing millions upon millions of timelines, finally made a decision. This source world. Lin Yuan's expression inevitably turned solemn, having gained considerable understanding of the third source world after observing numerous timelines. Let's begin. Lin Yuan gathers his thoughts and immediately begins to partition part of his mind's will. After stepping into the 13th rank, the essence of life leaps vastly, causing his mind's will to surge. Were it not so, even without warnings from the Myriad Realms gate, Lin Yuan wouldn't have chosen to traverse and descend so quickly. After the 12th rank, traversal descent generally means cultivating another completely independent true self, requiring the division of part of the mind's will. However, if too much of the mind's will is divided, it will impact his true self. Therefore, even though he can traverse and descend, Lin Yuan keeps the division of mind's will within an acceptable range. Swish, soon. Nearly 1/10 of his mind's will is divided, flowing into the Myriad Realms gate. Following the coordinates of the third source world, he crosses infinite distances, merging into the past. The third source world equally rejects foreign time life, combined with the presence of Time Lord level time life presiding, basically ruling out any invasion possibility by outsiders. Yet, Lin Yuan merges silently into the world with the Myriad Realms gate's aid, becoming an authentic indigenous being. Even if time life, including a Time Lord, observed Lin Yuan's past timeline, nothing abnormal would appear. Milky Way dimension. A vast Milky Way sweeps through multiple time spaces of past and future. At a certain location on the Milky Way, over 10 time life silhouettes are in a standoff. Further away, numerous time life are spectating. These time life reside in the Milky Way dimension as other time lives, now facing the 7 time lives from Chaos Void and 9 time lives from Taishu dimension in conflict. The many spectating time lives watch with interest. Whether it's Chaos Void or Taishu dimension, they are powerful factions in the vast dimensional interstice regions nearby. Such factions producing conflicts and battles are rare entertainment for time lives traversing long ages. Fight, let them fight. It's best if tempers flare, leading to mutual defeat. Numerous spectating time lives talk in low tones. Should Chaos Void and Taishu dimension be mutually defeated, they certainly will greatly tighten their landforce in the Milky Way dimension, thus naturally allowing them to annex. Mutual defeat? The hope isn't very high. More time lives gently shake their heads. Time lives are surely not fools and wouldn't let outsiders reap the benefits. In the many future timelines observed by Chaos Void and Taishu dimension ending in mutual defeat, it's extremely small. The bigger possibility is Taishu dimension seizing the heart of Heavenly River, and then withdrawing from the Milky Way dimension while the 7 time lives of Chaos Void retain their territory within the Milky Way, waiting for the next heart of Heavenly River dimension. The secondary possibility is Chaos Void seizing the heart of Heavenly River, resulting in Taishu dimension voluntarily withdrawing. As for mutual defeat, neither Chaos Void nor Taishu dimension would let themselves end up in such a situation. No matter the result, for these time lives, there is no loss. Conversely, they can take advantage of this conflict to discern the many cards held by Chaos Void and Taishu dimension, preparing for future engagements. The mighty river water sweeps. A time life from Taishu dimension is engaged with Zhu Yin of Chaos Void. A terrifying aura bursts forth, spreading to all directions, entirely absorbed by the infinite heavenly river water. The master of Taishu, gazing nonchalantly at the battle below, suddenly moved slightly, lifting his hand to stir ripples of time and space, pressing towards Zhu Yin. Take Shu, if you want to act, have asked me. Lord Mo Shu, smiling, also acted simultaneously, intercepting the master of Taishu's strike. The next moment, Zhu Yin of Chaos Void suddenly expanded in form, transforming into a colossal candle dragon, roaring towards the time life from Taishu dimension. Time and space shattered. The time life of Taishu dimension was evidently overwhelmed and retreated explosively. The master of Taishu snorted coldly, looking distantly at Lord Mo Shu. Lord Mo Shu, listen to me, obediently relinquish this heart of heavenly river. The master of Taishu stood atop the surging river water, his gaze cold. Relinquish the heart of heavenly river? Lord Mo Shu sneered. This heart of heavenly river, Chaos Void has awaited for ages, and you demand we relinquish it so easily? Relinquishing is for your own good, the master of Taishu said. Ideally, he preferred not to have too much trouble with Chaos Void. If Chaos Void voluntarily withdrew, leading to no time-life suffering injuries, the resulting animosity would naturally be less, with potential future resolution. But if Chaos Void did not yield, using the trump card granted by Grey Ancestors, high-intensity combat would inevitably ensue, leading to injuries. Chaos Void and Taishu Dimension's hatred would then be difficult to reconcile, though the benefits promised by Grey Ancestors rendered the Master of Taishu indifferent to such animosity. Yet, avoiding conflict is naturally better. No need to say more. Lord Mo Shu shook his head. Guarding with vigilance, with Lin Yuan's warning behind Taishu Dimension stands a second realm time life. Lord Mo Shu clearly understood why the Master of Taishu dared declare such words. The facts revealed by the Master of Taishu were accurate. Chaos Void withdrawing voluntarily was indeed the best choice. If that's the case, let's settle this with action and outcome. The Master of Taishu stepped forward. The infinite heavenly river water surged overwhelmingly, sweeping towards Lord Mo Shu, encompassing multiple time spaces. Lord Mo Shu felt the jade composed of vast runes in his body, slightly reassured. Behind your Taishu dimension stands a second realm time life. Chaos Void also has the galaxy. Chapter 1379, 4, Lin Yuan takes action. Chapter 1379, Chapter 4, Lin Yuan takes action. With Lin Yuan's support, Lord Mo Shu felt quite confident. Otherwise, knowing that a second realm time life form was stirring up trouble behind the scenes, Lord Mo Shu would most likely not choose to resist head-on. A second realm time life form is not as formidable as a Time Lord. It can completely kill a time life form, but offending a second realm time life form would be a headache for most first realm time life forms. Under the calculations and schemes of a second realm time life form, a first realm time life form would fall into passivity. The heavenly river water surged, sweeping toward Lord Mo Shu under the urging of the Master of Taishu. Layers of heavenly river water rippled like waves on the water's surface, continuously spreading, continuously stacking, causing its might to grow larger and larger, faintly carrying the force of nearly half a Milky Way dimension. Taishu, with these methods, you won't be able to deal with me. Lord Mo Shu shook his head slightly, also drawing on the heavenly river water. Having presided over the Milky Way dimension for many years, he was more familiar than the Master of Taishu with the power of this dimensional space. The two completely different rule forces continually collided and melted away, eventually rendering the Master of Taishu's strike ineffective. The Master of Taishu's expression was calm, without much surprise. He had seen this scene in many future timelines. Relying solely on his own methods, without paying a huge price, any battle with Lord Mo Shu would basically result in a stalemate, and his chances of winning would even be slightly smaller. It's not urgent now. The Master of Taishu suppressed the urge to directly use the axe given by the Grey Ancestor. The Heart of Heavenly River has not yet formed. Even if they defeat the 7-time life forms in the Chaos Void, they wouldn't be able to immediately seize the Heart of Heavenly River. This way, it would bring about many variables. For instance, attracting the attention of other second realm time life forms. Only when the Heart of Heavenly River water is about to coalesce will he employ his strongest means to defeat Lord Mo Shu and other time life forms, then swiftly take the Heart of Heavenly River and retreat from the Milky Way dimension. This is the most advisable method. Even if it attracts the attention of second realm time life forms, the Heart of Heavenly River would have already been given to the Grey Ancestors. His transaction with the Taishu dimension regarding the Heart of Heavenly River would be complete. Whether or not the Heart of Heavenly River is later taken does not concern the Taishu dimension. The engagement between Lord Mo Shu and the Master of Taishu was merely a touch and go. From the outset, they quickly withdrew with no intent to engage in a huge battle. This left the watching time life forms somewhat disappointed. Compared to the brutal fights of time life forms like Zhu Yin, they naturally found the skirmish between Lord Mo Shu and the Master of Taishu, the strongest conventional time life forms of top dimension space, more interesting. Heh, the Heart of Heavenly River hasn't formed yet. There won't be any fierce battles. Indeed, now it's just small skirmishes. Without the Heart of Heavenly River, how could they go all out? I vaguely feel that the Taishu dimension's actions this time are not simple. the time life forms watching each discussed among themselves. Some time life forms, not weaker than Lord Mo Shu, had already vaguely sensed something was amiss. The Taishu dimension might have other objectives. But immediately involving 9 time life forms of the Taishu dimension, plus the deliberate concealment by the second realm time life form, Grey Ancestor, even noticing something was wrong, the related future timelines were extremely vague and distorted, making it difficult to gather more information. Just wait. This Heart of Heavenly River should be forming soon, at the latest in 10 years. Sometime Lifeform concluded and was not in a hurry. In 8 to 10 years, the Heart of Heavenly River will fully form, and then the time life forms of the Taishu dimension will probably strike with all their might. Even that second realm time life form behind the scenes could take action. Lord Mo Shu was also waiting, with most of his attention still focused on the not yet formed Heart of Heavenly River. The galaxy said that the Heart of Heavenly River being nurtured this time is very special, greatly exceeding the value of past Hearts of Heavenly River, thus attracting the plans of a second realm time life form. Looking at the Heart of Heavenly River being nurtured, Lord Mo Shu couldn't help but feel curious. But it was just curiosity. Lord Mo Shu had no thought of occupying the Heart of Heavenly River. What a joke. This Heart of Heavenly River is already within the schemes of a second realm time life form. It's like a hot potato. If Lord Mo Shu dared to occupy this Heart of Heavenly River, he would have to be prepared to be secretly watched by a second realm time life form at all times. In such a scenario, Lord Mo Shu would probably not even dare to leave the Chaos Void. Time passed. 9 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly River water flowed, and the Heart of Heavenly River being nurtured rapidly formed. This was a gem completely condensed from the origin power of the Milky Way dimension. It was greatly beneficial for first realm time life forms comprehending the operation of the Milky Way dimension's great path. Now is the time. The Master of Taishu's eyes darkened, striking again. Compared to the previous brief engagements, this time the Master of Taishu struck with full force. Under the shrouded misty light, all the surrounding time spaces were completely frozen. At this moment, the Master of Taishu was the absolute ruler of time and space. Lord Mo Shu immediately countered, integrating the power of his inner universe, physical body, and the power of mind, will, tearing the frozen time and space. The 7 great legacies founded by Lord Mo Shu each corresponded to the 7 aspects of life, virtually without any shortcomings, and they were a great path leading to the Lord's realm. Theoretically, once all the 7 great legacies reached the 7th level, would be the moment Lord Mo Shu became a third realm lord. Chapter 1380, 4, Lin Yuan takes action. Chapter 1380, Chapter 4, Lin Yuan takes action, kill. Zhu Yin and other time beings immediately engaged in combat. 1 or 2 dozen time beings fighting resulted in large dimensions of the Milky Way being obliterated, with countless heavenly river water quickly evaporating. 7 great limits. Lord Mo Shu's aura began to surge, with physical strength, soul power, mental will, and more all increasing rapidly. This enhancement of power deepened Lord Mo Shu's control over the surrounding space-time, resembling a boulder in deep water. The larger it is, the greater its impact on the surrounding environment. It seems he's serious now. The Master of Taishu looked solemn, for the 7 great limits is one of Lord Mo Shu's most powerful killing moves. Using this move signifies that Lord Mo Shu is just 1 step away from fighting to the death. The Master of Taishu did not expect Lord Mo Shu to go all out right at the beginning of the duel. In many future timelines previously observed, at least a period of stalemate was expected before Lord Mo Shu unleashed this move. 7 great limits? This is Lord Mo Shu's signature move. It's said to be created based on his own path. I remember when Lord Mo Shu used this move to decisively defeat 3 time beings working together. The watching time beings also became solemn. Under the 7 great limits, Lord Mo Shu's power will approach that of a true second realm time being. Although the duration is short and it only approximates the power, lacking the many methods of a second realm time being, it is still extremely formidable. It is through this killing move that Lord Mo Shu rapidly established himself in the Milky Way dimension. To show my respect for you, the Master of Taishu looked distantly at Lord Mo Shu, raised his right hand, and placed it above his head. I will not engage in a prolonged battle with you. Just as the words fell, a palm-sized axe appeared above the Master of Taishu's head. The axe spun swiftly and instantly expanded to over 10 meters, an unprecedented sharpness pervading the depths of space-time. Take this axe of mine. The Master of Taishu unhesitatingly employed the trunk card bestowed by the Grey Ancestors. Given his strength, if relying solely on himself to battle Lord Mo Shu, who had activated the 7 great limits, he would certainly be suppressed. The 2 sides would inevitably become locked in a stalemate, with no outcome in a short period. Rather than that, it would be better to directly use the strongest means to swiftly subjugate Lord Mo Shu and seize the heart of the Heavenly River. Lord Mo Shu's aura was terrifying, but at this moment he frowned. He watched the axe above the Master of Taishu's head slowly cleaving towards him, a sense of unprecedented crisis rising in his heart. I can't withstand it. Under this axe, I'll definitely be severely injured. Lord Mo Shu's expression changed slightly. The moment the axe's aura was revealed, he saw numerous timelines of himself dealing with this axe. Even at his strongest state, he could not withstand it. The pure might of this axe had already reached the second realm threshold. Even if he turned to flee now, he could not escape. The moment the axe was activated by the Master of Taishu, it had already locked onto him through various causal means. Is this the method of the second realm time being behind the galaxy dimension, as mentioned? Lord Mo Shu quickly pondered. Without the galaxy's prior information, he would certainly be extremely alarmed. But at this moment, he was not panicked at all and even had the leisure to examine the many details of the axe. This axe? The other Chaos Void Time beings also felt immense pressure. The might of the Master of Taishu's axe was primarily targeted at Lord Mo Shu, but the residual aura still made the other time beings anxious. What is the method of the axe activated by the Master of Taishu? Unclear, never heard of the Master of Taishu using it before. Is it a hidden trump card technique or something else? Numerous watching time beings' expressions changed slightly as the axe was activated. The future timelines they observed gradually clarified. Even though they still could not detect the presence of Grey Ancestor, they sensed that this battle for the heart of the Heavenly River involved not only the Taishu dimension and Chaos Void dimension. Stronger time beings were also mixed in. Taishu, is this your backing? Lord Mo Shu spoke calmly. The sharp axe light seemed to tear through the Milky Way dimension, cleaving towards him. You? The Master of Taishu looked at Lord Mo Shu. The opponent's calm demeanor made him feel that the situation was beyond his expectations. I want to see what you're going to use to block this axe. The Master of Taishu looked at Lord Mo Shu while also observing numerous future timelines. This is also a technique that is always used in battles involving time life forms. By constantly watching future timelines, they can determine what kind of killer move the opponent will use next and how to defend against it, and so on. Whoo! Lord Mo Shu flipped his right hand. Suddenly, a jade stone appeared. Upon close examination of that jade stone, one would discover that it is composed of endless runes. Countless runes continuously interweave and merge, collectively forming the jade stone itself. As soon as the jade stone appeared, endless runes suddenly burst forth. In an instant, the surrounding space-time, the vast heavenly river water, were all penetrated by the runes, including the Master of Taishu, who was deeply trapped in the world of runes. What is happening? The Master of Taishu's expression showed fear, as the axe he wielded seemed completely isolated amidst the weaving runes. Is the power of this jade stone really so strong? Even Lord Mo Shu found it unbelievable. He only slightly activated it, and yet he felt that his control over the surrounding space-time had reached its peak. Naturally, Lord Mo Shu did not know that the jade stone bestowed upon him by Lin Yuan was an embodiment of the second realm of the rune Dao from the origin world, a realm that once gave birth to a lord-level time life form pursuing omnipotence. Using endless runes to control heaven and earth is merely one method of utilization. Die. After activating the jade stone, Lord Mo Shu stared at the distant, motionless Master of Taishu with killing intent in his eyes. Even if he could not completely kill this Master of Taishu, he had to leave behind this primary battle body. Not good. The Master of Taishu immediately felt overwhelming fear coming from the endless runes replacing heaven and earth space-time. Grey Ancestor, save me. Without hesitation, the Master of Taishu called for help. If he didn't seek rescue, he truly felt that this primary battle body of his would fall. Buzz it. Just as the Master of Taishu's words fell, the previously totally replaced heaven and earth by endless runes suddenly emerged a streak of gray. This streak of gray, deep to the extreme, quickly spread in all directions. The runes began to collapse, and for a moment, the heaven and earth space-time presented two kinds of auras. One is the jade stone composed of endless runes. The other is a gray, so deep that it's like the decay of all things, the destruction of dimensions. In the depths of the gray, a figure gathered, clad in a gray robe with a terrifying aura. He glanced at the Master of Taishu, then looked at the rune jade stone in front of Lord Mo Shu. Who are you? Lord Mo Shu's expression was tense and solemn. The pressure from the gray figure was too immense. Two choices. The gray figure, Grey Ancestor, narrowed his eyes. Originally, he was unwilling to reveal himself. As a second realm time life form, once he intervenes personally, his aura leaks and many things become hard to conceal. For example, at this moment, Grey Ancestors had faintly felt that due to his appearance, the interference in the current timeline had attracted attention from two second realm time life forms in this interstice region. But with the previous situation, if he did not intervene, the Master of Taishu would undoubtedly die. If the Master of Taishu dies, the heart of Heavenly River would surely fall into Lord Mo Shu's hands, and then he would still have to intervene. What? Lord Mo Shu was on alert, facing Grey Ancestor, but the rune jade stone before him couldn't provide much sense of safety. Either retreat or die. Grey Ancestor uttered the specific choices. Since he had already attracted attention from two second realm time life forms nearby, he naturally wanted to retrieve the heart of Heavenly River as quickly as possible. Either retreat or die? Lord Mo Shu felt the domineering power of Grey Ancestor. Don't think that just because of a jade stone you acquired from who knows where, you can ensure your survival. Grey Ancestor looked at Lord Mo Shu and sneered, if you don't retreat, then die. But the next moment, Grey Ancestor's expression slightly changed as, beside Lord Mo Shu, a young man with his hands behind his back appeared at some point wearing a smile. Is that so? P.S. Writer's block, just 4,000 words today. Let me sort out the outline ahead. Speaking about this book, actually, after the protagonist became a time life form, this book has already entered the late stage wrap-up. The highest level is the 14th rank. According to the current update speed, if there are no surprises, it should conclude by January 2025 at the latest, or as early as December 2024. The above few lines are not charged. Chapter 1381, 5, Lin Yuan and Grey Ancestor. Chapter 1381, Chapter 5, Lin Yuan and Grey Ancestor. This time, Lin Yuan was extremely relaxed. With the support of a lord's position, the Grey Ancestor, a second realm time being, found it very difficult to glimpse his traces. Meanwhile, he observed Grey Ancestor's schemes from a distance. This time, I can see the true methods of a second realm time being. Lin Yuan felt quite anticipatory. Although he had ample foundational resources, he had just entered the 13th level, even having seen countless future timelines. He still needed to engage in real combat. When watching future timelines, Lin Yuan was in an absolute god's perspective, unable to directly feel the pressure from his enemies. This Grey Ancestor is quite suitable as my whetstone, Lin Yuan thought to himself. And who are you? Grey Ancestor was also observing Lin Yuan, his expression solemn and serious. He did not detect Lin Yuan's appearance in the observed future timelines. This meant that the mysterious time being suddenly appearing had surpassed him in the aspect of timeline concealment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unaware. Where did this strong being emerge from? Grey Ancestor felt this was tricky. Realizing Lin Yuan's timeline hadn't been blocked yet meant the opponent was most likely at the same second realm time life level as him. He did not dare to remain standing there. Facing a life of the same realm, Grey Ancestor was relatively confident. Compared to Lin Yuan and Grey Ancestor's confrontation, the distant watching time beings were engulfed in turbulent waves of astonishment. What's happening? Who exactly are the two of them? I haven't seen these two in the future timelines. Second realm time beings, these two are very likely both second realm time beings. How can this be? Just a single Heart of Heavenly River attracted two second realm time beings? The time beings watching rapidly exchanged thoughts. If Lin Yuan and Grey Ancestor hadn't revealed themselves, they might have continued to be fooled. But since they showed up, the many vague, twisted timelines gradually became clear. Coupled with the watching time beings detecting the difficulty in directly viewing Lin Yuan and Grey Ancestor's timelines, they immediately speculated plenty. The Heart of Heavenly River this time, the nurturing Heart of Heavenly River is extraordinary. I have already contacted Mother of the Screw Realm. Mother of the Screw Realm is one of the second realm time beings in this vast dimensional gap area. Many time beings in the Milky Way realm have a good relationship with Mother of the Screw Realm. Upon seeing two unfamiliar second realm time beings appearing, they definitely inform Mother of the Screw Realms first. Mother of the Screw Realm says she is aware here and advises us not to approach. A time being said. Others nodded in agreement. In facing the confrontation of the suspected second realm time beings, they wouldn't go near, attempting any capitalizing actions. Second realm time beings have grasp and vision over future timelines, able to suppress those of the first realm. Many things they just started to envision, the second realm beings had already sensed specific futures. When the confrontation between the two second realm time beings likely pauses, they might turn against them in clearing the space. Luckily, the galaxy appeared in time. Lord Mo Shu stabilized his heart, even possessing rune jade stone that could suppress the Master of Taishu. But in facing a second realm time being, defeat would eventually come, without much significance. Just as Grey Ancestor emerged, the aura he exuded slightly suppressed the rune jade stone field, proving this. Galaxy, Lord Mo Shu observed Lin Yuan beside him. In the chaos void, he couldn't sense it. Just here, to resist Grey Ancestor, Lin Yuan revealed a bit of his aura. Even without targeting him, Lord Mo Shu bore great pressure. This pressure might seem trivial to other time beings' eyes, for the second realm naturally outmatched the first realm. But Lord Mo Shu knew. Lin Yuan crossed into the 13th level just not long ago, yet now his strength elevated to such extent? The pressure not only sourced from physical soul, but also from mental thoughts, as well as shock. Did the chaos void also fetch a second realm time being? The Master of Taishu glanced at Lin Yuan standing beside Lord Mo Shu, surprised. Was it deliberate to keep me uninformed? Or, the Master smiled slightly at the Grey Ancestor donned in a grey cloak. If he had known beforehand about needing to face a second realm time being for the Heart of Heavenly River, he definitely wouldn't have easily agreed to the dealings with Grey Ancestor. Feuding with a first realm time being versus one of second realm, completely different scenarios. The latter entails costs far exceeding the former. Even if the second realm being fails to outmatch Grey Ancestor, they wouldn't be able to tackle Grey Ancestor, let alone them, the group of first realm time beings. Though having the shelter of Taishu dimension ensures survival isn't an issue. But with a second realm time being orchestrating in the darkness, the Taishu realm hosting these time beings might not dare venture into the dimensional rift again. Gray Ancestor gazed from a distance at Lin Yuan, speaking, "Your method of concealing your timeline is impressive. Is it leveraged through some kind of secret technique heritage, or external peculiar treasures?" Though not a Time Lord, he still covered his timeline to such a degree. Gray Ancestor naturally assumed Lin Yuan relied on external powers. In the expansive dimensional rift, countless peculiar treasures were nurtured, some having timeline concealment effects. Chapter 1382, 5, Lin Yuan and Gray Ancestor, Part 2, Chapter 1382, Chapter 5, Lin Yuan and Gray Ancestor, Part 2. Of course, treasures of this type are very valuable, roughly equivalent to the most precious below the Lord. Moreover, some secret technique inheritances can yield similar effects. In conflicts between time lives, the main reliance is on observing each other's timeline. If one party's timeline cannot be observed, or is difficult to observe, then the advantages and disadvantages become quite apparent. Yet I cannot observe your timeline, and you probably can't see much of mine. Gray Ancestor, confident in demeanor as an experienced second realm time life, had also cultivated some secret technique inheritances to obscure his timeline. Lin Yuan did not speak. In the perspective of the Lord's status, the secret technique inheritance Gray Ancestor cultivated to obscure his timeline was nearly ineffective, very hard to kill. Lin Yuan observed timeline after timeline, understanding Gray Ancestor's methods, realizing he couldn't kill the opponent. Even if a great price was paid, leaving this flesh, Gray Ancestor could revive through life-preserving methods, not even considered reviving, as it wasn't true death. Still need the true body to be assured. Lin Yuan thought, after stepping into the 13th realm, the Taiji primordial spirit's power greatly increased, closing the gap with the true body. But in terms of true combat power, naturally the true body was strongest. So for safety's sake, as the Taiji primordial spirit arrived shortly, the true body also moved to the vicinity. 2 year? Your target is also this Heart of Heavenly River? In that case, if you defeat me, you can take the Heart of Heavenly River. Gray Ancestor naturally was unwilling to give up the Heart of Heavenly River. He had already traded with numerous time lives from the Taishu dimension, patiently waiting for the Heart of Heavenly River to be born, and had already paid the cost. A single intervention from a second realm time life wasn't enough to make him relinquish it. Endless gloom. With a flicker of mind, Gray Ancestor started to spread layers of grayness covering Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate much, likewise unfolding his own domain. By observing the future timelines, he knew if he held back, he would definitely suffer. The mere initial collision of two enormous auras profoundly impacted the entire Milky Way dimension, causing the space-time to rise like waves while the movement of the origin Dao of the Milky Way dimension rapidly retreated. Go to the dimension gap. Lin Yuan glanced around and immediately moved outside the Milky Way dimension. Even a top-level dimensional space like the Milky Way dimension could not withstand the battle between two second-realm time lives. Gray Ancestor had no objection to this, not out of kindness, but because his desired Heart of Heavenly River was also in the Milky Way dimension. If his battle with Lin Yuan affected the final birth of the Heart of Heavenly River, then it wouldn't be in Gray Ancestor's interest. If the Heart of Heavenly River was lost, why would he battle with Lin Yuan here? With a rumble. In an instant, the battlefield shifted from within the Milky Way dimension to the broad dimension gap. This brought a slight relief to numerous time lives watching from afar. Since the Milky Way dimension was their territory, they naturally didn't want any damage. The dimension gap was vast and boundless. Two enormous auras kept clashing, sending shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Since I have understood the chaotic origin Gloom Dao, I haven't fully exerted myself much. Gray Ancestor's eyes were gray, seemingly connected to two bottomless abysses. Come, let me see your strength. Chaotic origin Gloom Dao? Lin Yuan's expression was serious, as this origin Dao was extremely unique, suppressing him multiple times in various future timelines. Bang, 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 bang. The clash of two distinct auras dissolved all material illusions, even causing the dimension gap, which seemed submerged in still water, to start boiling. Is this the combat power of second realm time lives? Too terrifying. If I get a bit closer, I guess even the shockwaves would inflict injuries. Time lives watching calmed themselves, as such a duel between two second realm time lives was rare. Normally, second realm time lives seldom acted. Like Gray Ancestor's plan for the Heart of Heavenly River, if not for Lin Yuan's intervention, he probably would obtain it silently. Hope Gray Ancestor wins. The Master of Taishu also paid close attention to the battlefield, having offended Lin Yuan, naturally hoping Gray Ancestor could smoothly repel the latter. If Gray Ancestor obtained the Heart of Heavenly River and completed the trade with their Taishu dimension, the final benefits would smoothly reach him. With those benefits, the strength of the Master of Taishu would be elevated slightly, adding a bit of confidence facing second realm time lives. Worthy of the origin Dao. Lin Yuan felt the endless gloom emitted by Grey Ancestor, the essence of the chaotic origin gloom Dao, sweeping over ordinary first realm time lives with ease. Only Lin Yuan, without comprehending the chaotic origin Dao, relying on his accumulated foundation, was able to withstand it until now. Lin Yuan looked at the surrounding world. The gloomy aura pierced through space-time, forming a cage, suppressing Lin Yuan within. Taste the flavor of my gloom world. Seeing Lin Yuan successfully suppressed in his gloom world, Grey Ancestor smiled. The gloom world, condensed by Grey Ancestor's origin Dao, had rules entirely set by him. Even a strong second realm time life would struggle to break free in the short term. This move was meant to suppress, and Grey Ancestor desired that effect. Only by holding Lin Yuan could he smoothly take the heart of Heavenly River. Taking the heart of Heavenly River was the ultimate aim of Grey Ancestor. As for Lin Yuan, in the brief confrontation earlier, Grey Ancestor perceived the marvelous accumulations of Lin Yuan's foundation. To kill such a time life, there were only two methods. One was to annihilate with overwhelming force. Such overwhelming force would need to reach at least the level of Third Realm Lords. The other method was relying on the slow attrition over long years. Grey Ancestor couldn't manage the first method, nor was he inclined for the second. Rest assured, once the heart of Heavenly River is taken, I'll release you. Grey Ancestor looked down at Lin Yuan inside the gloom world and spoke. Take the heart of Heavenly River? You think you can take it? Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. What's your meaning? Grey Ancestor was slightly surprised. Without Lin Yuan, who among those first realm time lives of the Milky Way dimension could stop him? As for the other second realm time lives in the adjacent dimension gap, they essentially wouldn't make it in time. Once the heart of Heavenly River came into his possession, even with a few lingering hazards, Grey Ancestor could accept it. With his strength, even if the other second realm time lives knew about the heart of Heavenly River with Lord-level potential being in his possession, what could they do? Of course, if possible, Grey Ancestor didn't want the news of obtaining the heart of Heavenly River to get out, but since it couldn't be concealed any longer, Grey Ancestor didn't mind. With the gloom world suppressing me, how much strength can you still exert? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Deep in the gloom world, Lin Yuan naturally resisted. With Lin Yuan's strength, resisting and struggling would force Grey Ancestor to divert much of his strength to suppress. Even if I can only exert 30 to 40%, no one can stop me. Grey Ancestor's tone was calm, as 30 to 40% of strength from a second realm time life surpassed a first realm time life. Moreover, those first realm time lives didn't know that Grey Ancestor needed to allocate much of his strength to suppress Lin Yuan now. In this situation, who dared to obstruct? I'll see who dares obstruct me. Grey Ancestor didn't dwell on it, intending to promptly return to the Milky Way dimension. Calculating the time, after several more breaths, the heart of Heavenly River would be completely born. Suddenly, Grey Ancestor halted, gazing around. By now, the surrounding space-time had transformed into chaos. Above the firmament, a vast face appeared, gazing down on Grey Ancestor. Grey Ancestor's heart trembled, the enormity of the face proportionate to 1/100th of the Milky Way dimension, while the appearance of the face was precisely Lin Yuan, whom Grey Ancestor had suppressed in the gloom world. Chapter 1383, 6, belonging Chapter 1383, Chapter 6, belonging between the expansive dimensional gaps, a grand celestial river flows mightily. It sweeps across the universe, layer upon layer of space-time. This is the celestial river dimension, a top-tier dimensional space on par with the chaos void dimension. Observing from afar, it is vast beyond imagination. And at this moment, without knowing when, right by the side of this celestial river sits a colossal figure cross-legged. This colossal figure is nearly 1/10 the size of the entire celestial river. Even to the grand celestial river, so vast to time-based beings, it seems to flow shallow like a small stream under this figure's feet. The surface of the body is wrapped in layers of clouds, almost merging with the dimensional gaps. But at this moment, as the figure raises their right hand and looks down into their palm, the obscure clouds gradually disperse, revealing this endlessly vast and colossal body. What is this? Upon the raised palm of the colossal figure, the Grey Ancestor, like a particle, feels a chill in their heart, looking toward the terrifying pressure enveloping from all sides, showing a look of disbelief. The face looking down from above the sky is from Lin Yuan, who he suppressed, but this does not surprise Grey Ancestor. To have cultivated to the 13th level of time-based life, possessing multiple combat-ready physical forms is no unusual. What truly shocks Grey Ancestor in his heart is the powerful physical form of Lin Yuan, astonishingly equal to 1/10 of the celestial river dimension. Grey Ancestor can clearly feel that the physical form Lin Yuan is displaying is not some Fatian Shangdi technique, but a real and authentic physical physique. So, now what will you use to resist me? Lin Yuan looks down upon the small particle Grey Ancestor in his palm, voice booming. The Taiji primordial spirit was suppressed by Grey Ancestor using his own origin Dao, but it's not without use. To suppress the Taiji primordial spirit, Grey Ancestor has to divert a substantial amount of focus and effort, even unable to freely mobilize his own origin Dao. If slightly careless, the Taiji primordial spirit could break out. A powerful physical form doesn't necessarily mean strong prowess. Gray Ancestor collects his thoughts, indeed shaken by Lin Yuan's terrifying physical form, but strength is not determined by physical form alone. Gray Ancestor's physical body may not match Lin Yuan's, but so what? As a second-realm time-based life form, he has ways to counteract such a formidable existence. Then let's try. Lin Yuan doesn't waste words, still looking down upon the particle's Gray Ancestor in his palm. Is that also a second-realm time-based life from beyond the Chaos Void? Inside the celestial river dimension, many time-based life forms also notice this scene, watching the towering and enormous figure from afar, just feeling dry-mouthed and tongue-tied. The body of a time-based life form can adjust its size, and if forcibly enlarged, not to mention achieving the proportion of 1/10 of the celestial river dimension. One could even match a complete celestial river dimension, they can achieve it. But it's meaningless. Just because you grow larger doesn't mean your strength will increase. A body too large would only disperse its own combat power, allowing the enemy to break through with a single strike. However, the enormous body at present doesn't have any weak points. It's utterly a real physical physique. With such a powerful physical form, even relying solely on physical prowess, it's enough to suppress us all. The hearts of the observing time-based life forms tremble. Simply put, as long as Lin Yuan displays such a physical physique, even standing there for them to attack, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense. While Lin Yuan's casual attack, as long as it grazes them, for them, the first realm time-based life forms, it's a severe blow. Galaxy. Lord Mo Shu and other time-based beings are also closely observing, watching this colossal figure displayed in front of many time-based life forms at present, their thoughts equally hard to calm. Lin Yuan's power is too strong, and his growth speed is too fast, far faster than the initial timelines observed by them. But the galaxy is ultimately not a second realm, hasn't realized his own origin Dao. Lord Mo Shu inevitably still has some concerns, as other time-based life forms instinctively consider Lin Yuan and Gray Ancestor both as second-realm time-based life forms. The current conflict between the two is also a fight between second-realm time-based life forms. But in fact, Lin Yuan has just entered the first realm. Even though relying on his own foundation to contend with the second realm, but over time, would any problems arise, nobody knows. However, even though Lord Mo Shu worries internally, he also understands that the upcoming battle won't be something he can intervene in. And not just intervening, even to watch related future timelines, to know the outcome of the struggle in advance, is impossible. As for Lin Yuan, his own timelines are hazy, and the same goes for Gray Ancestor. The future timelines of these two entities, these first-realm time-based life forms, cannot see specific details, besides the time-based life forms in the celestial river dimension watching. From further within the gap regions, probing glances are cast likewise. Two second-realm time-based life forms battling, placed in this gap region, is exceedingly rare. Not a single time-based life form would miss out, even those among the second-realm time-based life forms are observing from afar. I've heard about this Gray Ancestor from far gap regions, but the second realm invited by Chaos Void, the mother of the Screw Realm, has a puzzled look. She is also a second-realm time-based life form, knowledgeable and informed about many powerful entities of the same level, but regarding Lin Yuan, he is exceptionally unfamiliar. Lin Yuan has displayed means of a physical body comparable to 1/10 of the celestial river dimension, indicating this time-based life form surely specializes in physical form at the second realm. But such powerful entities, there are only a few, with obvious traits which Lin Yuan does not match. Chapter 1384, 6, Belonging. Chapter 1384, Chapter 6, Belonging. The dimensional gap is vast and boundless. Even the Time Lord cannot explore its end. Just because I don't know, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Mother of the Screw Realm thought silently, then turned her gaze towards the heart of the heavenly river that was about to be born within the Milky Way dimension. Enough, its only potential reaching the Lord level. There's no need to take risks to fight for it. After careful consideration, Mother of the Screw Realm shook her head and said, she too desired the heart of the heavenly river, but now there were two time beings fighting over it. If she intervened, it was highly likely that she would be removed by Lin Yuan and Gray Ancestor joining forces. If there was only one in the second realm, Mother of the Screw Realm might try. But two, and one of them proficient in physical form at the second realm? Mother of the Screw Realm was no longer very interested in the heart of the heavenly river. No matter how precious the treasure, if the cost is too high, it's not so urgent. On the shore of the Milky Way, Lin Yuan looked down at the particle Gray Ancestor on his palm. In this competition for the heart of the heavenly river, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was in the open, while his true self was hidden. Earlier, the Taiji primordial spirit fought with Gray Ancestor, and the latter went to great lengths to suppress the Taiji primordial spirit, not knowing it was all part of Lin Yuan's plan. In many future timelines, the Taiji primordial spirit attracted Gray Ancestor's attention, leading him into the trap set by the true self. This was the most advantageous timeline for Lin Yuan. Infinitude constant sand particle world suppress. Lin Yuan looked down at Gray Ancestor, his mind slightly moved. Within him, each constant sand particle world kept glowing, and the terrifying energy aura rushed through time and space to suppress Grey Ancestor. Before reaching the 13th level, Lin Yuan's physical body strength almost rivaled Time Being's. After crossing into the 13th level and experiencing the Chaos Void Origin infusion, even without being fully nourished, it greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's physical body strength. This was why Lin Yuan showed his true form, comparable to a tenth of a Milky Way dimension. The martial arts evolution road specializes in the physical body, and with every particle in him creating a world supported by innumerable particles, the strength of his physical body would increase significantly. Bang! The terrible pressure pressed towards Grey Ancestor. Grey Ancestor was prepared, but when he truly endured the pressure, he felt his heart sink. At this moment, in his view, the endlessly massive Lin Yuan within him suddenly lit up with one star after another. Each stars rivaled some low-level dimensional spaces, which Grey Ancestor didn't take seriously, but there were so many of them. And in the deepest part of all the stars, Grey Ancestor vaguely felt an even more gigantic world. Clatter, clatter. Grey Ancestor was fending off the pressure brought by each stars from the outside, and he also needed to fend off the tumult inside the Grey World. As Lin Yuan's true self attacked him from the outside, within the Grey World, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit also began to stir things up. With internal and external constraints, Grey Ancestor found himself in great distress. Come out for me. Grey Ancestor frowned and directly opened up the Grey World, intending to solve the internal hidden problem first. Although the departure of the Taiji primordial spirit and its alliance with Lin Yuan's true self would undoubtedly bring more pressure, at least all this pressure would come from the outside. Unlike now, with pressure inside and outside, Grey Ancestor was unclear on which to deal with first. Ha ha ha, right now I don't want to go out. Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit didn't intend to leave the Grey World. At this moment he was more useful confining Grey Ancestor within the Grey World than outside. Eclipse the Grey World. Grey Ancestor was forced to, with his aura reconstituting into extreme grayness, fighting against the pressure coming from the infinitude constant sand particle world. As Lin Yuan's true self gathered his reserves to crush towards Grey Ancestor, the latter, as a seasoned second realm time being, barely managed to block it. Within the Grey World, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit wielded the Chaos Tai Chi sword, slashing in all directions, the sharp Taiji sword intent continually tearing at the foundations of the Grey World, thereby affecting Grey Ancestor himself. Why did I draw him into the Grey World? Grey Ancestor couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, his situation was slightly awkward. With Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit attacking within the Grey World, his combat strength could not reach 3 or 4/10. In this situation, facing the external world seeming to collapse pressure, Grey Ancestor felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm, with the possibility of capsizing at any time. Where did this second realm emerge from? Grey Ancestor felt distressed. In fact, even without the Taiji primordial spirit's constraint in the Grey World, facing Lin Yuan's true self, Grey Ancestor still felt there were more losses than victories. The existence of the Taiji primordial spirit merely increased Grey Ancestor's eventual defeat time and reduced other variables. Although Lin Yuan revealed an infinitely majestic true form, as formidable as the Grey Ancestor, it was merely a particles on his palm. But the numerous time life forms watching the battle did not think that the Grey Ancestor would necessarily lose. At the 13th level, relying solely on a strong physical body is not enough to dominate among time life forms. While a strong body can certainly provide an advantage, it is not absolute. However, as time passed, the particles Grey Ancestor on Lin Yuan's palm still couldn't break free from Lin Yuan's suppression and restraint. The hearts of the time life forms watching suddenly skipped a beat. Could that second realm being from the Taishu dimension truly be suppressed? Too powerful. The one from the Chaos Void second realm apparently not only has a strong physical body, but also possesses such incredible suppression methods. Among the many discussions, the 9-time life forms from the Taishu dimension looked serious. The stronger Lin Yuan's power, the worse the situation will be for their Taishu dimension. If even the Grey Ancestor couldn't withstand Lin Yuan, what hope would they have? They couldn't possibly hide in the Taishu dimension for endless ages to come. Even if they did, the Taishu dimension would ultimately face a great collapse one day. By then, the Master of Taishu and other time life forms would still have to enter the dimensional gap, in the palm of Lin Yuan's true form. The Grey Ancestor finally couldn't continue to endure. Compared to external pressure, the internal pressure was even more unbearable for him. Rumble. The Grey Ancestor's thoughts stirred slightly, and the Grey World within him began to collapse. And naturally, the Lin Yuan Taiji primordial spirit trapped within came out along with the world's collapse, destroying the fundamental world, quite some resolve. Lin Yuan immediately noticed the Grey Ancestor's actions. The Grey World relative to the Grey Ancestor was almost like the internal universe relative to Lin Yuan. Of course, at the 13th step, even if the internal universe collapses, it can still be reconstituted, but certainly at a considerable cost. Please cease your actions. The Grey Ancestor looked up at Lin Yuan and said in a low voice, "Cease actions?" Lin Yuan glanced down at the Grey Ancestor and also halted the crushing of the infinite constant sand particle world. Admitting defeat? Lin Yuan asked. He harbored no intent to kill the Grey Ancestor, primarily because it is very difficult to kill the other by ordinary means. As for unconventional methods, using the Myriad Realms gate to return to the past and kill the Grey Ancestor's weaker past form, or directly consuming world-breaking origin force to kill, that would be too extravagant. The former technique would also require Lin Yuan to endure a backlash, though less so than time-life forms of the same level. The latter would consume a vast amount of world-breaking origin force. Not worth it. I admit defeat, the Grey Ancestor immediately said. He now clearly understood he was not Lin Yuan's opponent, and seizing that Heart of Heavenly River had become a delusion. The Heart of Heavenly River is yours. After speaking, the Grey Ancestor's figure turned into a gray silhouette, disappearing from Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan did not stop him. Previously, he had been able to suppress the Grey Ancestor because the Taiji primordial spirit constrained and influenced him within the Grey world. The majority of the Grey Ancestor's methods could not be used at all. Now, actively destroying the Grey world, the Grey Ancestor broke free from the Taiji primordial spirit's restraints. He could naturally leave Lin Yuan's palm. To prevent the Grey Ancestor from leaving, Lin Yuan would have to also enter the second realm, comprehending the chaotic origin Taiji Dao, otherwise a cost would be unavoidable. And even if the physical form of the Grey Ancestor remained, he could not truly perish. On the contrary, it would drag both into an endless feud. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply watched the Grey Ancestor leave without hindering him. The Heart of Heavenly River. Lin Yuan's form quickly shrank, and with a scoop of his right hand, the Heart of Heavenly River that had already formed within the Milky Way dimension appeared in his grasp. Chapter 1385, 7, Lin Yuan's Influence. Chapter 1385, Chapter 7, Lin Yuan's Influence. The Heart of Heavenly River appears in a pale purple color, faintly transmitting the sound of the Milky Way's surging. It seems like a miniature version of the Milky Way. Lin Yuan carefully observes the Heart of Heavenly River in his hand. It is the gathering of origin power from the Milky Way dimension, but this Heart of Heavenly River contains more than just origin power. There are also some deeper breaths. Because of the latter, the Heart of Heavenly River, a 13th grade First Realm treasure, has swiftly become a Third Realm Lord-level material. Third Realm Lord-level material is enough to attract the eyes of many Second Realm time life forms, such as the Grey Ancestor who was just repelled by Lin Yuan. This Heart of Heavenly River can be used to refine the body, allowing me to enhance my physique strength by 40%. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as a Third Realm material, it has an effect even on true Time Lords. The strength of Lin Yuan's physical body surpasses many Second Realm time life forms specializing in physical enhancements, yet he can still enhance his physique strength by 40%. It is conceivable how precious this Heart of Heavenly River is. At Lin Yuan's level, even a tiny increment in physique growth is a breakthrough. Enhancing by 40% all at once? It's not a matter of time, but of overcoming bottlenecks. And the Milky Way, Lin Yuan shifts his gaze, looking at the vast Milky Way dimension. With the aid of this Heart of Heavenly River, Lin Yuan can directly perceive the rules of the Milky Way dimension's Dao operation. It's akin to observing the Source World's origin operation up close without any time constraints. In the Chaos Void dimension, there exists numerous natural universes nurturing countless life, and the Milky Way dimension also exists as numerous worlds, appearing as a vast Milky Way. In reality, every drop of river water is a world, comparable to the natural universes in the Chaos Void. Of course, unlike the Chaos Void, the Milky Way dimension essentially provides no protection for these river water worlds. External time life forms can destroy as many drops of river water worlds as they desire, but in the Chaos Void, external time life forms can't even enter. As for native time life forms, they would not deliberately go to destroy one after another natural universe. Native time life forms attempting to completely destroy a natural universe and sever its chance for rebirth would also suffer the backlash of the Chaos Void. The operation of the Origin Dao in this dimensional space does not help me as much as the Source World. Lin Yuan quietly thinks after sensing for a while. One reason is that the Milky Way dimension is inferior to the Source World, and naturally, the operation of the Origin Dao cannot compare. Another reason is the Milky Way dimension is not far from the Chaos Void, and their Origin Dao operations have some similarities. This is why many time life forms want to explore the far territories between dimensions, to witness the essence of origin operation different from their hometown dimensional space, which deeply influences themselves. But it still has some utility. Lin Yuan does not complain. A small mosquito is still meat, especially since as a top-dimensional space operation essence, it is exceedingly precious for time life forms. Don't look at how easily Lin Yuan obtained this Heart of Heavenly River without any difficulty. This is because of Lin Yuan's strength. Ordinary first realm time life forms often seek the heart of Heavenly River in vain. Even the 7-time life forms in Chaos Void Dimension had to wait in line for countless years to qualify for gaining a heart of Heavenly River. Other first realm time life forms? Without teamwork, there is basically no chance. At my current level, I can comprehend it fully within 100 years. Lin Yuan pondered briefly and reached a conclusion. With the assistance of the Heart of Heavenly River, at most 100 years, he could completely comprehend the operation of the Dao origin in the Milky Way dimension. The Milky Way dimension. Many time life forms watch Lin Yuan from a distance. Just now, having fought against the Grey Ancestor, Lin Yuan has already demonstrated his strength. Even among second realm time life forms, it counts as powerful strength. 13th grade is divided into 3 tiers. Masters of the 3rd tier generally have pursuits seeking the path to transcendence. Therefore, second realm time life forms can mostly roam the vast dimensional crevices. This Milky Way dimension is divided among a group of first realm time life forms balancing each other. But if a second realm time life form develops an interest, it could completely drive them out, occupying the entire Milky Way dimension alone. So now, many time life forms are a bit worried. They do not know what Lin Yuan intends to do next. The 9 time life forms of Taishu dimension look somewhat heavy. The cost of offending a second realm time life form seems too great for them. It can be foreseen that if the issue with Lin Yuan is not resolved, in the coming years, every time life form in the Taishu dimension would not dare continue exploring the vast dimensional crevices. The Master of Taishu gathers his thoughts and immediately stops not far away from Lin Yuan. We were driven by Grey Ancestor. The Master of Taishu lowers his stance, seeking Lin Yuan's forgiveness. Merely driven? Lin Yuan glanced at the Master of Taishu. The strength of second realm time life forms indeed overshadows the first realm, which is true, but to drive a first realm time life form? That's completely unrealistic. Can't fight, but can't hide? How many life-saving methods do time life forms have? To completely kill a first realm time life form, only a lord has assurance. As for the second realm, really forced at worst, just stay hidden in their hometown dimensional space. Chapter 1386, 7, Lin Yuan's Influence. Chapter 1386, Chapter 7, Lin Yuan's Influence. So Lin Yuan simply didn't believe in the commands mentioned by the Master of Taishu. And by observing the timeline, Lin Yuan was also aware that the other party had struck a deal. I'm willing to make amends, the Master of Taishu immediately said. That's more like it. Lin Yuan looked at the Master of Taishu, knowing that no amount of words could be as useful as the final one. All the legacies of U9 and 100 Jin of Time Sand. Lin Yuan said, just compensate me with these. As a top-dimensional space, the Origin Dao operates within the Taishu dimension, which naturally piqued Lin Yuan's interest. However, unlike the Milky Way dimension, Lin Yuan simply couldn't enter the Taishu dimension, so he couldn't observe its Origin Dao operation. But observing the operation of the Origin Dao doesn't strictly require entry. By comprehending the legacy Daos created by time beings in a dimensional space, indirect observation can also be achieved. But this method is inefficient and is only applicable to Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding. Other time beings cannot achieve this. And time sand? It is a universal currency among time beings. Observing future timelines requires a significant mental effort from time beings. Time sand can compensate for this mental exhaustion, allowing time beings to view more extensive and deeper timelines. 100 Jin of time sand? The Master of Taishu was pained. The legacies of the 9 were of little concern after all, they didn't come at much cost. But 100 Jin of time sand was indeed quite the expenditure. I'm not asking for much. Lin Yuan said casually, looking at the Master of Taishu. If he were to ask exorbitantly, directly demanding 1,000 Jin or 10,000 Jin of time sand. It's estimated that the Master of Taishu would rather hide in the home dimension space than pay such a price. 100 Jin of time sand is just at a point the 9 time beings can muster without too much pain. It's not much. The Master of Taishu calmed himself. If the grievances and karma with Lin Yuan could be dispelled, the 9 time beings could continue exploring the vast dimensional gaps. 100 Jin of time sand? It's only a matter of time to earn it back. Thinking of this, the Master of Taishu flipped his right hand, and everything Lin Yuan wanted, the legacies and time sand, was presented. The karma between you and me is clear now. Lin Yuan glanced over and said, in strict terms, there wasn't much enmity between him and the 9 time beings of the Taishu dimension. Even if the Master of Taishu hadn't made amends, Lin Yuan wouldn't have specifically targeted them. But the Master of Taishu was not at ease, proactively offering compensation to Lin Yuan. These costs mainly bought the Master of Taishu some peace of mind. Beyond that, they held no specific significance. Then we'll take our leave first. The Master of Taishu immediately left the Milky Way dimension with 8 time beings. With the departure of the 9 time beings, including the Master of Taishu, many time beings watching from a distance also felt slightly uneasy. Having resolved the grievances with the Taishu dimension, would it be the Milky Way dimension's turn next? With Lin Yuan's strength occupying the entire Milky Way dimension, it's entirely justified. In this vast dimensional gap area, the only two second realm time beings each independently occupied numerous resource-rich lands. In the vast dimensional space, the strong are revered, and third realm lords directly claim vast territories, within which their will is the supreme law. Even time beings within top dimensional spaces dare not defy. Outside the Milky Way dimension, a gray aura quietly stopped, forming a figure in gray robes. It was the Gray Ancestor. "Since you're here, don't hide," the Gray Ancestor said calmly. Just as the words fell, an invisible aura condensed, also forming a figure. This figure smiled at the Gray Ancestor. "I've long heard of the Gray Ancestor's prestige. Meeting you today is a privilege." The figure was the Mother of the Screw Realm, one of the two second realm time beings in this dimensional gap area. A privilege? The Gray Ancestor was non-committal. For him, having just been defeated by Lin Yuan and losing the Heart of Heavenly River, which he had considered his possession, was certainly no privilege. "You came to see me just to say this?" The Gray Ancestor looked at the Mother of the Screw Realm. Although at the moment his gray world is collapsing, it doesn't mean he is completely defenseless. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape from Lin Yuan's grasp. "I want to know the intelligence on that one." The Mother of the Screw Realm said directly. The so-called "that ones" naturally refers to Lin Yuan. As someone who had fought against Lin Yuan, the Gray Ancestor must be extremely familiar with his methods. Faced with a completely unknown second realm time life form, the Mother of the Screw Realm also wanted to know the truth. "Why should I tell you?" The Gray Ancestor looked at the Mother of the Screw Realm. Regarding Lin Yuan's methods, he also paid a great price to know them. Not to mention that Heart of Heavenly River, at least actively shattering the gray world, is enough for him to slowly recover. "I will trade with 10 pounds of time sand," the Mother of the Screw Realm stated. A time life form able to cultivate to the 13th step generally wouldn't engage in actions that yield no profit. The Mother of the Screw Realm didn't plan to freeload but is willing to pay a price. 10 pounds of time sand? The Gray Ancestor pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Deal." 10 pounds of time sand in exchange for information about an unknown second realm time life form could be considered as premium. It's just that Lin Yuan appeared nearby, and the Mother of the Screw Realm was eager to learn and didn't want to haggle back and forth with the Gray Ancestor, willing to overpays. If it were a second realm time life form in a distant region, 1 or 2 pounds of time sand would be enough to exchange for all intelligence information. Here is the time sand. The Mother of the Screw Realm took out 10 pounds of time sand, looking at the Gray Ancestor. The Gray Ancestor kept the time sand, then solemnly said, "The physical body of that existence is unbelievably powerful, perhaps nearing the limits of the second realm, containing infinite worlds. Whether it's offense, suppression, or defense, there are no flaws or weaknesses." No flaws or weaknesses? The Mother of the Screw Realm looked solemn. Even time life forms specializing in corporeal strength in the second realm have differences in strength, but does Lin Yuan's physique have no weaknesses? "And throughout, I never saw him use the chaotic origin Dao," the Gray Ancestor said. The chaotic origin Dao being one of the most powerful methods of second realm time life forms. In the Gray Ancestor's view, Lin Yuan didn't even use his chaotic origin Dao, clearly holding back, unwilling to fight to the death with him. This was also why the Gray Ancestor ultimately chose to actively shatter his gray world. He truly didn't want to continue entangling with Lin Yuan. If he really angered Lin Yuan, forcing him to activate the chaotic origin Dao, it wouldn't be as simple and easy as shattering the gray world to escape unscathed. Not using the chaotic origin Dao? The Mother of the Screw Realm felt a jolt, even though she had also watched the battle between the Gray Ancestor and Lin Yuan. But lacking certain details, she hadn't anticipated that throughout, Lin Yuan hadn't used the chaotic origin Dao. "Finally, I could feel that the existence likely could have kept me there completely, but chose not to." The Gray Ancestor thought for a moment, and in light of the 10 pounds of time sand just obtained, shared some of his opinions. Even though he couldn't directly see Lin Yuan's future timeline, he could indirectly see parts related to Lin Yuan by viewing his own future timeline. For instance, toward the final phase of the fight with Lin Yuan, he foresaw his escape in the future timeline. Though it was a hurried look without in-depth study, most of the timelines depicted him not escaping. In other words, Lin Yuan had the potential to keep him completely. The reason he didn't do so could be due to a good mood, or perhaps he didn't want to spend time suppressing him further. Regardless, at that time, the Gray Ancestor dared not stay in Lin Yuan's presence any longer. "I understand." The Mother of the Screw Realm nodded. She felt that the intelligence on Lin Yuan obtained in exchange for 10 pounds of time sand was worth it. "Then I shall take my leave." The Gray Ancestor's figure disappeared from his place. The Mother of the Screw Realm watched the Gray Ancestor leave, her expression deep in thought. With a physique nearing the second realm limits, without any weaknesses, and capable of suppressing a second realm like the Gray Ancestor without using the chaotic origin Dao, the Mother of the Screw Realm was filled with thoughts and silently rejoiced. She was glad she didn't take the opportunity to scavenge. Chapter 1387, 8. Exploration, Chapter 13, AB7, Chapter 8, Exploration, the Milky Way flows endlessly, with no beginning or end. In the Tianhe dimension, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, observing the operation of the dimensional origin Dao with the help of the heart of the heavenly river. Compared to the stable chaos void dimension, the Tianhe dimension was more inclusive. It didn't even reject foreign time life forms. While there were other factors, it was also related to the Tianhe dimension itself. The inclusiveness of this dimension far exceeded that of the chaos void dimension. The Milky Way embraces all. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. Within his internal universe, a mighty Milky Way gradually took shape. This was Lin Yuan's realization of the Tianhe dimension, manifested within his internal universe. Now, Lin Yuan's internal universe could no longer be described as a universe. It was more like a dimensional space, vast and boundless. The secret technique Milky Ways one cultivated back then originated from this Tianhe dimension, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The secret technique Milky Way was a reward from the 9th layer Black Tower in the Demon Jade space, but its true origin was a slight realization of the Milky Way by the Chaos Void Time life form Zhu Yin. These realizations spread and were eventually collected by the Moyu Tower Master, who summarized them before placing them in the 9th layer Black Tower. It seems I have some fate with this Tianhe dimension. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Milky Way secret technique he once cultivated was naturally far from the actual Tianhe dimension, but it was one of the derivative secret techniques of the latter. Have they all left? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking into the distance. At this moment, one by one, the time life forms began to leave, voluntarily vacating this dimensional space. After smoothly retrieving the heart of the heavenly river, causing the 9 time life forms of the Taishu dimension to pay the price, Lin Yuan announced externally that he would take over this Tianhe dimension. Any second realm time life form was the overlord of a dimensional gap area, so monopolizing the Tianhe dimension was entirely reasonable. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't voluntarily give up benefits within his grasp. Whether inside or outside the dimensional space, strength was respected. With powerful strength, one could occupy numerous resources and benefits, whereas those with weak strength would be exploited and suppressed. And Lin Yuan's strength was far beyond that of ordinary second realm time life forms. In the battle with Grey Ancestor, although Lin Yuan did not keep the opponent, it was clear to the discerning that in the clash between the two second realms, Lin Yuan held the advantage, leading the Grey Ancestor to retreat and leave without hesitation. Evidently, Lin Yuan's strength was above Grey Ancestor, above ordinary second realm. In this case, the time life forms who originally divided the Tianhe dimension could hardly have any other ideas. After receiving the clear indication that Lin Yuan was taking over the Tianhe dimension, they retreated without hesitation. If they didn't retreat, were they waiting for Lin Yuan to sweep them out? That way, even basic dignity would be lost. For time life forms, the Tianhe dimension was precious. But it wasn't indispensable. The vast dimensional gaps didn't contain just one Tianhe dimension. Not only did they leave gladly, but they also gave me the heart of the heavenly river. Lin Yuan thought to himself, remembering how before the time life forms left, they voluntarily gave him the heart of the heavenly river they had gained in the past. It was a way to express their attitude. The regularly nurtured heart of the heavenly river was far inferior to the one Lin Yuan had just obtained. It was merely a 13th level first realm wonder. The main use was to directly observe the operation of the Tianhe dimensional origin Dao with its help. As for refining it, it only had some effect on the physical body of water-based time life forms. It could slightly refine some physique. Its practical significance wasn't great. If it left the Tianhe dimension, the heart of the heavenly river wouldn't even compare to a first-realm wonder. In this case, those time life forms naturally knew what to do. Giving it to Lin Yuan and forming a good relationship with this second-realm time life form was the best choice. Galaxy. Galaxy. At this time, Lord Mo Shu and other time life forms appeared, calling out to Lin Yuan. How is it? How are those hearts of the heavenly river serving you? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. He took out a few additional hearts of the heavenly river, handing them to Lord Mo Shu and the others. Ordinary hearts of the heavenly river essentially had no refining effect on Lin Yuan's physical body. Might as well leave them for Lord Mo Shu to observe the operation of the Tianhe dimensional origin Dao. After all, the operation of the Tianhe dimensional origin Dao was there. It wouldn't decrease because another life form was watching. Without affecting himself, Lin Yuan was still willing to help friends he had a good relationship with. Very good. Lord Mo Shu and other time life forms immediately responded. At the same time, a look of shame appeared on their faces. Initially, they planned to snatch this heart of the heavenly river as a gift for Lin Yuan becoming a time life form. But instead, they received hearts of the heavenly river from Lin Yuan. Even this Tianhe dimension became part of the Chaos Void territory. It should be known that Lord Mo Shu and 7 time life forms went through countless battles and bloodshed to gain a foothold in the Tianhe dimension. But it ultimately couldn't compare to a single sentence from Lin Yuan. The Tianhe dimension will be under my control from now on. It was like an edict. Just this one sentence made those time life forms, which gave Lord Mo Shu endless headaches, retreated obediently. This made Lord Mo Shu and other time life forms feel like they were dreaming. Especially Luoho, a mere newly promoted time lifeform, could actually directly enjoy the opportunity to observe the operation of the Tianhe dimensional origin Dao. If it was in the past, such a thing would never happen. After a few more exchanges, Lord Mo Shu and other time lifeforms left, continuing to comprehend and observe the operation of the Tianhe dimensional origin Dao. Chapter 1388, 8. Exploration, Chapter 1388, Chapter 8. Exploration. Lin Yuan also prepared to begin his contemplation. At this moment, a phantom figure condensed. He appeared as a child, dressed in luxurious black clothes, with two curved horns on his forehead, smiling at Lin Yuan. What a special chaotic origin Dao. Lin Yuan immediately noticed him and confirmed that this child in black appeared before him silently, relying on his own chaotic origin Dao. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The child in black immediately explained, My name is Wan Chengkong. Lin Yuan looked at him, his heart suddenly understood. Before he appeared, this dimensional rift area had many first realm time entities. As for second realm time entities, there were only two. One was the mother of the screw realm, the other was Wan Chengkong. These two second realm time entities had a significant influence and formidable power. The child in black before him should be one of these two second realm time entities. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. His clash with Grey Ancestor was not subtle, and presumably it had long attracted the attention of the two second realm time entities. And the fact that the other waited until he had completely resolved the many affairs of the Milky Way dimension before revealing himself was likely to avoid arousing Lin Yuan's vigilance. I am Galaxy, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The child in black was just an incarnation, not threatening in any way. Galaxy. The child in black, Wan Chengkong, nodded. He hadn't heard this name before, and trying to use this name as a medium to view past timelines resulted in a blur. Since Galaxy, you have taken over this Milky Way dimension, I assume you plan to stay here permanently. The child in black smiled and said, This is a gift. The child in black flipped his right hand, and a pile of time sand appeared in front of Lin Yuan. 100 jins of time sand? Lin Yuan was shocked, as even for second realm time entities, 100 jins of time sand was not a trivial amount. For first realm time entities, 100 jins of time sand was a sky-high price. Only by gathering together could the 9 time entities of the void dimension barely muster such an amount. What is 100 jins of time sand to someone of your strength, Galaxy? The child in black shook his head and said, Thank you. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and accepted the 100 jins of time sand. If the other had given thousands of jins directly, Lin Yuan would have considered it carefully, worried about getting involved in a significant cause and effect. But 100 jins of time sand? In the eyes of second realm time entities, it was just a considerable amount, nothing more, easily given. This interstitial region has always been me and the Screw Realm's lunatic, and now with Galaxy, it's considered a good thing, the child in black said. Lunatic? Lin Yuan looked at the child in black. The mother of the Screw Realm had a notoriously poor reputation, extremely crazy and extreme. But the name of the child in black, Wan Chengkong, wasn't much better, extremely overbearing. Alright, let's not talk about unnecessary things. The child in black, Wan Chengkong, smiled and said, Presumably, Galaxy, you have reached a profound level in blocking your own timeline, and I wonder if you are interested in joining forces with me to explore a certain special dimensional space. That special dimensional space has not yet been discovered by other time entities, but it's challenging to explore deeply on my own. With Galaxy here, it might work. The child in black, Wan Chengkong, extended an invitation. Explore special dimensional space? Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation and finally shook his head, saying, Maybe later. The child in black specifically mentioned the matter of blocking timelines, presumably related to exploring that special dimensional space would involve one's own timeline. Lin Yuan knew his own circumstances, and his timeline blocking was reliant on Lord status. It was not due to his own power. Maybe later, the child in black, Wan Chengkong, looked slightly surprised. Normally, time entities are very eager to explore special dimensional spaces. Even for second realm time entities, it is the same, a special dimensional space containing the operation of major Dao rules. It offers the hope of further advancement for time entities. Especially when Wan Chengkong mentioned that special dimension space, which no other time life had discovered, its value is likely immeasurable. Alright then. The child in black, Wan Chengkong, nodded with a slightly emotional tone. For us second realm time lives, wanting to step into the third realm and become a lord is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only by leveraging the impact of some special dimensional spaces do we have hope. In that case, I won't disturb Brother Galaxy anymore. The child in black, Wan Chengkong, looked at Lin Yuan. Whenever Brother Galaxy is interested, you can find me anytime. With that, the figure of the child in black, Wan Chengkong, disappeared. Special dimensional space? Lin Yuan contemplated, while beginning to observe along the timeline. When the child in black mentioned special dimensional space, even without explicitly stating it, Lin Yuan formed a slight causal link with it. Thus, he could observe along the timeline. It truly is a special dimensional space. Lin Yuan viewed the future timeline, scenes flashing by. Among many future timelines, if he agreed with the child in black to explore that dimensional space, he would be caught in a stalemate, engaging in a long-term confrontation with the consciousness of that dimensional space. Too inefficient. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He directly rejected the child in black's invitation in his mind. Perhaps for other second realm time lives, that special dimension space holds tremendous value. Even after enduring long years of stalemate, as long as one could successfully delve deeper into that dimensional space, it would be a great gain. But for Lin Yuan, it would be a loss rather than a gain. He still had over 30 source worlds waiting for him to explore, each with unknown value exceeding that of the dimensional space. Moreover, in exploring the source worlds, Lin Yuan is fully integrated into the exploration without needing to oppose the world consciousness, making the efficiency countless times higher. Myriad Realms Gate. The higher his level, the more Lin Yuan sensed the terrifying aspects of the Myriad Realms Gate, a method of traversing that completely disregards the resistance of dimensional space consciousness, essentially paving a direct path to the level of Third Realm Lords. Even for Third Realm Time Lords who might disregard ordinary dimensional spaces, source worlds are different. Lords like the Lord of Heaven Light, for the sake of integrating into a second source world, did not hesitate to pay a severe price. My cultivation path, I just need to take it slowly. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. He doesn't need to be like those time lives, exploring vast dimensional gaps everywhere, searching for various dimensional spaces. He just needs to proceed methodically, exploring those 33 source worlds one by one, not long after Wan Chengkong left. The mother of the Screw Realm also visited Lin Yuan in person, presenting a gift of 500 caddies of time sand. This made Lin Yuan quite amazed. 500 caddies of time sand? Even for a second realm time wife, taking out such a large amount of time sand, their heart would likely be bleeding. Was it from the intelligence about me obtained from the Grey Ancestor? Lin Yuan reached this conclusion by observing the timeline. It's said that the mother of the Screw Realm is crazy and extreme, but now it seems there are many discrepancies. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. The so-called extreme behavior, craziness, and dominance vary from person to person. When facing the weak, or those who are powerless against them, it's natural to act unscrupulously. But when facing Lin Yuan, since Lin Yuan could suppress the Grey Ancestor, it's possible to suppress the mother of the Screw Realm and Wan Chengkong. I didn't expect that just after becoming a time life, the time sand in my hands is nearly 1,000 caddies. Lin Yuan took stock of his wealth, feeling content. The 100 caddies of time sand offered by the Taishu dimension, the 100 caddies of time sand given by Wan Chengkong, plus the 500 caddies of time sand from the mother of the Screw Realm. Altogether, it's 700 caddies of time sand. It has to be noted, an experienced first realm time life like Lord Mo Shu, even after many years of accumulation, probably doesn't have 700 caddies of time sand. Strength, it's all about strength. Lin Yuan thought to himself that he had done nothing and got 700 caddies of time sand, all thanks to his strength. As long as the strength is formidable enough, resources will present themselves voluntarily. Next, the focus of cultivation is exploring the third source world. Lin Yuan recognized his advantage and understood the assistance the source world provides for his cultivation. With this thought, Lin Yuan's consciousness quickly returned to his true self within the third source world. He had already been in the third source world for some time. Lin Yuan had already gained a significant understanding of this world and had adapted to the identity he assumed upon arrival. Chapter 1389, 9, The Great Emperor's Twilight Years. Chapter 1389, Chapter 9, The Great Emperor's Twilight Years, The Third Origin World. Within a palace of astonishing phenomena, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. This origin world, Lin Yuan's face was contemplative, as numerous pieces of information flashed through his mind. This world is boundless, known as the Great Wilderness Origin World, containing countless terrifying races, and the vessel Lin Yuan descended into belongs to the human race. Moreover, he is the only limit-transcending figure of the human race in this era, Emperor Tianyuan. Great Emperor is a title, not a specific realm. Anyone who can stand at the pinnacle of the Great Wilderness Origin World can be called a Great Emperor, or Celestial Emperor, Supreme. The fact that Lin Yuan could become the universally recognized Great Emperor in this era clearly indicates his undeniable strength. Even if his power wasn't the strongest, it surely ranked among the strongest. But it is regrettable that Lin Yuan is not appearing as a Great Emperor at the peak of his era. Instead, he is an aged Great Emperor. An aged Great Emperor whose vitality has dwindled, with a lifespan limited. In fact, Emperor Tianyuan had already exhausted his lifespan and sat down for eternity. If not, he wouldn't have been taken as Lin Yuan's vessel upon his descent. The traversal descent via the Myriad Realms Gate can only choose life forms that are about to die or already dead. Lin Yuan's ability to descend signifies that the original Emperor Tianyuan was already dead. The rules of this origin world are indeed peculiar. To think there exists the shackle of lifespan limit. Lin Yuan exhaled gently, carefully adjusting the qi and blood within his body. If the strength of the Great Emperor is converted into the Chaos Void's realm, it's equivalent to the 12 layers perfect. In terms of combat power, the Great Emperor surpasses the invincible Great Saints far, nearly reaching the level of that Abyss Dragon in the first Origin world. However, such a mighty being isn't with unlimited lifespan. At most, they can live for over 1,000,000 years. If one can consume an immortal elixir, they can live through a second life, totaling 2 to 3 million years. By further breaking one's own shackle, one could live through the fourth life, fifth life of course. The original self of Lin Yuan, namely Emperor Tianyuan, was quite mediocre among the emperors of different eras. With the immortal elixir acquired in the past, he lived through the second life, but he never managed to break his own shackles to live through the third life. The vitality of the flesh and blood is finally stabilized. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. When he first descended, he could barely sense the fluctuation of vitality within the flesh. Emperor Tianyuan, in an effort to live longer, nearly exhausted the foundation of his vitality. Once he sat down, it would be a complete demise, leaving nothing behind. Only Lin Yuan managed to forcibly suspend a breath and smoothly recondense the fundamental vitality. Thus, he survived. Having overcome the first step, the rest will be easier. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. Before the descent to the third Origin world, Lin Yuan had the option of choosing numerous vessels. In the end, he chose Emperor Tianyuan because this provided the highest starting point, allowing him to recover to his peak strength at the fastest pace. Moreover, Emperor Tianyuan's physique was special, and Lin Yuan, by observing the future timeline, found some faint clues. Even Emperor Tianyuan himself didn't know his true physique. The only downside was the issue of the exhausted lifespan. But for Lin Yuan, the problem wasn't significant. This Origin world is too peculiar. Lin Yuan looked around at the surroundings. The rules of the Great Dao manifested visibly in his vision. In the Chaos Void, for the previous 2 Origin worlds, it's absolutely an inconceivable event. No wonder, within just 100,000 years, one could step into the realm of Great Emperor. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In this era, the Great Emperor, aside from the combat power, the realm alone is equivalent to 12 layers perfect, whereas in the Chaos Void, achieving 12 layers perfect would take at least cosmic eras. But in this world? For a normal Great Emperor to become a limit-transcending figure, it takes at most 100,000 years. Certain extraordinarily gifted Great Emperors stepped into the realm within merely tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years to reach 12 layers perfect? This is nearly catching up to Lin Yuan. The manifestation of the world's rules of the Great Dao in the cultivation environment is the only way to give birth to numerous Great Emperors. Furthermore, the operation of the Origin Dao, Lin Yuan, sensed every subtle fluctuation within the world's heavens and earth. His eyes glowed. The operation of the Origin Dao in this Origin world is distinct from the previous 2 and even from that dimension gap area in the Chaos Void, like a chasm. The impact on Lin Yuan is unprecedented. Perfect Essence. The perfect essence in this Origin world surpasses the second Origin world greatly. Lord of Heaven Light paid a huge price to merge into the second Origin world due to its so-called perfect essence. And presently, the perfect essence contained within the third Origin world is much higher than the second. The perfect essence is related to the 14 layers, naturally the more the better, choosing Emperor Tianyuan as the vessel for descent. The advantage is a high starting point, directly as the Great Emperor of the era, able to access resources and treasures far beyond other choices of vessel. As for the disadvantages, the primary issue is the lifespan limit. In truth, this is inevitable. Without the lifespan limit, Emperor Tianyuan wouldn't have died, and Lin Yuan wouldn't have the opportunity to descend and take control. Moreover, Lin Yuan has already overcome this disadvantage. With Lin Yuan's methods, once he surpasses the initial stage of descent, he would essentially be free from the shackles of the lifespan limit. The so-called lifespan limit is targeted at life forms below the 13 layers. Under the rules of this world, life souls below the 13 layers will decay. But Lin Yuan, in essence, is a 13 layers time life, with his mind and will residing in Emperor Tianyuan. Even though his strength hasn't recovered to 13 layers, there is no so-called lifespan limit. Chapter 1390, 9, The Great Emperor's Twilight Years. Chapter 1390, Chapter 9, The Great Emperor's Twilight Years, because Lin Yuan's mental will would never decay. Secondly, a series of hidden dangers brought by Lin Yuan's identity as a great emperor of the current age. Being able to become an emperor of the human race, even if ordinary, one has emerged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the past, Emperor Tianyuan had killed countless foreign geniuses, including direct descendants of those heavenly emperor supremes. At Emperor Tianyuan's peak, these alien races naturally could only endure, even if there were many foundations within the clans, including former heavenly emperor supremes who have self-inflicted a slash. They were unwilling to engage in a bloody fight with a peak great emperor. Besides the alien races, there were also many Forbidden Zone masters eyeing Emperor Tianyuan covetously. The origin source of a contemporary great emperor is enough to nourish the gradually twisted mental will of these Forbidden Zone masters. In this world, The power of the human race is weak, extremely insignificant among the myriad clans. Before the rise of Emperor Tianyuan, the human race had never birthed a strong man at the emperor level, thought Lin Yuan. So after Emperor Tianyuan became the ultimate, the human race experienced rapid expansion. Facing the human race, with Emperor Tianyuan holding ground, other alien races could only retreat. Unfortunately, Emperor Tianyuan did not cultivate the next great emperor for the human race. It is foreseeable that once Emperor Tianyuan falls, the human race will face purging backlash from other alien races. Lin Yuan, taking over Emperor Tianyuan, possesses all the memories of this contemporary great emperor. Clearly, Emperor Tianyuan also made many preparations for after his fall. For example, as early as 100,000 years ago, he began to make the human race shrink its power. Now the power occupied by the human race is less than 1,000th of the peak period a million years ago. Moreover, Emperor Tianyuan also tried to self-inflict a slash, like those heavenly emperor supremes who barely clung on. But to self-inflict a slash requires going to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, soaking in the Yellow Springs for 10,000 years. Only in this way can the lifespan be extended, with the cost being the transformation into a Yellow Springs body, and from then on forever unable to advance further. However, when Emperor Tianyuan was young, he had killed several offspring of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone master, thus forming a deadly feud between the two. Alone, heading to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, Emperor Tianyuan was unwilling and eventually gave up this method. In fact, through the ages, not many great heavenly emperor supremes are willing to self-inflict a slash. The cost of soaking in the Yellow Springs is far more than just being unable to advance further. Emperor Tianyuan made many preparations for the human race, wanting it to continue as much as possible after his death. However, Lin Yuan observed the future timeline and knew that after Emperor Tianyuan's death, the human race would be wiped out by those powerful alien races. Strong alien races do not want to see another great emperor emerge for the human race in the future, so to ensure foolproof, they directly joined forces and annihilated the human race. And Emperor Tianyuan himself? The emperor's body was divided among those Forbidden Zone masters. This was Emperor Tianyuan's final outcome. Of course, this was the conclusion before Lin Yuan arrived. After Lin Yuan's arrival, all outcomes naturally got rewritten. The current urgent matter is to quickly restore full strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this Feng Yuan world, the Great Emperor is the pinnacle of strength. Above the Great Emperor, there is the Red Dust Immortal. Only the Red Dust Immortal can break the limit of lifespan and live freely, and the Red Dust Immortal corresponds to the 13th ranked time life. The Red Dust Immortal, though named Red Dust, is not within the Red Dust, but resides at a higher level of the Great Wilderness Origin world. The Red Dust Immortal is also the ultimate pursuit of all past Great Emperors, Heavenly Emperors, and Supremes. However, to become a Red Dust Immortal, one must not only break through the time cycle but also gather enough immortal material. Using immortal material to nurture the physical body, soul, and mental spirit, gradually transforming to the level of Red Dust Immortal. Past Great Emperors have all tried condensing immortal material. However, even with the power of a great emperor, it takes tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to gather enough immortal material. That means at least a great emperor who has lived through 7 or 8 generations can gather enough immortal material to face the test of time cycles. Lin Yuan's mental will is already at the level of time life, with no need to go through another time cycle, thus only needs to condense a sufficient amount of immortal material to return to peak strength. Immortal material? Lin Yuan carefully felt, immediately discovering some thin auras permeating between heaven and earth, containing the aura of immortality and eternity. These are the so-called immortal material. Ordinary great emperors need tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to condense enough immortal material, but I don't need that long. Lin Yuan thought to himself, he is not a great emperor. His true realm is at the level of a time life equivalent to Red Dust Immortal. The speed of condensing immortal material is unknown how many times that of those great emperors, Yu clan. The Great Wilderness Origin world's 9 most powerful clans. The Yu clan is one of them, and ranks at least in the top 3 of the terrifying clans. In the history of the Yu clan, 10 heavenly emperors were born, and from time to time they would overlook the Great Wilderness Origin world. At this time, in the deepest part of the Yu clan's ancestral land, a pair of eyes resembling those who had been asleep for countless eons opened, with a cold gaze, looking towards the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. Subsequently, another pair of eyes opened, also looking towards the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. The Tianyuan Emperor Palace is the residence of the current Great Emperor, Emperor Tianyuan, and the core place of the newly elevated one of the 9 major clans, the human race. Tianyuan should also die of old age, right? With Tianyuan's core accumulation, he certainly cannot break his own shackles and live out a third life. Several Yu clan heavenly emperors who had self-inflicted a slash discussed among themselves, speculating the current state of Emperor Tianyuan. Wait a little longer, and then we will revive, break into the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, and divide the Emperor's body. One of the Yu clan heavenly emperors whispered, having once been great emperors heavenly emperors overlooking the great wilderness origin world, but now, due to long slumber and the impact of the Yellow Spring's body on themselves, they crave to devour the emperor's physical body. Right, Tianyuan is just there, he can't go anywhere. Other Yu clan heavenly emperors nodded. They are not willing to face Emperor Tianyuan, who still has a breath left, due to their strength not matching a true great emperor after self-inflicting a slash. Forbidden Zone Yellow Springs. Simultaneously, pairs of eyes opened, carefully observing the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. Tianyuan has not come until now, presumably because he does not trust us, does not trust Yellow Springs. Fine, although this makes it a bit troublesome, the origin source of the contemporary Great Emperor is more than enough to greatly nourish our nearly depleted spirit, enough for us to personally take action once. Existences within the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone were quick to exchange if Emperor Tianyuan had done as they said, obediently coming to the Forbidden Zone, then being suppressed, and having his origin source absorbed and devoured. It would be the best result. But obviously, Emperor Tianyuan had doubts. He would rather die of old age than come, which the existences in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone found troublesome. But it was only troublesome. At worst, further revival, with the nourishment of a contemporary Great Emperor's origin source, was enough to cover their revival costs. Those focusing on Emperor Tianyuan are far more than just the Yu clan and the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone. Many special and taboo existences are observing the state of Emperor Tianyuan, to be able to divide the contemporary Great Emperor Tianyuan at the first moment possible. It should be known that even if a contemporary great emperor is at the limit of lifespan, the physical body is still at its peak. It is the mental will that is exhausted. Compared to those who have self-inflicted a slash and endured long eras, contemporary great emperors in the eyes of those taboo existences are an incomparable delicacy within the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. Lin Yuan is attempting to condense immortal material. Strands of aura were stripped from heaven and earth, almost materializing as they converged before Lin Yuan. If there were any other heavenly emperor supremes present, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded, as even they, to condense immortal material, can only rely on the accumulation over long eras. As for the scene where immortal material gathers as if solidified, every breath's worth of gathered immortal material perhaps equates to several hundred years to 1,000 years of an ordinary great emperor's achievement. It's done. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the immortal material already thoroughly formed in front of him, a peculiar expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1391, 10, Tianyuan, come out and face your death. Chapter 1391, Chapter 10, Tianyuan, come out and face your death. Undying substance, also known as longevity substance, is a special material that emperor-level experts in this Fangyuan world crave intensely. Not only can it allow one's own transformation to the extreme, but more importantly, it can also extend lifespan. It is said that in the distant past, the undying substance was extremely abundant in the world, giving birth to one supreme emperor after another. These emperors absorbed a large amount of undying substance, extending their lifespan far beyond 1,000,000 years, with combat power so strong that it could nearly shake the Red Dust Immortals. Within the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing with astonishment at the strand of undying substance in front of him, seemingly tangible. Condensing this strand of undying substance took Lin Yuan more than a day's effort, yet it surpassed the amount of undying substance accumulated by Emperor Tianyuan over 2,000,000 years. Throughout the generations, the undying substance condensed by past emperors might not even compare to the current strand. In Lin Yuan's view, this strand of undying substance before him was composed of countless microscopic particles. Each particle was interwoven with 33 basic units, forming a stable shape. Numerous such microscopic particles combined to form this strand of undying substance. Amazing. Lin Yuan exclaimed with awe that this strand of undying substance had profoundly impacted him. The 33 basic units interweaving to form an extremely stable balance. Absorbing the undying substance will cause the fundamental composition of one's body and soul to transform into this particle form, becoming much stronger than the original physique. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Simultaneously, many pieces of information flashed through his mind. In the distant past, when the undying substance was extremely abundant, it gave birth to supreme emperors capable of shaking the Red Dust Immortals. Red Dust Immortals marked against the 13th tier of time life, supreme emperors still at the 12th tier level, 12th tier shaking the 13th tier. Lin Yuan couldn't fathom, except for himself, how other life forms were able to accomplish this feat. Yet in this Fangyuan world, Lin Yuan saw the possibility. That is the undying substance. As long as one absorbs enough undying substance, even if still at the 12th tier, the body and soul will transform towards the time life form. Finally, as long as one's acquired Dao or legacy reaches the threshold, a scene indeed could appear where supreme emperors shake the Red Dust Immortals. This Fangyuan world, Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, realizing where the greatest value of this Feng Yuan world lay for him: undying substance. The essence of this special material is incredibly high, and it has almost no hidden dangers or side effects on life's transformation. Even without navigating time cycles, absorbing enough undying material, one could forcibly uplift one's body and soul to approach the time-life's domain, laying the foundation for body and soul with this undying substance, then restoring to 13th tier strength. What level will my prowess reach? Lin Yuan was full of vigor. By then, with a perfect and flawless physique, as long as he comprehends the Chaos Taiji Origin Dao, he could step into the 13th tier second realm. A 13th tier second realm, Lin Yuan, relying on his numerous foundations, in addition to the fundamental particle form transformed by undying material, likely could grapple with an ordinary Time Lord. Continue. Lin Yuan calmed his thoughts, dividing half his mind to continue condensing the undying substance between heaven and earth. As for the remaining half of his mind, he began refining the newly condensed undying substance. BZ. As the undying substance merged, Lin Yuan immediately felt that his fundamental particle form was beginning to change, from the simplest single particle form to the 33 basic unit form. 33 basic units forming a particle, the stability of such a particle far surpassed the previous one. First, I will explore the path after refining the undying substance with this body. If indeed there are no hidden dangers, I will replicate it on the other three true forms. Lin Yuan felt the surge of energy within his body and rapidly pondered in his mind. The so-called change of the undying substance on the most basic particles of the body and soul equates to a forcible guidance. As long as Lin Yuan comprehends the principle, even without the undying substance forcibly guiding, he can replicate it on other true forms. Time passed. In a blink, 10 years had gone by. Lin Yuan remained sitting cross-legged in the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, hardly different from 10 years ago. Yet fundamentally, Lin Yuan had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. Over the decade of continuously condensing strands of undying substance, under the baptism of a large amount of undying substance, 1/10 of Lin Yuan's body physique and soul had completely transformed into the form of undying substance. What's my current strength? Lin Yuan slowly stood up, pacing casually within the Emperor Palace. It was the first time in a decade that Lin Yuan actively got up. I feel, with merely transforming 1/10 of my body physique, my combat power was squeezed into the level of time life, stronger than the supreme emperors in the legends. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The same process of refining undying substance, those emperors refined it in an extremely simplistic way. Even the strongest supreme emperors only roughly refined the undying substance. But Lin Yuan? As a life of time, he naturally knew how to refine it properly. Past emperors merely refined a little here and there, yet Lin Yuan refined from the foundation bit by bit. Therefore, even by transforming just 1/10 of his body physique, he had already surpassed the supreme emperors. In truth, now I am no different from the so-called red dust immortals, Lin Yuan pondered to himself. With body, physique, and soul all stepping into the 13th tier level, his mind and will also being those of a life of time, able to freely view future timelines. Chapter 1392, 10, Tian Yuan, still not coming out to meet your death? Chapter 1392, Chapter 10, Tian Yuan, still not coming out to meet your death? As for the time loop is a test under the operation of the supreme rules. You only need to pass through it once, regardless of where you are in the world. There is no need to do it again. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Yuan felt the tiny changes within his body. The transformation of undead matter on his physical form was not yet 90% complete. Moreover, the opening of the infinite constant sand particle world within Lin Yuan is also limited to the particle region that has completed the transformation. Boom. As Lin Yuan slightly released his breath, it caused the surrounding time and space to collapse. The power of endless ages flowed, even forcing the origin rule of this Fang Yuan world to retreat. Next, I'll continue to condense the undead matter and, by the way, retrain my martial arts evolution road. Lin Yuan planned his next steps. At his current level, the so-called retraining of the martial arts evolution road is merely a matter of making up his mind, with no period of weakness. And retraining the martial arts evolution road, besides being more suitable for himself, is more importantly because Lin Yuan wants to see which divine skill will awaken in this body. Before descending to this Feng Yuan world, Lin Yuan watched many future timelines and eventually chose Emperor Tian Yuan as his vessel for arrival. Aside from the fact that Emperor Tian Yuan had the highest starting point, it was also because he possessed a special constitution. The physical body divine ability cultivated by this constitution would certainly surprise Lin Yuan. As for what kind of surprise specifically, in future timelines there are hundreds of possibilities for the divine skill he will eventually cultivate. This is just from the future timelines that Lin Yuan can see. There could be more possibilities in the ones he hasn't seen. In most possibilities, the eventually cultivated physical body divine ability is quite good and can significantly aid Lin Yuan at his current stage. This weapon? Lin Yuan flipped his right hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. This mirror is called the Tianyuan mirror, an emperor weapon forged with the heart's blood of Emperor Tianyuan. When fully revived, it will unleash combat power at the threshold of the Great Emperor level. Generations of Great Emperors generally forge their own Emperor weapons. Firstly, because Emperor weapons can enhance one's combat power. Secondly, even if they fall and pass, the Emperor weapon can be left for descendants to protect the forces they leave behind. Looking at this mirror, Lin Yuan thought of his own life weapon, the Origin Clock. It hasn't been of much use, and regardless of how much Lin Yuan nurtures it, the growth speed of the Origin Clock cannot match the speed of Lin Yuan's power increase. If time allows, let's enhance the Origin Clock to the 13th tier. Lin Yuan thought to himself, considering his strength and methods, the strongest defensive means is with his fists and feet. As for weapons, the strongest weapon Lin Yuan has is himself, but he has to admit that a weapon suitable for himself can indeed enhance combat power and survival methods. Especially Lin Yuan's life weapon, the Origin Clock, which specializes in defense. If it can be enhanced to the 13th tier, it might also be of some use, inside the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. Besides Lin Yuan, the current Great Emperor, there were some followers guarding here as well. Emperor Tianyuan, knowing his lifespan was running out, dismissed most of his subordinates. Yet some followers were unwilling to leave, wishing to be buried with the Great Emperor in this palace. Great Emperor, that's the aura of the Great Emperor. As Lin Yuan walked through the palace, many followers seemed to sense something, their expressions becoming extremely excited. They had not felt the Great Emperor's aura for hundreds of years. If no celestial phenomena arose, they would have thought Emperor Tianyuan had already perished. When a great emperor falls and passes, his own great Dao collapses, triggering a series of external reactions known as celestial anomalies. This is the criterion for determining whether a great emperor has perished. Many forbidden forces of the Great Wilderness origin world were also waiting for such celestial anomalies to divide the flesh and origin of Emperor Tianyuan. Great Emperor, has the Great Emperor lived a third life? A follower couldn't help but speculate. A third life? Other followers gently shook their heads, although they also hoped Emperor Tianyuan would live a third life. But they knew that for a great emperor to live another life, he would have to break the shackles of his own life. The scale of such an occurrence would not be small. Millions of years ago, when Emperor Tianyuan took the undead medicine and lived a second life, the ensuing shockwave was terrifying. Since Emperor Tianyuan retreated deep into the palace hundreds of years ago, no celestial anomalies have occurred. Although Emperor Tianyuan wasn't dead, it certainly wasn't related to living a third life. The followers didn't know that since Lin Yuan's arrival, the so-called lifespan limit had already been broken. In this origin world, for an emperor-level expert to achieve immortality, they must pass the test of the time loop in order to maintain eternal mental will. But Lin Yuan's mental will is inherently that of a time being, having long been capable of eternity, and upon taking over the flesh of Emperor Tianyuan, naturally would not be limited by lifespan. Great Emperor. A few followers couldn't help but show expressions of grief in their eyes. With several hundred years of closed-door cultivation without a trace of aura, this aura suddenly appearing at this time. This part of the followers speculated that Emperor Tianyuan might have already reached the end of his life, and this display of aura was merely a final radiance before passing. Yu Clan? Deep within the ancestral land, several lingering Yu Clan supremes were growing impatient. According to their calculations, Emperor Tianyuan's lifespan should have already ended 10 years ago, yet he persistently held on until now, without any signs of the Dao collapsing and, therefore, without celestial anomalies. This meant Emperor Tianyuan was still alive? That old Tianyuan geezer, could he truly live a third life? Impossible. If he could live a third life, he would have already done so. Why wait until now? Perhaps he's just lucky and endured 10 more years, but I doubt he'll hold out much longer. The Yu Clan Supremes quickly discussed. What should we do now? Continue waiting? The Yu Clan Supremes exchanged a glance. Since Emperor Tianyuan held out for 10 years, he might persist for another 10 or even 100 years. Continuing to wait indefinitely was no solution. Why don't we revive early and send off Tianyuan in his final moments, one of the Yu Clan Supremes suggested. They had all been immersed in the Yellow Springs, transforming their flesh into bodies of the Yellow Springs, needing to sleep most of the time. Remaining awake to wait for Emperor Tianyuan's fall, they could endure 10 or even 100 years. But several hundred or 1,000 years would be challenging. Enough. Even if Tianyuan is alive now, he must be near the end of his lifespan and can't manifest much power. If we act, there'll be no real danger. The oldest of the Yu Clan Supremes spoke slowly. Whether a great emperor or celestial emperor or supreme nearing the end of lifespan causes mental will to collapse and twist. Even if the physical body remains the same, it can't exert much combat power. Then, let us act now. The other Yu Clan Supremes said with icy, cruel tones. Harvesting the flesh of a dead great emperor clearly lacks the satisfaction of hunting an elder great emperor. Originally, they thought Emperor Tianyuan couldn't hold out for a few more years, so they were willing to wait. Yet now, it seemed he could withstand 10 years, stretching the patience of the Yu Clan Supremes. Let us act. The oldest Yu clan supreme nodded. The next moment, in the depths of the ancestral land of the Yu clan, several overwhelming auras extended, enveloping the position of the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. When a supreme acts, even one lingering beyond its time, the ensuing phenomena are extraordinary, immediately attracting the attention of many strong beings. One forbidden zone master after another watched from afar, refraining from acting immediately, intending to use the Yu clan supremes to gauge the true state of Emperor Tianyuan. If it was merely a bluff, they wouldn't be too late to take action. Outside the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, suddenly, the sky darkened, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. All the followers patrolling the palace felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Such supreme majesty, if not for the formation restrictions isolating them, they would have already knelt down. Even so, all the followers were filled with dread and unease. A supreme suddenly arriving now was definitely not good news. Tianyuan. At this moment, a low, chilling voice came, echoing in the ears of all the followers, cold and ruthless. Come out and meet your death. Chapter 1393:11. The Great Emperor sweeps the current era in his twilight years. Chapter 1393, Chapter 11. The Great Emperor sweeps the current era in his twilight years. The supreme emperors of the Yu clan arrived personally, making no effort to conceal their aura of ancient supreme rulers spreading, blocking the sun and the sky. At that moment, the numerous cultivators of the human race immediately sensed something, and their gazes turned towards the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. The supreme beings of the alien race have attacked the palace. These supreme beings of the alien race dared not show themselves during the peak period of our Emperor Tianyuan, and now that the great emperor is nearing the end of his life, they all come out one by one. Truly shameless indeed. Many human race cultivators looked grave and indignant, yet there was nothing they could do. Emperor Tianyuan had overlooked the Great Wilderness for over 2 million years, during which all major alien races were compliant. Even the legendary Forbidden Zones never caused any disturbances, unwilling to challenge the prosperous Emperor Tianyuan. Hopefully, the Great Emperor will be all right. This was the hope within the hearts of the human race cultivators. As early as 100,000 years ago, Emperor Tianyuan had already been preparing for this day. He had voluntarily relocated the human race strong practitioners around the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, dispersing them to various regions. Moreover, he issued orders that no matter what transpired in the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, no human race strong practitioner was allowed to approach. Emperor Tianyuan had foreseen that, in his twilight years, certain ancient supreme emperors would become restless. Yu clan. Within the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, a figure shot skyward, a white-haired old man whose expression was solemn as he gazed at the overlooking Yu clan supreme beings. Does your Yu clan intend to breach the alliance made with my human race? During the prime of Emperor Tianyuan, alliances had been forged with other powerful clan supremes to not attack each other. The Yu clan was naturally among them. An alliance? A supreme from the Yu clan sneered. What can you do if we breach the alliance? The so-called alliance was not without binding power, witnessed by the heavenly laws. Yet for those supreme emperors who once roamed the world, they could still bear the backlash from breaking the alliance. The white-haired old man's face turned ugly. He had not expected the Yu clan supreme to be so shameless, blatantly disregarding the alliance. Retreat now. Another Yu clan supreme looked coldly upon the white-haired old man. This human race cultivator was a quasi-emperor, capable of posing some trouble if he fought to the death against these supremes. Though it couldn't really be called trouble, as even if the Yu clan's several supremes self-severed once, their strength was still far above a so-called quasi-emperor. However, the former's vitality and spirit were nearly exhausted. Every bit of power used would be gone permanently, and the Yu clan supremes were unwilling to waste any effort on a quasi-emperor. Their target had always been solely the same, Emperor Tianyuan. Only by devouring this world's great emperor and absorbing the origin source could they continue to survive by a thin thread. If you want to make a move against the great emperor, you'll have to step over my corpse. The white-haired old man's gaze was resolute. He was old and frail, with no possibility of becoming an emperor, hence willing to guard the palace and be laid to rest with Emperor Tianyuan. In that case, die. The third supreme from the Yu clan frowned and took action decisively. Though they were reluctant to waste any power on a mere quasi-emperor, it didn't mean they could let him act recklessly before them. Rumble. An invisible aura covered the white-haired old man, with even the heavenly laws yielding to some extent. As a former sovereign supreme, even if he had self-severed, his power was immensely great, if not for the price of every strike and the need to spend most time in slumber. How could there be a birth of Emperor Tianyuan? I'm going all out. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, facing an ancient supreme emperor still left him with no chance of victory. But even in death he would take a bite out of his foe. At that moment, thump, a faint footstep resounded. From the depths of the palace, a figure emerged. The moment this figure appeared, the heavenly laws naturally fell silent. The Yu clan supreme strike was instantly dissipated. Great Emperor, the eyes of the white-haired old man reddened. Tianyuan. The expressions of the Yu clan supremes grew grave. They too had once overlooked the great wilderness origin world as emperors, aware of how formidable such an existence was. In terms of battle strength, if the Yu-clan's supremes were fully revived, they could possess the true battle strength of an emperor-level figure. Yet they couldn't last long. Each revival demanded a dreadful toll. This was why, during Emperor Tianyuan's peak, no lingering supreme dared to make a move. For Emperor Tianyuan, no matter the consumption, could quickly recover, but these ancient supreme emperors could not and would be entirely exhausted to death. Indeed, I forgot about you little bugs. Lin Yuan looked at the several Yu-clan supremes, speaking in a calm tone. Since arriving, his goal had always been the Red Dust Immortal and the beings above the Red Dust Immortal. Only beings of similar times and levels could pose a slight threat to Lin Yuan. Tianyuan, you're too arrogant. The strongest Yu-clan supreme finally spoke. He had been observing the movements within the palace, and now with Lin Yuan appearing, he chose to speak. The other Yu-clan supremes frowned as well. Even if they self-severed and lost their peak powers, to be described as little bugs? Tianyuan, you are approaching the end of your second life. How much power can you exert, and dare to fight with all your might? What difference is there between us? The Yu-clan supremes successively spoke. With the impending limit of Emperor Tianyuan's second lifespan and the self-severed supreme emperors, there was no significant difference as neither dared to strike with full force. Chapter 1094, 11, The Great Emperor Sweeps the Current Era. In his twilight years, Chapter 1394, Chapter 11, The Great Emperor Sweeps the Current Era in his twilight years. Tianyuan, do you still not understand the situation? Now, those who wish to kill you are not just many ancient supreme emperors and forbidden zone masters are all waiting to kill you. The most powerful supreme of the Yu-clan said, intending to see a hint of panic on Lin Yuan's face. What a coincidence, so am I. Lin Yuan smiled. Having taken over the flesh of Emperor Tianyuan, Lin Yuan, who didn't need to fulfill any host obsession, had no goodwill towards these clinging supreme emperors and many forbidden zone masters. He planned to find some time to deal with them all together. These supreme emperors and forbidden zone masters likely accumulated a lot of undying substance, which could aid Lin Yuan's upcoming transformation. Such arrogance. The most powerful supreme of the Yu-clan sneered. Even at the peak of Emperor Tianyuan's power, he dared not take action against all forbidden zones and ancient supreme emperors. The latter were wary of Emperor Tianyuan, this peak great emperor, and Emperor Tianyuan also harbored apprehension. Even if he could recover quickly, facing too many emperors of the same level at once would be overwhelming. The most crucial aspect was that it wasn't up to him to take action. Those Forbidden Zone masters were hidden in the Forbidden Zones, their space-time coordinates untraceable. Even if Emperor Tianyuan wanted to cleanse them, he couldn't find them. I just want to see, on what basis do you, Tianyuan, utter such words? A supreme from the Yu-clan, his aura soaring, instantly broke into the realm of emperors, charging towards Lin Yuan. This was a fully resurrected supreme emperor, almost indistinguishable from a true great emperor. At least for the time they maintained the resurrection, they possessed the attack power of a great emperor. Bang! As if a stone fell into the sea. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and the charging supreme of the Yu-clan was forcefully obliterated. Body, soul, mind, and will all collapsed, erased from the inside out. Silence. The entire place fell into silence. In the distance, several supreme of the Yu-clan, who were ready to watch and see how much power Emperor Tianyuan still possessed, fell silent. What just happened? A fully resurrected ancient supreme was slapped away by Lin Yuan. It must be known that with the strength of a supreme, even if the body and soul collapse, they can recover quickly, but the attacking supreme of the Yu-clan was utterly obliterated, with no chance of recovery or resurrection. How is this possible? Too weak. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After a decade of retreat amassing undying substance, he had long since restored the power of a 13th ranked time life, no weaker than a red dust immortal. If facing those supreme emperors, perhaps a few moves would be necessary, but against these ordinary supreme emperors, there was essentially no ripple or hindrance. Tianyuan, you, the strongest supreme of the Yu-clan, intensely stared at Lin Yuan. Before coming, he had anticipated and prepared for many scenarios. The worst outcome was Emperor Tianyuan retaining most of his peak strength, requiring a hard-fought battle from their supremes. But now? Is this a hard-fought battle? Impossible. Tianyuan, you couldn't possibly have such strength. The remaining supremes of the Yu-clan found it hard to believe, feeling their cognition shattered. If Emperor Tianyuan could truly slap a supreme to death, were they being toyed with before? Russell. No matter how unbelievable it was in their hearts, the remaining supremes of the Yu-clan, without hesitation, turned and fled. No matter what means Lin Yuan used to achieve this scene, if he could slap that supreme of the Yu-clan to death, he could do the same to them. You've come already. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. With a slight thought, a terrifying force of blood and energy spread out, transforming into a wave that crushed the fleeing Supremes of the Yu clan, a somewhat rewarding gain. After killing several Supremes of the Yu clan, besides their imperial weapons, Lin Yuan also obtained some undying substance. This undying substance was condensed before the ancient Supremes cut themselves down. After cutting themselves down, their realms fell, and they could no longer feel the undying substance permeating the world nor gather it. Tianyuan Emperor Palace. Numerous followers watched in disbelief at everything that unfolded before them. Several Supreme of the Yu clan descended with overwhelming momentum, intending to demand Emperor Tianyuan come out and meet his death. As a result, Emperor Tianyuan did indeed emerge, but those who died were not Emperor Tianyuan, but those few Yu clan Supremes. And there was no fierce battle during this time. The speed of the Yu clan Supremes' deaths exceeded their understanding. Who could have thought that the high and mighty Supremes could die so quickly, without even a struggle? I'm going out for a bit. Lin Yuan glanced at the many followers and cautioned for a moment. Since he had already intervened, he would thoroughly cleanse the outside world. Great Emperor. The elderly quasi-emperor showed excitement. Have you become a supreme emperor? According to ancient legends, the extreme of a great emperor is to become a supreme emperor, living through long ages and spanning epochs of ancient texts. Emperor? Lin Yuan gently shook his head. I stopped being one a long time ago. Forbidden Zone Yellow Springs. The expressions of several masters of Yellow Springs were incredulous. They had just watched the scene at Tianyuan Emperor Palace from afar, where the Yu clan Supremes took action, intending to hunt down the aging Emperor Tianyuan, all under the gaze of the Masters of Yellow Springs. But what happened afterward left them bewildered. The few Yu clan Supremes were crushed like insects by Emperor Tianyuan. While the Masters of Yellow Springs were still in shock, their expressions suddenly changed. Because at some unknown time, outside the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, a figure had already appeared. It was none other than Emperor Tianyuan, Great Emperor. Several Masters of Yellow Springs suppressed their inner shock. Unlike the Yu clan Supremes, they did not immediately flee. Firstly, their lair was right behind them, and even if they escaped, where could they run to? Secondly, backed by the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, they felt confident, believing they wouldn't be as powerless as the Yu clan Supremes. After more than 10 breaths, the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone was leveled. The Masters of Yellow Springs perished, and the treasured artifacts and wonders accumulated over the ages fell into Lin Yuan's hands. Yellow Springs? Lin Yuan looked at the depth of the Forbidden Zone, at a spring continuously gushing light yellow water. He knew this was the source of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone. Emperor-level beings soaking in Yellow Springs could transform their physique into a Yellow Springs body, thus significantly extending their lifespan. Although there were various side effects, there were still many aged Great Emperor Supremes who chose this path. Take it away. Lin Yuan, sensing the uniqueness of the Yellow Springs, directly uprooted it and placed it in his inner universe, Li Clan. Before the rise of Emperor Tianyuan, the Li Clan was the #1 tribe of the Great Wilderness, with nearly 20 Supreme Emperors alive. Although these Supreme Emperors all cut themselves off from one blade, the sheer number of 20, even during the prime of Emperor Tianyuan, dared not act excessively against the Li Clan. 20 or more Supreme Emperors awakening together, even if briefly, could still massacre the human race, beyond Emperor Tianyuan's ability to stop. But on this day, a figure descended upon the Li clan. Subsequently, this formidable tribe of the Great Wilderness was swept clean in blood. During this time, the Supreme Emperors of the Li clan revived one after another, attempting to resist, but it was all in vain. In less than 10 breaths, the entire Li clan was erased, and nearly 20 Supreme Emperors fell completely. Forbidden Zone Netherworld. Emperor Tianyuan, it was all a misunderstanding. The Netherworld Landmaster appeared, gazed at Lin Yuan standing there, and spoke with a trembling voice. Misunderstanding? Lin Yuan glanced at the other party. During Emperor Tianyuan's prime, the Netherworld Landmaster had promised to protect the human race. For this, Emperor Tianyuan willingly offered up 1/5 of his Great Emperor origin source. However, in the future timeline viewed by Lin Yuan, Emperor Tianyuan perished, his body was partitioned, his origin source devoured. The Netherworld Landmaster did not honor the promise, instead secretly abetted the extinction of the human race. A few breaths later, the Forbidden Zone Netherworld ceased to exist in the world, just like that. Under the shocking gaze of all beings in the Great Wilderness origin world, one dominant tribe after another vanished, and ancient enduring Forbidden Zones were erased. In the eyes of all beings, even the aging Emperor Tianyuan was pushing everything in the world to oblivion. Chapter 1095, 12, 20,000 years, Chapter 1395, Chapter 12, 20,000 years Milky Way dimension, the mighty river flows relentlessly. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, comprehending the flow of the origin Dao in the Milky Way dimension. Threads of special substance drift and weave before him. It is the immortal substance of the third source world. Of course, the immortal substance Lin Yuan condensed before him. does not directly come from the third source world but is reproduced through understanding its essence, recreated using his own power. Lin Yuan's eyes are filled with wonder even after 10 years of comprehension. He remains utterly amazed by this special substance. And even within the Milky Way dimension, the immortal substance can still stably exist. One must know that many power systems or precious treasures can only last in their respective or similar dimensions. Once removed, they collapse. Without the environment for nurturing existence, most life forms or non-life forms are affected. Even extremely powerful beings like time lives, if trapped in a special dimensional space, would still be somewhat suppressed. It's too perfect. Lin Yuan's mind is somewhat immersed. The most microscopic particles of the immortal substance are composed of 33 basic units. 33 basic units weave in balance, individually not powerful. But if gathered in numbers, it becomes a terrifying force reaching the 13th stage level. The Supreme Emperor of the Third Source World uses immortal substance to condense his true form, eventually exerting strength nearly equivalent to a red dust immortal. Lin Yuan takes it a step further, merely reshaping a tenth of his physique with immortal substance, and reaches the conventional red dust immortal domain. However, after reshaping a tenth of the physical body with immortal substance, the time and immortal substance needed for reshaping the next tenth will increase significantly. He can spend 10 years reshaping a tenth of his physical body, and for another 10 years may only reshape a 20th or even a 30th of his physical body. The enhancement of power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, and methods involving fundamental composition of body and soul are similar. Take it slowly. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face after reaching the 13th stage. Time matters little to him. 13th stage time lives have reached a certain degree of eternity, seeing through many future timelines. As long as he doesn't court death, he won't die. Source worlds? Lin Yuan dispersed the immortal substance before him, feeling quite pleased. The 3 source worlds he is currently exploring have greatly benefited him. The ancestral bloodline and inheritance of the first source world, the rune Dao and lord status of the second source world, the immortal substance of the third source world, great wilderness origin world. A bronze immortal palace stands on the 9 heavens. Old and mysterious breath spreads, seeming to transcend time and space, independent in existence. As Lin Yuan keeps taking action, wiping out one legacy after another, consciousnesses within the bronze immortal palace begin to awaken. On the throne of the bronze immortal palace, a figure sits upright. This figure opens their eyes at this moment, scenes appearing before them. Below the throne, several figures also stand. Unexpectedly, in the current cultivation environment, such powerful individuals can still emerge? The figure on the immortal palace throne muttered, looking down. Since the long bygone days when red dust immortals broke heaven's shackles and stormed the immortal path, the cultivation environment of the great wilderness origin world has slowly deteriorated. The most notable is the gradual thinning of the immortal substance. For Emperor-level powerhouses, immortal substance is everything. Without immortal substance, Emperor-level power could only live 1,000,000 years. Despite their dazzling talents, how far could they advance in cultivation in such short time? Living to the third life, fourth life, also requires ample immortal substance as a foundation. Why can consuming immortal drugs allow an emperor to live a second life? Because immortal drugs inherently contain immortal substance. What should be done now? Should we stop him from continuing the slaughter? A figure standing below the throne frowned and said, many races and forbidden zones in the great wilderness origin world were left by red dust immortals who broke into the immortal path. The purpose of the Bronze Immortal Palace's existence is to maintain the stability of the great wilderness origin world, preventing crises at the rear when red dust immortals battle on the immortal path. Stop him? Why stop him? The figure on the immortal palace throne shakes their head. How great are the red dust immortals? Spreading legacy, paving the way for all beings, but since they entered the immortal path, their descendants, their progeny, indulge in pleasures, initiating periodical dark turmoil to harvest living beings, teske. Many ancient supremes and forbidden zone masters in the great wilderness origin world, besides dividing the physical bodies and yuan of contemporary emperors, regularly harvest living beings to nourish and replenish their nearly exhausted minds. Regarding this, the many beings in the immortal palace have long known, but for the sake of red dust immortals, turned a blind eye. Rest assured, the bloodline legacy of red dust immortals will not be severed. This is also causal order. The red dust immortals said so before leaving. The figure on the immortal palace throne said, if not for the ancient supremes and forbidden zone masters repeatedly harvesting, Emperor Tianyuan wouldn't be settling accounts today. Indeed, below the throne, the figure slightly nodded. Though Emperor Tianyuan's means are fierce, he hasn't done it too absolutely, like slaughtering a race, only cleansing the main line. As for branches and remnants, he hasn't eradicated them entirely. Chapter 1396, 12, 20,000 years, Part 2, Chapter 1396, Chapter 12, 20,000 years, Part 2. Even if we want to stop it, can we really stop it? The figure on the immortal palace throne replied non-committally, who will stop him? Who can withstand the current strength of Emperor Tianyuan? An ancient supreme being fully revived couldn't withstand even a slap from Emperor Tianyuan, and those forbidden zones couldn't last more than a dozen breaths in front of him. Emperor Tianyuan's strength is at least that of a Supreme Emperor level, close to the Red Dust Immortal Supreme level. Even if all the foundations of the Bronze Immortal Palace were brought out, at most, they could only gain the upper hand and absolutely couldn't suppress him. The Bronze Immortal Palace was left by the Red Dust Immortals when they departed, but at best, it can exert the combat power of a Red Dust Immortal with many constraints and consumptions. Attempting to suppress a Supreme Emperor close to the Red Dust Immortal is nothing short of a fool's dream. Back when the Red Dust Immortals were about to leave, they already knew that the world environment would gradually deteriorate. In the future, not to mention the birth of new Red Dust Immortals, even great emperors would become incredibly rare and difficult. Leaving behind a Bronze Immortal Palace was already more than sufficient. I want to see how far this Emperor Tianyuan will go in the future. The figure on the Immortal Palace throne said meaningfully. In such a harsh world environment, Emperor Tianyuan has cultivated to this level and can easily live out the 4th and 5th generations. Outside a towering divine mountain, Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air. His arrival caused the entire divine mountain to be on high alert, with supreme auras awakening one after another and several emperor-level weapons also reviving. The Grand Divine Mountain, named Emperor God Mountain, is the first forbidden zone in the Great Wilderness Origin world. Even at his peak, Emperor Tianyuan dared not approach it. Compared to those powerful races, the existence of forbidden zones is even more terrifying, and their origins unimaginable. Tianyuan, what brings you here? At this moment, a man clad in divine armor walked out of Emperor God Mountain, his gaze sharp. As the first forbidden zone, Emperor God Mountain naturally knew of Lin Yuan's actions of erasing forbidden zones one by one. Otherwise, a mere contemporary great emperor wouldn't be taken so seriously by Emperor God Mountain to level you down. Lin Yuan said with a smile. In the many timelines he observed, during multiple dark upheavals in the Great Wilderness Origin world, ancient supreme beings struck to harvest all living things, all pushed by Emperor God Mountain from behind the scenes. Even after the original Emperor Tianyuan sat down and perished, if the timeline developed normally, most of the Great Emperor's origin sources would eventually fall into the hands of Emperor God Mountain. Level us down? The man in divine armor looked at Lin Yuan. He himself is an Emperor-level powerhouse, clad in Emperor-level armor. Even if he is not a contemporary great emperor or at his peak period, he has enough confidence. Press. Lin Yuan didn't waste words and directly made a move. The heavens and earth darkened, and Lin Yuan's hand stretched out, pressing down a colossal hand towards Emperor God Mountain. Rumble. Dazzling divine light erupted from the surface of Emperor God Mountain, and one emperor-level fluctuation after another burst out, but it was all in vain, annihilated under Lin Yuan's palm. No! The man in divine armor tried to block the slowly descending colossal hand, but it was all in vain, as futile as an ant shaking a tree, utterly meaningless. Emperor Tianyuan, do you know the origins of my Emperor God Mountain? In the last moment, the man in divine armor stared at Lin Yuan and said, My Emperor God Mountain is a lineage of the Red Dust Immortals. In the past, the Red Dust Immortals made great contributions to this land. You cannot treat us like this. The Red Dust Immortals indeed have great meritorious deeds for this world. Lin Yuan nodded, having seen past and future timelines and knew the achievements of the Red Dust Immortals of this Feng Yuan world. Even the undying substances permeating the world were introduced from a higher plane by the first Red Dust Immortal at great cost. This led to the birth of the second and third Red Dust Immortals, and so on. But what do the achievements of the Red Dust Immortals have to do with you? Lin Yuan looked at the man in divine armor and said indifferently, Relying on the merits of ancestors to harvest all living things, Lin Yuan naturally had no good feelings. Since he decided to take action to settle accounts, he was fully prepared, not fearing retribution from the Red Dust Immortals in higher planes. Moreover, the actions of Emperor God Mountain and other forbidden zones, if truly known by the Red Dust Immortals backing them, would probably lead to them being cleansed from the inside without needing him to make a move. Crash. Emperor God Mountain shook and quickly collapsed. Lin Yuan retracted his right hand, collecting a vast array of treasures and the undying substances Emperor God Mountain held into his internal universe. Red Dust Immortals, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep. Even before the future of this Feng Yuan world, he knew that the Red Dust Immortals of the 13th tier were gathered in another realm. That realm is deep within this Feng Yuan world, and the undying substances that permeated the Great Wilderness Origin world were derived from there. To advance further, and for the cultivation path of worldly beings, the Red Dust Immortals were preparing to fully open the immortal path, linking the Great Wilderness Origin world with the world at the end of the immortal path, thus transforming it into an unprecedented holy realm of cultivation. With my current strength, I'm not yet fit to intervene in the world at the end of the immortal path. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. Breaking into the immortal path can't be done by ordinary Red Dust Immortals. The Red Dust Immortals of this Feng Yuan world once teamed up, and even those above the Red Dust Immortals intervened to enter the immortal path. What Lin Yuan needs to do now is continue to transform himself using the undying substances and enhance his strength as much as possible. After cleansing most forbidden zones and powerful clans of the Great Wilderness Origin World, Lin Yuan returned to the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. As for the few forbidden zones that were not cleansed, those zones did not participate in past dark upheavals, nor did they covet the fleshly origin source of the original Emperor Tianyuan. Although Lin Yuan is decisive in killing, he does not kill without reason, so he did not attack these forbidden zones. Great Emperor. Outside the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, many followers had been waiting for a long time. Even many high-ranking members of the human race gathered there. Lin Yuan's actions of cleansing races and forbidden zones clearly didn't align with the behavior of a late emperor life. The upper echelons of the human race evacuated the Tianyuan Emperor Palace because Emperor Tianyuan was nearing his lifespan limit, making the palace unsafe. Now, with Lin Yuan's strength and means, there was no safer place in the world than the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. You all have come. Lin Yuan swept his gaze over the dozens of human race high officials. These human race high officials were excited. They had initially prepared for the human race to enter a dark age. After all, as Emperor Tianyuan was on the verge of sitting down, and without a new great emperor being born, the days ahead were not expected to be smooth. But who would have thought Emperor Tianyuan possessed such terrifying strength? Great Emperor, have you lived out your third generation? A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. He was a direct great-grandson of Emperor Tianyuan, with high talent and aptitude, and the most promising to become the next great emperor of the human race. More or less, Lin Yuan said casually. He had not just lived out the third generation. His insight into the mind and will of time and life eliminated any lifespan limitation, allowing him to live as long as he wished, remaining carefree even in the face of the great destruction of this Feng Yuan world. Next, I will be retreating in the Emperor Palace. Continue with your tasks as usual. Lin Yuan advised a few words, then returned to the depths of the Emperor Palace to continue his secluded cultivation. Having cleansed numerous clan-forbidden zones, Lin Yuan gained abundantly, with enough undying substances alone to allow him to digest for a period of time. In fact, those ancient supreme beings valued their own condensed undying substances extremely. Even if they perished, they would burn their undying substances in advance to prevent their enemies from obtaining them. But Lin Yuan's absolute overwhelming power left the opponents without a chance to burn their undying substances. Since Emperor Tianyuan took action to flatten many forbidden zones, the human race once again ushered in an era of flourishment in cultivation. Without forbidden zones lurking in the shadows, and without major clans striking them down, many talented cultivation geniuses of the human race didn't need to hide, but instead showcased their talents as much as possible. As for Lin Yuan, he scarcely made further moves. With the record of sweeping away many clan-forbidden zones, what ancient supreme would dare come out to cause trouble? Time thus passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed. Chapter 1397, 13, Breaking Through to the Immortal Path. Chapter 1397, Chapter 13, Breaking Through to the Immortal Path. Space distorted, and several figures materialized. Standing at the forefront was a young man. He had black hair and black eyes, a tall and straight figure with a terrifying aura. The other figures were either middle-aged men or hunched old men, evidently roles similar to protectors. Young master, in front of us is the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, the residence of the great emperor of the human race. The hunched old man with wrinkled skin stopped and looked far ahead at the majestic palace, speaking softly. Tianyuan Emperor Palace? The young man with black hair had a sharp gaze, revealing a fighting spirit. Ever since the Emperor Tianyuan swept through many forbidden zones of ancient races 20,000 years ago, the human race ushered in an unprecedented era of cultivation prosperity. In these 20,000 years, countless cultivation geniuses of the human race, with special physiques and more, have emerged, striving to showcase their brilliance. As a cultivation prodigy, naturally aiming for the strongest of the human race, the young man's purpose here was to challenge the Emperor Tianyuan, paving the way for his emperor's path. In terms of strength, the young man was already at the quasi-emperor realm. In this world, the lifespan limit of cultivators below the great emperor is about 100,000 years. Many cultivation talents enter quasi-emperor at several thousand or 10,000 years old. The young man was in such a category. Young master, do you really intend to challenge the great emperor? Another middle-aged man hesitantly asked, evidently not very optimistic about the young man. Lu, I've been a quasi-emperor for more than 10,000 years, once ventured deep into forbidden zones, fought those ancient supreme beings, never met defeat. Even if I'm not the opponent of Emperor Tianyuan, presumably I won't lose too badly. The young man said he wasn't aiming to defeat Emperor Tianyuan, but wished to experience the power of this legendary emperor up close. The protectors exchanged glances, not saying much. The young man indeed had returned unscathed from forbidden zones multiple times. Although merely a quasi-emperor, his combat strength wasn't much weaker than supreme emperors. Relying on special bloodlines and inherited methods, a quasi-emperor also has the hope to challenge a great emperor. But Emperor Tianyuan? Emperor Tianyuan was no ordinary great emperor. The combat strength displayed 20,000 years ago at least started from the Supreme Emperor level. Rest assured, even if defeated by Emperor Tianyuan, my state of mind won't waver. The young man said he had immense respect for Emperor Tianyuan. Without this legendary emperor, how could the human race have such a thriving cultivation era as now? Without Emperor Tianyuan sweeping the ancient race forbidden zones, any slightly talented human race cultivator would face foreign suppression and assassination. The young man knew personally, without the deterrence of Emperor Tianyuan, how could he venture deep into forbidden zones and escape unharmed? If those ancient forbidden zone masters slightly awakened parts of their strength, it still could bring him irreversible consequences. A quasi-emperor hopes to challenge a great emperor indeed, but ultimately isn't a true great emperor. Facing those ancient forbidden zone masters requires utmost caution from even great emperors, let alone quasi-emperors. Young master, it's good you think this way. The protectors slightly sighed with relief. They all experienced the era when foreign races were dominant, becoming increasingly aware of the terror of Emperor Tianyuan. Among many ancient supreme emperors, forcing a sweep through, such a feat wasn't achieved by many throughout time. Unfortunately, since Emperor Tianyuan acted 20,000 years ago, he hasn't moved a second time, which is why many human race cultivation talents are eager to challenge him now. Most human race cultivation talents were born in the past 20,000 years. Not having experienced the era dominated by foreign races, their reverence for Emperor Tianyuan isn't ingrained. Yet they can still bring forth the thought of challenge. Soon, the young man with his group reached outside the Tianyuan Emperor Palace. So many people. The young man looked around, startled. Outside the palace, scattered here and there, sat several dozen to several hundred figures in meditation. These figures exuded terrifying auras, most not inferior to him at all. That's Yu Taiyin with the Bright Moon God King body, and Black Altar King with Devouring God bloodline, the Chaos body rare throughout the ages. The young man's brow twitched. Yu Taiyin was a peerless quasi-emperor from 15,000 years ago. His Bright Moon God King body was a top special physique. In that era, he had no equal among the human race, ventured into forbidden zones, battling ancient supreme beings. Unfortunately, Yu Taiyin suddenly disappeared, with many thinking he attempted to cross into the Great Emperor realm. Unexpectedly, after 15,000 years missing, Yu Taiyin was encountered here. Black Altar King with Devouring God bloodline was also a peerless quasi-emperor. His path was devouring everything, similarly disappeared at a certain stage. The Chaos body too, this world's incarnation of such a physique, was hailed as the next great emperor of the human race, but ultimately it came to nothing. The young man examined closely. Among the figures he knew some, and others he didn't. But the latter could sit alongside the former, indicating their considerable strength wasn't lacking. Are you here to challenge Emperor Tianyuan too? As the young man stood in awe, Yu Taiyin, sitting closest, opened his eyes and casually said, "From there, it's 33 steps to the front of the palace. If you can cross these 33 steps, reach the front of the palace, you can meet Emperor Tianyuan and challenge him." "So simple?" the young man blurted. Chapter 1398. 13. Breaking Through to the Immortal Path. Part 2. Chapter 1398. Chapter 13. Breaking Through to the Immortal Path. Part 2. Challenge Emperor Tianyuan. You only need to reach the front of the Emperor Palace? Symbol? Yu Taiyin closed his eyes. Receiving guidance from Yu Taiyin, the black-haired youth arrived at the position of the first step. From here, there are 33 steps to the front of the Emperor Palace. Emperor Tianyuan. The black-haired youth felt a surge of emotions, his expression solemn as he took a step forward. The next moment, the black-haired youth's mind fell into a boundless world. This place was vast, and he seemed like a speck of dust. An invisible pressure swept over him. The black-haired youth felt his mind collapse, the boundless world shatter, and return to the outside world. However, at this moment, the black-haired youth was drenched in cold sweat, and the step he took forward was withdrawn. The black-haired youth was incredulous. He had long suspected that these 33 steps weren't simple. After all, this was the threshold to meet Emperor Tianyuan. If anyone could easily meet Emperor Tianyuan, then Emperor Tianyuan wouldn't need to cultivate, but could spend all day receiving people instead. Yet the black-haired youth hadn't expected that he couldn't even take the first step. The 33 steps must be progressively harder. The first step was naturally the easiest. Is it still simple now? Not far away, Yu Taiyin opened his eyes and looked at the black-haired youth, asking, not simple at all. The black-haired youth shook his head, then looked at the dozens to hundreds of other figures around him. We are all just like you, here to prepare to challenge Emperor Tianyuan, Yu Taiyin said, his tone tinged with complexity. The black-haired youth fell into silence. All here to challenge Emperor Tianyuan, yet all stopped outside the Emperor Palace? Clearly, no one had traversed the 33 steps to reach the front of the Emperor Palace. Is the gap between us and Emperor Tianyuan really that big? The black-haired youth couldn't help but ask. Before coming, he had indeed made some preparations, but all failed against Emperor Tianyuan. As for now, wanting to see Emperor Tianyuan with 33 steps and not even passing the first step, such disparity made the black-haired youth a bit distressed. The gap? Us? Yu Taiyin chuckled. He looked towards the Emperor Tianyuan Palace 33 steps away, whispering, "Standing here looking at the palace, you might find it just so-so, but every step you take closer, you'll find it grander and more majestic. Among us, the strongest have already taken 7 steps. Standing there watching the palace, it already covers the sky, encompassing all things." Black-haired youth continuing, "But viewing the palace from 33 steps away or even further, you'll find the palace not that extraordinary, and the distance between you and the palace is not insurmountable." Upon hearing this, the black-haired youth looked thoughtful. In a desolate hill region, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Long ago, 18,000 years ago, he had left the Tianyuan Emperor Palace, roaming throughout the great wilderness origin world. Succeeded. Lin Yuan exhaled slowly as the immortal substance merged into his flesh, the final part of his physique fully transformed into the essence of immortal substance. At this moment, both his flesh and soul were incredibly strong. Even without relying on other methods, merely by his physical body and physique, he could suppress ordinary 13-tier second realm time beings. And the 13-tier second realm corresponds to the immortal king in this Feng Yuan world. Red Dust Immortal corresponds to 13-tier first realm. Above Red Dust Immortal, the Immortal King corresponds to 13-tier second realm, and the 13-tier third realm Lord corresponds to Immortal Emperor. As for above Immortal Emperor, still within the 13-tier third realm, but goes further and deeper than the Immortal Emperor. In the infinite void, 13-tier third realm lords have strengths and weaknesses. The powerful lords even possess traits of the 14-tier perfect time being, easily returning to the distant past, significantly altering the past and affecting the future. 2,000 years finally completed the transformation of the physical body and physique. Lin Yuan smiled. It took him 10 years to transform 1/10 of his physique. The subsequent 9/10, however, took a full 20,000 years. Transforming the physical body and physique became more difficult the further it went, especially the last bit, which took Lin Yuan nearly 1,000 years. But the rewards were tremendous as well. 20,000 years ago, Lin Yuan, to suppress Grey Ancestor, a second realm time being, even deployed his true form and primordial spirit, yet in the end let the opponent escape. But now, simultaneously suppressing Grey Ancestor, naturally by the field emanating from his physical body and physique, once exerting full force, he could easily retain the opponent's main combat body. Lin Yuan's current power, perhaps already close to a third realm time lord, Infinite Void, 7th level, has been mastered. Lin Yuan looked within his inner universe, descending to the third origin world. Besides the substantial assistance brought by immortal substance, feeling the operation of the origin Dao of this origin world also played an irreplaceable role in the establishment of Infinite Void 7th level. In 20,000 years, Lin Yuan thoroughly perfected the Infinite Void 7th level. Now the vastness of his inner universe stood no less than the Chaos Void. It is foreseeable, once Lin Yuan steps into the second realm, merely by the natural transformation of his inner universe, it will surpass the Chaos Void. "I can sense your power has broken through again, monster. You are a monster." Not far away, a 7-eyed stone man seemed to perceive something, his gaze at Lin Yuan numb. He was a naturally born Holy Spirit, nurtured for billions of years, possessing great Emperor-level combat power from the outset. When Lin Yuan discovered him, this 7-eyed stone man's strength was almost reaching the level of Supreme Emperor. Such naturally born Holy Spirits, like the 7-eyed stone man, protected by the heavens, possessed terrifying talent surpassing the limits of normally nurtured beings. This was also the original thought of the 7-eyed stone man. He had no intention to contend with those great Emperor Supremes. Even in ancient times, when one great emperor after another emerged, the 7-eyed stone man did not care much. Still not comparable to an immortal emperor. Lin Yuan smiled. The reason he chose to reside here was because this place was where holy spirits were nurtured, containing rich immortal substance, which greatly benefited his transformation. Not comparable to an immortal emperor? The 7-eyed stone man's mouth twitched. What kind of existence is an immortal emperor? There have only been 2 or 3 throughout history. I am leaving. Lin Yuan stood, glancing at the 7-eyed stone man. Leaving? The 7-eyed stone man also looked at Lin Yuan. After spending over 10,000 years together, he had many complex emotions towards this Tianyuan emperor who repeatedly broke his perception. Compared to Lin Yuan, the 7-eyed stone man wasn't sure who truly was the Holy Spirit nurtured by heaven and earth. Yes, this place no longer provides much help for me, Lin Yuan said. Now he had absorbed the immortal substance to its limit. Further absorption of immortal substance held little meaning. As for the operation essence of the origin Dao in the Great Wilderness Origin World, as long as he was within the range of the Great Wilderness Origin World, he could comprehend the operation of the origin Dao anywhere. There was no need to stay here. At the 9 heavens, in front of a bronze immortal palace, Lin Yuan's figure appeared out of thin air. The essence of the bronze immortal palace was a seal, sealing the connection between the Great Wilderness Origin World and the immortal path. In the past, numerous red dust immortals and immortal kings stormed into the immortal path from here. As Lin Yuan appeared, from within the bronze immortal palace, figures emerged one after another. Lord Tianyuan. Greetings, Lord Tian Yuan. Many figures bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. 8,000 years ago, Lin Yuan had once come alone to the outside of the immortal palace, nearly piercing through the entire palace. Since then, those within the immortal palace had shown Lin Yuan utmost respect, as 8,000 years ago, Lin Yuan already possessed combat power surpassing ordinary immortal kings. It is worth noting, even in ancient times, red dust immortals were already considered top-tier combat power, and it was rare to see even one immortal king. Lord Tian Yuan, what do you need us to do? The leading figure immediately said. Since Lin Yuan pierced through the immortal palace 8,000 years ago, he hadn't returned. This time, his personal arrival surely wasn't just to take a look. Open the seal. Lin Yuan gazed at the bronze immortal palace, speaking calmly. I want to enter the immortal path. Chapter 1399, 14, the First-Second Realm Method. Chapter 1399, Chapter 14, the First-Second Realm Method. Enter the immortal path. The numerous figures in front of the bronze immortal palace were not surprised at all. At the end of the primeval era, before the three immortal emperors led the immortal kings and red dust immortals into the immortal path, they deliberately left behind the bronze immortal palace, not only to ensure the stability of the great wilderness source world, but also to guide future new red dust immortals into the immortal path. To completely connect the world at the end of the immortal path with the great wilderness source world is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. With each additional red dust immortal, the hope increases slightly. 20,000 years ago, Lin Yuan easily cleared one restricted zone after another, showcasing the power of a supreme sovereign at the outset. At that time, the numerous figures in the bronze immortal palace were unsure if Lin Yuan had become a red dust immortal. However, 8,000 years ago, Lin Yuan came to them proactively and almost shattered the bronze immortal palace. It indisputably proved that he had already surpassed the red dust immortals. At that time, the numerous figures in the bronze immortal palace asked Lin Yuan whether he was entering the immortal path. The answer received was simply not in a hurry. The immortal path, Lin Yuan's gaze, was profound as he looked into the depths of overlapping space, time. Now that he had absorbed the undying matter to its limits, staying in the great wilderness source world held little meaning. Instead, he could explore the immortal path that attracted so many red dust immortals, immortal kings, and even immortal emperors. The value of the immortal path, which can attract so many temporal beings to follow its trail, surely extends far beyond turning the great wilderness source world into an unprecedented holy land for cultivation. For temporal beings themselves, it certainly has irreplaceable significance. Timelines involving the immortal path become obscure and twisted, difficult to observe. Lin Yuan thought to himself, over the past 20,000 years, he had attempted more than once to observe the timelines related to the immortal path. The information he obtained wasn't very comprehensive. But even if it was just fragmentary information, it made Lin Yuan's heart throb. The world at the end of the immortal path is a great opportunity even for a Time Lord. Lord Tian Yuan, the bronze immortal palace, is sealing the entrance connecting to the immortal path. To enter, one needs to break through with the power of a red dust immortal level. The leading figure in front of the bronze immortal palace said in a low voice, this is also the prerequisite threshold for entering the immortal path. If one is not a red dust immortal, even finding the bronze immortal palace and discovering the entrance to the immortal path would be in vain. In fact, if one isn't even a red dust immortal, entering the immortal path wouldn't significantly help in penetrating the world at its end. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He had already grasped a good deal of information about entering the immortal path. Before coming, he had also made many preparations in the great wilderness source world, ensuring that the human race wouldn't become the target of an alien siege in his absence. Over 20,000 years under Lin Yuan's deliberate cultivation and promotion, while the human race hadn't produced another great emperor, numerous special quasi-emperors comparable to a great emperor had emerged. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already cleansed numerous alien races and restricted zones several times, leaving the supreme emperors who harbored resentment against the human race completely eradicated. The status of the human race in the great wilderness source world was unshakable. Even if Lin Yuan entered the immortal path, there would be little change. In simple terms, the current human race, even without Lin Yuan, could still overlook the great wilderness source world. The numerous figures in front of the bronze immortal palace all stepped aside in unison, rumbling. The bronze immortal palace began to tremble and slowly shifted in a different direction. In the place where the bronze immortal palace originally stood, a distorted void could vaguely be seen. This is the entrance connecting to the immortal path. In the primeval era, the three immortal emperors gazed into the past and future. It was here that they discovered traces of the immortal path, the source of the undying matter in the cosmos. Before this, even as powerful as an immortal emperor could attract undying matter, they couldn't capture the source of undying matter. Lin Yuan quietly watched the distorted void. Then he stretched out his hand and slapped forward. The heavens roared and the great path twisted. This slap from Lin Yuan was casual, yet the power it unleashed was at the peak of red dust immortals, approaching the strike of an immortal king. From the spot where Lin Yuan stood, space-time rapidly vanished, as if reopening heaven and earth. Lin Yuan broke through the entrance to the immortal path without concealing it, and the terrifying power vibrated, quickly affecting the entire Great Wilderness Source World. Such power? In a hidden corner of the Great Wilderness Source World, a scruffy man abruptly looked up at the sky. The immortal path? Is this the aura of the immortal path being broken? Is another red dust immortal entering the immortal path? The commotion of the immortal path being breached was felt more intensely by the stronger beings, especially those at the level of a great emperor who could perceive the undying matter and naturally detect the fluctuations at its source. Who is it? Is it that Emperor Tianyuan? The scruffy man couldn't help but think, 20,000 years ago, Emperor Tianyuan swept through that era, and he had once sensed a meager aura of this great emperor from afar. He just hadn't expected the other was a red dust immortal. Red dust immortal, huh? The scruffy man sighed in his heart. The years he had experienced were immeasurable, existing since the primeval era, yet he still hadn't grasped the chance to break through to a red dust immortal. The biggest hurdle to becoming a red dust immortal is breaking through the cycle of time. The supreme beings absorb large amounts of undying matter, their lifespans extraordinarily lengthy, living one life after another, all preparing to break through the cycle of time. A red dust immortal? Has our great wilderness source world birthed a red dust immortal? It's Emperor Tianyuan. Emperor Tianyuan is breaking the immortal path. One by one, the supremos of the great wilderness source world vaguely felt something, and their hearts were greatly shocked. The surviving supremos generally harbored no animosity towards the human race and had all met Lin Yuan. Thus, they immediately detected that it was Emperor Tianyuan who was breaking the immortal path. Chapter 1414, The First Second Realm Method, Part 2, Chapter 1400, Chapter 14, The First Second Realm Method, Part 2. It's too terrifying. Luckily, I've never confronted the human race. Who could have imagined Emperor Tianyuan would be a red dust immortal? The supreme being's thoughts surged as they recalled how Emperor Tianyuan decisively swept everything away 20,000 years ago, and they judged him as a supreme being. As for the red dust immortal, the supreme being could to some extent compare with the red dust immortal, but ultimately was not a red dust immortal. Even if some supreme beings speculated that Emperor Tianyuan might have reached the level of a red dust immortal, that was mere speculation, never confirmed. Outside Tianyuan Emperor Palace, diverse figures, numbering from dozens to hundreds, trapped in front of the palace, also felt the terrifying surge when the celestial path was opened. Emperor Tianyuan is already a red dust immortal. The black-haired youth's heart trembled inexplicably, first experiencing his inability to even step past the first of the 33 steps outside the palace. Now he discovered that Emperor Tianyuan, whom he regarded as a target, had already surpassed the emperor-level domain, causing his heart that finally calmed down to once again surge with emotions. It's not just the black-haired youth, the other figures in the scene felt similarly. These figures were quasi-emperors born in the past 20,000 years, possessing either special physiques or powerful bloodlines, enough to rival ordinary supreme beings. To them, the great emperor realm was still something to look up to, with a hope of reaching. But a red dust immortal? How many great emperors have been born throughout history, yet how many ultimately become red dust immortals? Lin Yuan withdrew his right hand, observing the twisting void that had been completely torn apart. An irregular void passage appeared, connecting to a mysterious time and space, and that was the celestial path. I'm going in first. Lin Yuan glanced at the entrance of the celestial path, sweeping his gaze over the many figures before the bronze immortal palace, stepped forward, and disappeared. Lord Tianyuan went in? The bronze immortal palace gently returned to its place, and the figures standing outside the palace showed inexplicable emotions. Since Emperor Tianyuan revealed his true strength, over these 20,000 years, he has left an indelible impression in the hearts of many figures, inside the celestial path entrance. Invisible aura pervaded, where any trace of aura was enough to critically wound or even obliterate an emperor-level expert. Is this the celestial path? Lin Yuan observed his surroundings. The space-time around him was incredibly stable, and the sweeping invisible aura turned calm upon approaching. This great destructive force of the origin world, Lin Yuan pondered silently, realizing that the invisible aura surrounding him at that moment was the great destructive force. This level of great destructive force typically only appears in dimension spaces on the verge of the great annihilation. At that time, under the sweep of annihilation aura, all creatures and spirits would be destroyed. Even time life forms could only retreat from dimension space to evade it. Forcibly remaining in the dimension space, time life forms wouldn't endure it, as their bodies would collapse and be destroyed under the erosion of the great destructive force. This origin world hasn't yet entered the great annihilation, yet it is already filled with such a level of great destructive force? Lin Yuan thought deeply. Perhaps this was the special aspect deep within the celestial path, the goal that each time life form sought, great destructive force. Lin Yuan observed the strands of great destructive force. His mind was continually filled with flashes of insight and comprehension. Your insight is extraordinary, observing the great destructive force. Your understanding of the chaotic origin destruction Dao has improved. Your insight is extraordinary. Observing the great destructive force, you have grasped the chaotic origin destruction Dao. The chaotic origin destruction Dao is one of the fundamental origin Dao in the endless dimensional cosmos, much stronger than a single. Chaotic origin Taiyang and Taiyin. This is an extremely fierce origin Dao, influencing the destruction of dimension spaces. Originally, Lin Yuan had an exceptional accumulation in the chaotic origin destruction Dao, with the chaos void naturally leading to the universe's great annihilation, thus also being a prototype of dimension space's great annihilation. After reaching the 13th stage to become a time life form, Lin Yuan increasingly felt the vastness of the chaotic origin destruction Dao. Now, entering the celestial path and experiencing the great destructive force up close, the change in quantity led to a change in quality, making grasping the chaotic origin destruction Dao naturally attainable. The chaotic origin destruction Dao belongs to the realization of the 13th stage second realm, akin to the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Of course, the chaotic origin destruction Dao inherently exists in the endless dimensional cosmos itself as an origin Dao, while the chaotic origin Taiyi Dao is a self-origin Dao developed by Lin Yuan. This is why Lin Yuan grasped the chaotic origin destruction Dao first, having the complete great destructive force as a reference. Compared to exploring in darkness and creating the chaotic origin Taiji Dao from nothing, it was naturally much easier. Yet, no matter how easy, it is a 13th stage second realm method. I didn't expect entering the celestial path would have this benefit. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Undoubtedly, the chaotic origin destruction Dao is a 13th stage second realm method. Grasping this origin Dao, Lin Yuan's strength again increased substantially. Is this considered the first second realm technique I've mastered? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even before arriving at this source world, Lin Yuan was able to rival a 13th stage second realm time life form. But that kind of rivalry was entirely based on his own foundational accumulation, far exceeding the first realm's foundational accumulation. As for techniques, he was still at the first realm level. Let's continue forward. Lin Yuan didn't stop, but headed deeper into the immortal path. In the ancient times, various immortal kings and red dust immortals who entered the immortal path should have already explored close to the end of the path. This could be seen from the lingering traces around left by the red dust immortals and immortal kings of the distant past. On the immortal path filled with the great destructive force, ordinary time life forms would inevitably have their speed affected, needing to constantly resist the great destructive force. However, for Lin Yuan, who had already comprehended the chaotic origin destruction Dao, the great destructive force felt like water to a fish, not only having no impact, but even serving as an aid. At the end of the immortal path, here it was misty, filled with strands of the great destructive force. In the distance, there was a new world entirely formed by an aura opposing the great destructive force. This world seemed illusory, evidently not fully developed yet. Even so, the slight essence it emitted mesmerized the red dust immortals. However, the closer one approached this illusory world, the more they would be swept by the great destructive force. Even immortal kings could not stay too close for long. Marvelous, marvelous. A white-haired immortal king was engrossed in observing that illusory world, with two other figures, also immortal king level, sitting beside him. It's a pity that entering that illusory world to comprehend would benefit us even more, the immortal king on the left said quietly, his eyes full of longing. Enter? Even an immortal emperor can't get in. The immortal king on the right shook his head. The illusory world was protected by the origin source of the great wilderness origin world, and with the strength of its origin source, not even an immortal emperor would dare to confront it head-on. At that moment, the white-haired immortal king suddenly noticed something and looked toward the beginning of the immortal path. A red dust immortal has entered. Upon these words, the other two immortal kings also looked. Having been stationed on the immortal path for endless years, they were proficient in sensing changes in the aura of the immortal path. Nothing could escape their notice. With the great destructive aura permeating the immortal path, new red dust immortals might not be well adapted. Should we send someone to escort them? The immortal king on the left suggested. The newly ascended red dust immortals of the great wilderness origin world were considered juniors to them, hence the three immortal kings valued them greatly. I'll go pick them up. A nearby red dust immortal stepped forward. Having been on the immortal path for so many years, he had long comprehended methods to resist the great destructive force. He was much more composed than newly ascended red dust immortals when facing the endless great destructive force. The white-haired immortal king in the middle was about to nod. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared toward the beginning of the immortal path. The immortal kings on both sides also noticed something. Their expressions turned incredulous. Immortal king, should I go now? The red dust immortal who stepped forward was about to head to the initial point of the immortal path. No need. The white-haired immortal king paused for a few breaths and then shook his head. No need? The red dust immortal who stepped forward was puzzled. Not planning to escort that new red dust immortal? Were they expecting him to endure the endless great destructive force on his own to get here? Was it a test? The red dust immortal contemplated and guessed this might be the case. He has already arrived. The white-haired immortal king stood up, facing the initial direction of the immortal path. Arrived? The face of the red dust immortal who stepped forward expressed shock. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of numerous red dust immortals and immortal kings, from the beginning of the immortal path filled with endless great destructive force, a figure approached. The great destructive force that could grind down the flesh and body of a red dust immortal appeared to intertwine and blend on the surface of this figure, unusually docile. Chapter 41:15, Past Self, Present Self, Future Self. Chapter 41:1, Chapter 15, Past Self, Present Self, Future Self. The infinite great destructive forces intertwine and merge, yet are completely under Lin Yuan's control. In the eyes of the red dust immortals and immortal kings, this is the symbol of comprehending the Dao of chaotic origin destruction. To comprehend the Dao of chaotic origin destruction, at least the pinnacle realm of the red dust immortal is required, and to realize it, it's essentially impossible without being an immortal king. In other words, is this newly ascended red dust immortal already stepping into the realm of the immortal king? Newly ascended red dust immortal? Immortal king? Two completely different titles. Yet they appear on the same person. It's actually an immortal king? Many red dust immortals looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. At the same time, they began to re-examine the past timeline of the Great Wilderness Origin world. Directly observing Lin Yuan's timeline is too obscure. Moreover, being on the celestial path inherently suppresses the observation of timelines. However, all the red dust immortals have left avatar imprints in the Great Wilderness Origin world. These avatar imprints usually lie dormant. They awaken only when needed. The red dust immortals cannot directly observe Lin Yuan's past timeline, but they can observe the past timeline of the beings in the Great Wilderness Origin world, thus obtaining a lot of information related to Lin Yuan. Indeed, he's a newly ascended red dust immortal. Emperor Tianyuan only entered the Great Emperor realm 2 million years ago. 2 million years, and he's already entered the immortal king realm? It's terrifying. How did he manage it? With such speed and cultivation, even the 3 immortal emperors can't compare, right? The red dust immortals whispered amongst themselves, their eyes showing incredulity as they gazed at Lin Yuan. If it was merely an emergence of an immortal king, they wouldn't be so astounded. Pinnacle red dust immortals are only a step away from becoming immortal kings. Given the cultivation environment of the celestial path, a new immortal king could emerge at any time. But Lin Yuan? Only 2 million years ago, he entered the Great Emperor realm, and now he's an immortal king? In truth, the red dust immortals don't know that Lin Yuan's actual cultivation time is far less than 2 million years. Calculated in full, it's merely over 100,000 years. Most of that time was spent in other dimensional spaces. Without the optimal cultivation environment like the Great Wilderness Origin world, abundant with immortal substance. Beneath the time life of the Great Wilderness Origin world, there's a limit to lifespan. Yet undeniably, its cultivation environment far exceeds other dimensional spaces. The upper limit for 12th layer life is also far higher than other dimensional spaces. Those supreme emperors can compete with the red dust immortals to a certain extent. What distinguishes them from the time life is simply the lack of experiencing the time cycle. Truly a monster. The white-haired immortal king looked at Lin Yuan, deeply shocked internally. As a fellow immortal king, he best understands how difficult it is to comprehend a certain Dao of chaotic origin. Especially the Dao of chaotic origin destruction, which excels in offense, its difficulty surpassing most Daos of chaotic origin. However, for an immortal king to become an immortal emperor, it's far more difficult than a red dust immortal breaking through to an immortal king. The white-haired immortal king thought silently. While the red dust immortals think breaking through to an immortal king is arduous, they don't realize that from immortal king to immortal emperor, it's the truly insurmountable leap. So many red dust immortals? Lin Yuan looked at various red dust immortals thinking secretly. At this moment, he sensed the presence of more than 60 red dust immortals, knowing that in the chaos void, it corresponds to 13th layer time life. More than 60 time lives? Only in special dimensions like the Milky Way dimension where many 13th layer forces congregate could so many time lives appear at once. Even though the origin world is special, capable of merging more time lives, using the example of the first origin world and the second origin world, a complete great destruction cycle gives birth to at most 20 to 30 time lives. Is it related to the end of the celestial path? Lin Yuan glanced at that virtual world at the end of the celestial path. The immortal substance that permeates the Great Wilderness Origin world originates from that virtual world. The existence of the immortal substance makes the transition of power in the Great Wilderness Origin world far faster than in Chaos Void and other dimensional spaces. An era in chaotic space is often marked by a 12th layer being cultivating and advancing to 13th layer, occurring over tens of thousands to millions of cosmic eras. Whereas in the Great Wilderness Origin world, an era is merely 1 million years, at most 2 million years. Because the maximum lifespan of a great emperor is 1 million years, perhaps extended by consuming an immortal elixir to live another million years. Million years? Several million cosmic eras? The gap between them is nothing short of a chasm. With more Great Emperor Realm experts, naturally, the number of red dust immortals who've passed through the time cycle would increase. As the number of red dust immortals increases, the number of Second Realm Immortal Kings and Third Realm Immortal Emperors climbs as well. Ha ha ha, welcome Tian Yuan to the Celestial Path. The white-haired Immortal King took a step forward, appearing in front of Lin Yuan and smiled. Welcome Tian Yuan to the Celestial Path. The other two Immortal Kings shared the same sentiment, their expressions friendly. Adding a red dust immortal helps them approach the virtual world at the end of the Celestial Path, not to mention adding an Immortal King. Tian Yuan, you can call me Reincarnation. The white-haired Immortal King smiled and said, his title being Reincarnation Immortal King. I'm Bai Bin. I'm Wu Shen. The other two Immortal Kings introduced themselves. Reincarnation, Bai Bin, Wu Shen. Lin Yuan returned the greeting. These three Immortal Kings are Second Realm Time lives, stronger than the Grey Ancestor in Chaos Void. Lin Yuan chatted with the three Immortal Kings for a while before discussing the current situation of the Celestial Path. At the end of the Celestial Path, there are 213 Red Dust Immortals, 14 Immortal Kings, adding Tian Yuan, it's likely 15. Chapter 1402, 15, Past Self, Present Self, Future Self, Part 2, Chapter 1402, Chapter 15, Past Self, Present Self, Future Self, Part 2, Reincarnation. Immortal King smiled and said, 213 Red Dust Immortals. Lin Yuan nodded. The Red Dust Immortal auras he sensed were only a part. Many more Red Dust Immortals were approaching the illusory world at the end of the Immortal Path from different directions. If one were to imagine the illusory world at the end of the Immortal Path as a sun, then the many Red Dust Immortals and Immortal Kings were attempting to approach from all around. As for Immortal Emperors, there are three. Reincarnation. Immortal King said. 3 Immortal Emperors. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Even before descending to this origin world, through the perspective of the Myriad Realms Gate, he had already noticed 3 completely sealed timelines. Only a Time Lord can thoroughly seal their own timeline, which in this origin world equates to an Emperor-level powerhouse. Are the 3 Immortal Emperors also approaching that illusory world? Lin Yuan asked. To date, the only Time Lord he had encountered was the Lord of Heaven Light, and that was a Time Lord who had completely fallen. The 3 Immortal Emperors are mainly locking onto that illusory world, Reincarnation Immortal King said. Locking onto the illusory world, Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Without the intervention of the 3 Immortal Emperors, none of us could even observe the illusory world, let alone approach it. The illusory world was not nurtured by the Great Wilderness Origin world, but comes from the depths of the dimensional rift. Reincarnation Immortal King paused, then continued. In the early period of the Ancient Era, an alien object fell from beyond the Great Wilderness Origin world, and since then, the undying matter has permeated the heavens and the earth. Later, after the first Immortal Emperor observed the past and future, they finally locked onto the location of that alien object, which is at the end of the Immortal Path. After an eternity of evolution, that alien object has transformed into the current illusory world. In reality, the illusory world formed by the alien object has completely integrated into the depths of the Great Wilderness Origin world. Without the Immortal Emperor's actions to lock it, none of us could detect even a trace, Reincarnation Immortal King said. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, while also becoming curious about the alien object that fell into the Great Wilderness Origin world. What level of treasure or rarity could it be that even 3 lords could not conquer but only managed to lock onto? Illusory world? Lin Yuan gazed into the distance towards the illusory world. I bet Brother Tian Yuan is quite curious. Reincarnation Immortal King smiled slightly. Brother Tian Yuan, come with me. Only by approaching the illusory world can one perceive part of the essence of this world. Soon afterward, Reincarnation Immortal King and the 3 Immortal Kings took Lin Yuan to attempt to approach the illusory world. As they got closer, the great destructive force grew more intense, vaguely accompanied by other higher-level powers circulating, which even made Lin Yuan somewhat anxious. However, as Lin Yuan continually approached the illusory world, this world at the end of the Immortal Path began to change in Lin Yuan's field of vision. It no longer appeared as an illusory world, but as a miniature version of infinite dimensional space. Observing it was equivalent to observing the entire dimensional space. This? A flood of inspiration and understanding once again surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Why do I feel that this is more insightful than directly observing the evolution of the chaotic origin Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang Dao? Lin Yuan was incredulous. 6,000 years ago, when Lin Yuan believed he had achieved the pinnacle in all aspects, he utilized the Supreme Rule Dao to transact for an opportunity, the chance to directly observe the evolution of the chaotic origin Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang Dao. Originally, Lin Yuan thought this opportunity would allow him to completely comprehend the Taiji Dao of the chaotic origin source. But he ultimately underestimated the difficulty of comprehending the Taiji Dao of the chaotic origin source. Observing the operation of the chaotic origin Taiyin and Taiyang Dao greatly aided Lin Yuan, yet trying to comprehend the Taiji Dao of the chaotic origin source from it was still lacking. Though the Taiji Dao of the chaotic origin source is rooted in Taiyin and Taiyang, it encompasses innumerable origin Daos. To comprehend it, merely observing the chaotic origin Taiyin and Taiyang Dao was insufficient. However now, observing the illusory world at the end of the immortal path sparked numerous flashes of insight for Lin Yuan. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the mysterious force's evolution has greatly enhanced your understanding of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the mysterious force's evolution has greatly enhanced your understanding of the chaotic origin life great Dao. 60U, your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the mysterious force's evolution has greatly enhanced your understanding of the chaotic origin space-time great Dao. Dao. Most of Lin Yuan's mind was immersed in observing that mysterious world at the end of the immortal path. No wonder nearly all the red dust immortals entering the immortal path never returned to the great wilderness origin world, nor even bothered to pay attention, Lin Yuan thought rapidly. When clearing through numerous forbidden zones, Lin Yuan discovered some backhands left behind by red dust immortals. But these backhands had not been activated, clearly showing the owners were not too concerned about happenings in the great wilderness origin world. At that time, Lin Yuan had found it rather strange. But now it appeared more natural than ever. With such terrifying insight speeds from observing the illusory world, not to mention the red dust immortals, even immortal kings would not be distracted by mundane affairs from the great wilderness origin world. As long as the great wilderness origin world was not destroyed, the red dust immortals would not interfere in any way. Of course, other red dust immortals, immortal kings, and even immortal emperors do not have Lin Yuan's level of insight speed, but even so, it's vastly superior to their usual cultivation efficiency. The past, the present, the future? An idea stirred in Lin Yuan's mind, and one after another, virtual avatars were created to flow upstream along the timeline, heading towards the distant past. This technique originated from Lin Yuan's ninth physical body divine ability. 18,000 years ago, Lin Yuan's physical form successfully gave birth to the ninth physical body divine ability, named Past Self. In essence, it involves concentrating a true self in the past timeline. In this way, even if the true self in the current timeline is annihilated, as long as the true self in the past timeline still exists, it can quickly coalesce into a true self in the present timeline. This physical body divine ability leans towards self-preservation. As long as the past is not extinguished, the present remains undying. Of course, forming the past self requires Lin Yuan to expend significant time. But now, accompanied by the improved understanding of the chaotic origin space-time great Dao, Lin Yuan's speed in sending consciousness to the past to consolidate the past self has surged. The complete formation of past self naturally draws closer. Past self, present self, and is there a future self? Through observing the imbued chaotic origin space-time great Dao within the illusory world, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that this physical body divine ability was incomplete, with a crucial part being the future self. By forming a future self in the future timeline, one's self-preservation capabilities would again see a major boost. Once this method is mastered, there would be no period of weakness within one's timeline, negating the possibility of being killed by a Time Lord who travels to the past. Once the past self is completely formed, Lin Yuan's past and present strengths would be equivalent, with no discrepancy where his past self is weaker than his present self. What kind of alien object could evolve into such an illusory world? The more he pondered, the more astonished Lin Yuan became. The illusory world contained chaotic origin Daos that were so comprehensive as to be beyond belief, and so profound as to be unfathomable. Never mind, I'll delve into the insights first. Lin Yuan didn't dwell on it much longer. In comparison to various gains in this origin world, his insights into the chaotic origin Daos were of utmost significance. They could be shared among the true selves of various levels. My internal universe is also advancing. Amid his insights, Lin Yuan noticed changes within his internal universe. As various chaotic origin Daos integrated, his internal universe grew increasingly perfect, faintly surpassing the chaos void. Thus, Lin Yuan began to wholeheartedly delve into the illusory world at the end of the immortal path. Additionally, Lin Yuan frequently allocated part of his mind to discourse with other red dust immortals and immortal kings. The 13th level lifeforms all had insights regarding chaotic origin Daos, insights that had valuable aspects irrespective of correctness, providing Lin Yuan with various experimental perspectives. Under the direct guidance of the illusory world at the end of the immortal path, and through exchanging insights with each red dust immortal and immortal king, Lin Yuan's strength began to rapidly advance once more. Chapter 1403, 16, Let me give it a try. Chapter 1403, Chapter 16, Let me give it a try. A mere few hundred years have passed. Lin Yuan's past self has already fully consolidated. Not only the past self of the third origin world's true self, the true self of the chaos void, the true self of the first origin world, the true self of the second origin world, all of them condensed past selves in their own timelines. It's done. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With the past self consolidated, it means there are no longer any weaknesses. Even facing a killing move at the level of a Time Lord, there is the ability to resist. The Time Lord can travel to the past and kill at an enemy's weaker stage. However, the Time Lord in the past timeline is also suppressed, and the past self inherently exists in the past, not weaker than the present, plus the advantage of home field. While it may not defeat the Time Lord, self-preservation is not an issue. Even after reaching the third realm and becoming a Time Lord, the past self remains a powerful method. Lin Yuan mused internally. The battles at the level of a Time Lord are, in some sense, a contest between past and future. With the past self anchoring the timeline, fighting alongside another Time Lord of the same level would be much more poised. Future self? Having condensed the past self, Lin Yuan began thinking about the future self. The ninth kind of physical body divine ability he awakened is not complete, it only includes the past self. There is no future self. Lin Yuan confirmed the existence of a future self only by deducing and understanding with the past and present as the basis. But how to condense the future self? This would require time to attempt. Unlike the fixed past, the future holds infinite variables. The difficulty in condensing the future self far exceeds that of the past self. The source of my ninth physical body divine skill should be the three-life immortal emperor, Lin Yuan thought internally. What is called physical body divine ability originates from the fundamental power deep within the bloodline. Since it is a bloodline, a source exists, for instance, the eighth physical body divine ability, Lord Status, which comes from the Lord of Heaven Light. And the ninth physical body divine ability past self should originate from the three-life immortal emperor. The three-life immortal emperor was the first immortal emperor of the great wilderness origin world. It was the three-life immortal emperor who observed past and future, using the three-life body to penetrate the end of the immortal path, thus discovering that illusory world. The strength of the three-life immortal emperor is undoubtedly the strongest among the three immortal emperors, and also considered extremely powerful among the Time Lords. Unfortunately, after hundreds of years on the immortal path, not to mention seeing the three-life immortal emperor, I haven't seen the other two immortal emperors either. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. If he could meet the three-life immortal emperor, exchanging insights on reincarnation, with his against heaven's understanding, he could definitely speed up the condensation of the future self. With the past self and present self, condensing the future self is not a hopeless endeavor. Take it slow, opportunities will eventually arise. Lin Yuan was not impatient, as the illusory world at the end of the immortal path contained enough profound mysteries to captivate even a Time Lord, and he would remain in this place for a long timeline. Only, in the past century, the frequency of tremors in that illusory world has increased significantly. Lin Yuan looked towards the illusory world at the end of the immortal path, pondering to himself. In theory, the illusory world shouldn't appear at the end of the immortal path. It was locked there by the great means of the three immortal emperors, allowing numerous red dust immortals and immortal kings to observe and comprehend it. The so-called immortal path was opened by individual red dust immortals and immortal kings aiming to approach the illusory world as closely as possible, observing and understanding more of the essence that emerges from the illusory world. Since forcibly locking it in, the illusory world naturally struggles. At intervals, the illusory world roils violently once, trying to break free from the lockdown of the three immortal emperors, much like a big fish originally trapped by a fishing net. Even if it can't escape the net, it will roil up numerous undertows around the net. Currently, there are 5 immortal paths, each with 2 or 3 immortal kings and dozens of red dust immortals. The immortal path Lin Yuan resides in was established by the reincarnation immortal king and 2 other immortal kings, along with over 60 red dust immortals. The other 4 paths are the same. The positions these different immortal paths are close to the illusory world vary in distance, and hence bring different insights. The reincarnation immortal king and the other 2 immortal kings possess considerable strength, and their opened immortal path is very close to the illusory world, ranking among the top 2 of the 5 immortal paths. Of course, these 5 immortal paths were extensions from the original main immortal path. That main immortal path, the one where Lin Yuan entered via the sealed entrance of the Bronze Immortal Palace, several days later, Lin Yuan gathered with the reincarnation immortal king Bai Bin, and Wushan immortal king. Tianwan, how goes your understanding? The reincarnation immortal king smiled at Lin Yuan. The other 2 immortal kings also smiled, with the Wushan immortal king further offering fine wine and pouring for each. It's been very helpful. Lin Yuan nodded. The profound essence swirling from the illusory world contains various origin Daos, an irresistible allure for any being of time. When the 3-life immortal emperor first opened the main immortal path, the second immortal emperor had not yet been born, and there were only 6 immortal kings. Immortal King Bai Bin remarked nostalgically. Normally, even with the uniqueness of the great wilderness origin world, producing 1 immortal king would already be the limit. Producing 3? Do they think immortal kings are roadside vegetables? If not for the illusory world, how could one origin world have three immortal kings? The three-life immortal emperor was, indeed, great. Lin Yuan nodded. With the three-life immortal emperor's methods and power, it could easily dominate the illusory world. Why bother opening the main immortal path? Chapter 104, 16, Let me give it a try to. Chapter 104, Chapter 16, Let me give it a try to share the illusory world with many red dust immortals. But the three-life immortal emperor did so, perhaps knowing that relying solely on himself, he couldn't explore that illusory world any deeper, so he opened the main immortal path to cultivate more companions. At least compared to when the main immortal path was first opened, with only the three-life immortal emperor alone sealing the illusory world, which was extremely difficult, constantly facing the struggles of the illusory world. Now, with three immortal emperors joining forces to seal it, the illusory world has become relatively docile, struggling only once in a long while. Considering the time, it seems we need to reopen the immortal path again. The reincarnation immortal king said suddenly while drinking fine wine. Every so often, the illusory world rolls and struggles violently, and the aftermath wipes out the 5 immortal paths opened by the immortal kings. At that time, many red dust immortals and immortal kings need to reopen new immortal paths to approach the illusory world and continue to comprehend and observe. Reopening new immortal paths is both a bad thing and a good thing. Approaching the illusory world from a different position and direction allows experiencing the essence of the origin Dao differently. Reopening the immortal path? Lin Yuan was not surprised. In recent centuries, the frequency of shocks in the illusory world has increased, and the immortal kings have long been prepared for this. This time, with the addition of Tian Yuan, we can choose a better position to open the immortal path. The Wuxian immortal king's eyes lit up. Approaching the illusory world from different positions and angles allows different insights into the fluctuations of the origin Dao. The more core the area, the greater the difficulty in opening it. At the end of the immortal path, the illusory world was vast and boundless. If one came close to observe, they would find that the surface of the illusory world was covered with chains. It was these chains that completely fixed the illusory world in place, preventing it from leaving or dispersing. At this moment, thin ripples suddenly arose inside the illusory world. The thin ripples quickly grew into a storm, sweeping towards the chains that restrained it. The chains shook, blocking the illusory storm, but the remaining aftermath spread out in all directions. Rumbling. The 5 immortal paths near the illusory world rapidly collapsed. Numerous red dust immortals and immortal kings quickly retreated to the main immortal path. Is this the struggle of the illusory world? Lin Yuan also stood on the main immortal path observing. At this moment, the main immortal path had gathered all the red dust immortals and immortal kings, more than 200 red dust immortals and 15 immortal kings, gathering in 2s and 3s. Lin Yuan naturally stood with the reincarnation immortal king Bai Bin, and Wuxian immortal king. Other immortal kings occasionally made eye contact with Lin Yuan, nodding slightly, showing goodwill. As fellow immortal kings from the Great Wilderness origin world, they would naturally form friendly relations if possible. A few months later, the illusory world gradually returned to calm. The aftermath that swept in all directions also subsided. Whoosh, 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 one after another, immortal kings, along with numerous red dust immortals, began to act, choosing a position and direction to reopen the immortal path towards the illusory world. Standing on the main immortal path, one could also view the illusory world, but the distance was too far, providing limited help. Only by opening an extremely close immortal path could one observe and comprehend the illusory world up close, making a significant impact on oneself. This time, we'll open the immortal path from here. The reincarnation immortal king observed for a while, then finally spoke. This immortal path? Immortal King Bai Bin's expression changed slightly. The immortal path chosen by the reincarnation immortal king led towards the core area of the illusory world. Attempting to open such an immortal path would encounter greater obstacles. Reincarnation? Are you confident? The Wuxian immortal king asked solemnly. Opening an immortal path also requires knowing one's limits. Forcibly choosing to open an immortal path in a core area, if not successful, the time and effort spent before would be completely wasted. I have made a breakthrough in my power, and with Tian Yuan joining us, we can give it a try, the reincarnation immortal king said. Breakthrough in power? Immortal King Bai Bin looked at the reincarnation immortal king. The reincarnation immortal king was already close to the peak of immortal kings, and now another breakthrough in power? In that case, let's give it a try. Wuxian immortal king nodded. The immortal path connecting to the core region is extremely difficult to open, but once successful, it would be greatly beneficial to them. If it's only adding Lin Yuan, this action might seem rash, as adding a newly ascended immortal king doesn't offer much improvement for them. However, if the reincarnation immortal king steps into the peak of immortal king, then it would be worth a gamble. From now on, you will assist me. The reincarnation immortal king's hair changed from white to black as a sense of reincarnation began to permeate around him. Soon, the reincarnation immortal king took a step forward and moved swiftly toward the virtual world. let's go. Wushan Immortal King saw this and immediately followed. Immortal King Bai Bin and Lin Yuan also followed in succession. Next were dozens of red dust immortals. Rumble, rumble. As the reincarnation Immortal King continued to approach the virtual world, a sky-high force of binding and pressure enveloped around. Immortal King Bai Bin and Wushan Immortal King's expressions slightly changed. The dozens of red dust immortals at the back were also affected. Shh, shh, shh. As they got closer to the virtual world, the force of binding and pressure grew stronger, permeating through layers of space-time, spreading along the timeline, unavoidable and must be endured. The reincarnation Immortal King walked at the forefront, resisting the greatest pressure. As for Immortal King Bai Bin and Wushan Immortal King, they began to stabilize time and space. Opening the Immortal Path is about creating an area of stable time and space, within which one can wholly comprehend the virtual world without resisting external environmental pressure. What Immortal King Bai Bin and Wushan Immortal King are doing is just that, along with the dozens of red dust immortals at the back. With the reincarnation Immortal King blocking most of the pressure, others stabilize time and space, opening a stable immortal path. Endless reincarnation. As the reincarnation Immortal King advanced closer to the virtual world, a reincarnation realm began to evolve around him, continuously converting and dispersing the sky-high binding and pressure. The appearance of the reincarnation realm allowed the reincarnation Immortal King to breathe a sigh of relief. But before long, the reincarnation Immortal King's expression changed again. Because the sky-high force of binding increased suddenly from all directions, causing his reincarnation realm to show signs of collapse. Looks like I overestimated myself. The reincarnation Immortal King sighed inwardly, halting his steps towards the virtual world. If he continues, the force of binding will increase, likely causing his reincarnation realm to collapse instantly. Reincarnation, what's the situation? Immortal King Bai Bin immediately asked. I cannot go any closer. The reincarnation Immortal King stated honestly. Once his reincarnation realm collapses, the few immortal kings present and the numerous red dust immortals may immediately face physical annihilation. Though not complete death, losing their main combat body would be a heavy loss. Cannot go any closer? Immortal King Bai Bin understood in his heart. It seems the reincarnation Immortal King isn't confident in resisting the pressure ahead. Should I share some of the pressure? Immortal King Bai Bin said softly, his strength only second to the reincarnation Immortal King and above Wushan Immortal King. The opening of the Immortal Path has already proceeded halfway. Giving up now makes Immortal King Bai Bin somewhat reluctant. It's useless. The reincarnation Immortal King shook his head. The aftershocks coming from deep within the virtual world penetrate through various timelines, making the associated future incredibly blurred and distorted. Before opening this immortal path, the reincarnation Immortal King couldn't discern if it could be successfully opened, unclear about the relevant future timelines. He merely felt a breakthrough in his strength and decided to give it a try. Now it seems the attempt may have been mistaken. Since we can't go any closer, let's retreat immediately and choose another path to open, Wushan Immortal King advised. All right, the reincarnation Immortal King nodded. He glanced at Lin Yuan, who was continuously observing the surroundings, and asked unconsciously, Tian Yuan, do you have any thoughts? Those words from the reincarnation Immortal King were casually spoken, without expecting Lin Yuan to offer anything beyond agrees. Let me try. Lin Yuan observed the surroundings, having no prior experience in opening an immortal path. He had been watching intently. Now he somewhat understood and expressed his thoughts. Chapter 1405-17, The Yuan Emperor Tian Yuan, Invincible Among Immortal Kings. Chapter 1405, Chapter 17, The Yuan Emperor Tian Yuan, Invincible Among Immortal Kings. Reincarnation. Immortal King Bai Bin, and Wushan Immortal King were all stunned. Try? Lin Yuan wants to try? Wants to try continuing to carve out the remaining Xi'an Road? The Xi'an Road leading to the core area of the illusory world which endures overwhelming binding and compressive forces. Even the reincarnation Immortal King at the peak of Immortal King does not dare to continue opening it. Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was unprecedented, becoming an Immortal King in just over 2 million years. But wanting to continue opening the next part of the Xi'an Road, even with the peak strength of an Immortal King, is impossible. Moreover, Lin Yuan had only entered the Xi'an Road for a few hundred years and could not possibly be at the peak of Immortal King directly. Lin Yuan glanced at the three perplexed Immortal Kings without explaining, merely stepping forward gently. Swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure silently appeared at the forefront, even ahead of the reincarnation Immortal King, who had been leading the way. In an instant, a pressure that could obliterate everything enveloped them. Previously, with the reincarnation Immortal King blocking most of the pressure, even ordinary red dust immortals could withstand it. Now, as Lin Yuan stood at the forefront opening the way, he naturally had to bear most of the pressure originating from the illusory world. Buzz, buzz, buzz it. With a slight movement of thought, Lin Yuan's internal universe swept out in an instant, resisting all binding and compressive forces. Now, Lin Yuan's internal universe, in every aspect, surpassed the chaos void, this kind of top-tier dimensional space. Once he used this as a foundation to activate the Divine Ability world, the external universe he formed had such strong defense that even a Time Lord couldn't easily shake it. Under normal circumstances, unless a Time Lord paid a huge price, they couldn't deal with top-tier dimensional spaces like the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan's internal universe surpasses the Chaos Void, naturally making the Time Lord even more helpless. The essence of the illusory world at the end of the Xian Road is extremely high, yet Lin Yuan does not need to face its full power, only an insignificant part, which his external universe can easily handle. Go. Lin Yuan strode towards the illusory world. Just relying on his internal universe, Lin Yuan could overpower and crush a number of immortal kings, which are second-realm time beings. Compared to before descending into the third source world, where Lin Yuan had to ponder deeply just to suppress a single gray ancestor, now his strength had increased so much, with a fully converted immortal material body and insights gained from the illusory world over the past few hundred years. If the gray ancestor appeared before Lin Yuan again, it would be suppressed in a breath. Rumble. The endless, overwhelming binding and compressive forces were completely blocked as Lin Yuan strode forward, soon reaching a position very close to the core area of the illusory world. Standing here, Lin Yuan could clearly observe the surface of the illusory world, covered in chains of terrifying aura. Lin Yuan turned back, noticing the three immortal kings staring blankly in place. This, Reincarnation Immortal King Bai Bin, and Wushan Immortal King were still pondering the meaning of "let me try," only to find Lin Yuan had already traversed the remaining Xian Road, leaving them a bit bewildered. What had they seen? How was this possible? Emperor Tianyuan? He? The dozens of red dust immortals following behind the immortal kings also stared in disbelief at what lay before them. The closer it is to the illusory world, the more terrifying the compressive force becomes. The Reincarnation Immortal King stopped because he wasn't sure he could withstand the compressive force ahead, yet Emperor Tianyuan easily traversed the most difficult latter half of the Xian Road. It's too terrifying. How exactly did Emperor Tianyuan do it? I don't even feel like he struggled. If the compressive forces in the latter half of the Xian Road remain unchanged, then Emperor Tianyuan's strength definitely surpasses the Reincarnation Immortal King. The gaze of each red dust immortal was filled with wonder. They had already been comprehending the Xian Road for endless ages, and the more they did so, the more terrifying they felt the illusory world was. Emperor Tianyuan so effortlessly opened a difficult path to the core area's Xian Road. Reincarnation Immortal King Bai Bin, and Wushan Immortal King were still dazed. Reincarnation, aren't you coming up? Lin Yuan immediately transmitted a message. In order to open a stable Xian Road and resist the compressive forces originating from the illusory world, merely the beginning was needed. Thereupon, space and time still needed to be stabilized to create a firm environment. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have to constantly resist the compressive forces of the illusory world, and even if he could still spare the effort to comprehend, the efficiency would certainly be greatly reduced. Yes. Tianyuan, we will follow at once. The Reincarnation Immortal King immediately reacted. Although Lin Yuan opening the Xian Road alone somewhat broke their understanding, it was obviously a good thing. Being able to comprehend in such a position close to the core area of the illusory world, the efficiency would definitely be much higher than other Xian Roads. Everyone, start stabilizing the Xian Road immediately. The Reincarnation Immortal King immediately looked at the many red dust immortals. Now that the most difficult part of opening the Xian Road had been achieved by Lin Yuan, stabilizing the Xian Road was left to them. With the Reincarnation Immortal King's command, the many red dust immortals were instantly full of vigor. Originally, they thought they had to abandon this Xian Road and choose another to open, but unexpectedly Emperor Tianyuan forcibly opened the remaining Xian Road. Now these red dust immortals were merely following in the wake of Emperor Tianyuan. The Xian Road that Reincarnation opened. The immortal kings of the other four Xian Roads also looked over immediately, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Xian Road leading to the core area of the illusory world opened so effortlessly? Mainly because Emperor Tianyuan opened it, Reincarnation merely managed to open the easiest first half. Chapter 1406-17, The Yuan Great Emperor, Invincible Among Immortal Kings, Part 2, Chapter 1406, Chapter 17, The Yuan Great Emperor, Invincible Among Immortal Kings, Part 2. For Emperor Tianyuan to so easily withstand the pressure of the virtual world, in terms of defense, even if we immortal kings were to join forces, I fear we would still be unable to handle him. This defense nearly reaches the level of an immortal emperor. Numerous immortal kings watched from afar. Even among immortal kings, the strength gap is not too large. The peak of an immortal king compared to one who has just entered the immortal king realm is difficult to overwhelm decisively. The latter can leave whenever they wish. Thus, immortal kings are often unwilling to accept being inferior to another. Over a dozen immortal kings and hundreds of red dust immortals. The reason they divided into 5 separate immortal paths is not only to more widely interpret areas of the virtual world. There is also the purpose of minimizing disputes and conflicts as much as possible. Why has Lin Yuan received goodwill from all the immortal kings and red dust immortals? It's because there are no significant karmic grievances with any of them. But it is different between the other immortal kings. Yet now, all immortal kings are completely convinced of Lin Yuan's defensive means. Even if over a dozen immortal kings were to join forces, it's likely they wouldn't be able to handle Lin Yuan. To what kind of origin Dao does Emperor Tianyuan's method of defense pertain? Chaotic origin world Dao? Chaotic origin space Dao? It seems like both, but also neither. This is probably Emperor Tianyuan's secret technique. If it could be easily discerned by you, that would be remarkable indeed. Indeed, I feel that the number of chaotic origin Daos realized by Emperor Tianyuan is not small. Only through the perfect fusion of multiple chaotic origin Daos can such terrifying defensive power be produced. Numerous immortal kings conversed among themselves. Strong individuals at the level of immortal kings, as they realize their origin Daos, will successively realize more chaotic origin Daos. Thereupon, powerful immortal kings will use their own chaotic origin Dao as the core and integrate other chaotic origin Daos to create one secret technique after another. Currently, what they saw of the cosmos outside Lin Yuan's body, the profundity it contained was not inferior to one chaotic origin Dao after another. Close to the virtual world, 3 towering figures sat cross-legged there. I never expected that such a strong individual could still emerge in the great wilderness origin world after the primeval times. The towering figure on the left said with a smile. In the late period of the primeval times, the 3-life immortal emperor opened up the main immortal path, bringing many red dust immortals and immortal kings into it. And as the 3 immortal emperors sealed the virtual world, the undead material sourced from the virtual world became much scarcer. The increasing scarcity of undead material meant that the number and quality of strong individuals born in later generations would decline. But Lin Yuan? Even in the primeval times, a strong individual like Lin Yuan never appeared. When the 3-life immortal emperor was still in the immortal king realm, it was impossible to possess such terrifying power. In him, I sense traces of the 3 eras method. 3 eras? Could it be that the legacy you left in the great wilderness origin world has been inherited? The figure on the right said. The 3 eras method is my foundation. I have not left behind any related legacy. The towering figure in the middle shook its head, mainly because even if something had been left behind, it would be of no use. No outsider could possibly learn it. That is indeed interesting. The towering figure on the right took an interest. The strength of this Tianyuan likely means no opponent exists for him at the immortal king level. The towering figure on the left spoke. In comparison to those red dust immortals and immortal kings, their observations of Lin Yuan were more detailed and specific, knowing that Emperor Tianyuan's measures far exceeded defense alone. Not to mention other aspects. Just the cosmos extended outside Lin Yuan's body could crush numerous immortal kings, not only for defense. Indeed, the towering figure on the right nodded in agreement. Being an immortal emperor, also known as the Time Lord, his perspective was not confined to the great wilderness origin world. He thoroughly understood the vast dimensional gaps surrounding them. None of the time lives in the second realm within these dimensional gaps could compare to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could undoubtedly be called invincible among immortal kings. If such a strong individual were to become an immortal emperor, might we have a hope to completely explore the virtual world? The towering figure on the left spoke softly. Indeed, the towering figure on the right said, now, with the 3 immortal emperors joining forces, they have basically sealed the virtual world at the end of the immortal path. But sealing does not mean it has been fully explored. Even now, the 3 immortal emperors are still helpless against the virtual world. Under the leadership of the reincarnation immortal king and 2 other immortal kings, a stable immortal path gradually took shape. And Lin Yuan no longer needed to constantly resist the pressure emanating from the virtual world. Ha ha ha, this immortal path is almost established. The reincarnation immortal king laughed. Thanks to Tianyuan, immortal king Baibin looked at Lin Yuan. Tianyuan, you've really kept us in the dark. If it weren't for your display of power this time, who would have known your strength is so formidable? Even the peak immortal king is no match for you, right? That's certain. The reincarnation immortal king nodded. He himself was at the peak of the immortal king level, and he had an accurate assessment of this. He was definitely not Lin Yuan's opponent, not even capable of challenging him slightly. Lin Yuan smiled. In fact, many of his techniques hadn't been used yet, although the universe outside his body could be considered one of Lin Yuan's trump cards. After entering the immortal path, I've gained many insights, achieving a breakthrough. Lin Yuan said, it's merely luck. Your luck is rather frightening. Immortal King Wushan couldn't help but say. All right, this immortal path has been opened. The foremost position is reserved for Tianyuan. The reincarnation immortal king said. An opened, stable immortal path, depending on the distance to the virtual world, brought varying levels of insights. Without a doubt, the foremost position closest to the virtual world had the highest efficiency in insights. I have no objections. Neither do I. Immortal King Wushan and Immortal King Baibin nodded. They could say, this time, that they thoroughly benefited from Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, they would probably still be selecting other immortal paths to open. How could they be sitting here discussing all these? Then I won't decline. Lin Yuan didn't act humbly. This immortal path was mainly opened by him, so it was right for him to occupy the best position. If Tianyuan declines, who would dare to comprehend here? The reincarnation Immortal King Baibin, and Immortal King Wushan exchanged smiles. While chatting idly with the three Immortal Kings, Lin Yuan had already started comprehending the virtual world. The current immortal path where Lin Yuan was located was near the core region of the virtual world. The mysterious insights of the origin Dao he could comprehend from there were far superior to those from earlier immortal paths. Lin Yuan could vaguely see the scenery deep within the virtual world. Your understanding is against heaven. Your understanding is against heaven. Your understanding is against heaven. A surge of enlightenment flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Numerous brilliant insights continuously merged and collided, forming new perspectives. Can I enter this virtual world? A certain desire arose in Lin Yuan's mind, wanting to enter this virtual world. Even just comprehending from outside the virtual world had yielded such significant rewards. If he truly entered, wouldn't stepping into the third realm be as simple as eating and drinking? Forget it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and abandoned the idea. Let's not mention whether he could actually enter the virtual world. Even if he could enter, considering the nature of the virtual world exposed outside, whether he would be affected by it was uncertain. Anyway, with Lin Yuan's against heaven understanding, even comprehending outside would bring unimaginable rewards, so there was no need to risk entering the virtual world. According to what Lin Yuan knew, the three immortal emperors had not entered the virtual world either, but were stationed closer, similarly comprehending. Even something that immortal emperors like the Time Lord couldn't achieve, Lin Yuan did not plan to attempt by himself. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. 200 years of close comprehension of the core region of the virtual world had tremendously benefited Lin Yuan. Many chaotic origin Daos interwoven in his mind, gradually merging into an origin Dao presenting a black and white yin-yang image, vast and mighty. The chaotic origin Taiji Dao is almost comprehended. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Red Dust Immortals and Immortal Kings on the Immortal Path all believed that he was an Immortal King because he had comprehended the chaotic origin destruction Dao. In reality, Lin Yuan's own chaotic origin Taiji Dao hadn't been comprehended yet. His true realm was still in the 13-stage first realm, which is the Red Dust Immortal. Chapter 4007, 18, Breakthrough, Second Realm, Chapter 4007, Chapter 18, Breakthrough, Second Realm, the Second Source World. Since Lin Yuan ended the magic disaster, this source world has prospered once again. Without the threat of demonic chi and creatures, cultivators can focus their main efforts on cultivation, leading to a rapid explosion of power among the strong in the three carefree realms. Those cultivators who could withstand the pressure of the magic disaster have solid foundations. As long as they arrive in a suitable environment, there is a high probability of making rapid progress in cultivation. Just like a person who has been carrying a heavy burden for a long time, one day finally freed from it. The outcome is self-evident. Living for a long time in an environment suffused with demonic chi, their perception of the laws and the great Tao is obscured and restrained. If they can break through this restraint, they can soar to the skies. All living beings, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his gaze encompassing the entire source world, with the future timelines of each being unfolding rapidly. The intertwining and collision of countless beings' timelines constitute the future of this source world. For non-time life beings, they are too fragile compared to time beings, Lin Yuan thought. This fragility is not physical, but a deeper, existential fragility. It's like characters in a picture book who, no matter how they stir up storms within the book, for those outside the book, they can see through at a glance, and maybe the first time it's interesting. But after watching it multiple times, it no longer causes any emotional fluctuation. A life of a 12th order consummate being, brilliant and extraordinary, is quite dull in the eyes of a time being. Perhaps in the eyes of a perfect time beings are just as thin and mundane, Lin Yuan pondered privately, though he doesn't know if a perfect time being really exists. However, with the means of a perfect time being, so-called time-life beings and non-time life beings are not significantly different. In some sense, the fate of time-life beings is ordained by the perfect time being. Only by becoming a Time Lord can one have a slight resistance against the perfect time being, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At least Time Lords already have the qualification to challenge towards the perfect time being. Whether they succeed is another matter. Power. Power is the foundation of everything. As long as the strength is strong enough, what can a perfect time being do? Lin Yuan was rather eager in his heart. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, the more one longs for strength, because only with powerful enough strength can one attain great freedom, with one's destiny not dictated by others. Ordinary mortals might just want to live their life in peace. But time-life beings? How could they tolerate their destinies being predetermined? Chaotic origin Taiji Dao, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and before him, the power of yin and yang interwove, vaguely forming a grand Dao. Once I comprehend the chaotic origin Taiji Dao, my power will soar. Lin Yuan stared at the soon-to-be-formed origin Dao. It's not just an extra path in the chaotic origin Dao, but also a way to step into the second realm through this origin Dao. This is much greater enhancement for Lin Yuan than comprehending the chaotic origin destruction Dao or chaotic world Dao alone. Although comprehending the chaotic origin Taiji Dao can still not make Lin Yuan rival a perfect time being, at least he is getting closer. Compared to other time-life beings whose power has not improved over endless ages, Lin Yuan's power progresses continuously, hardly encountering any significant bottlenecks. Buzzing, the black and white yin-yang Dao continuously interweaves, nearing the formation of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. This naturally begins to influence every law and principle of the entire source world. Comprehending existing chaotic origin Daos does not cause much commotion. For example, the chaotic origin destruction Dao, because infinite dimensions already exist. But the chaotic origin Taiji Dao? Before Lin Yuan comprehended it, this origin Dao did not appear in endless dimensions, and its birth naturally would resonate with countless origin Daos. However, because Lin Yuan is within the source world, this resonance will be confined to the source world. It will not affect the interstitial spaces of endless dimensions. This commotion is it the galaxy. The Master of Infinite and other eternal lords were the first to sense the changes in every law and principle of the source world. Their gazes all turned simultaneously towards the source of the change, where Lin Yuan was located. Is it the origin Dao? Has the galaxy comprehended his own chaotic origin Dao? The Master of Black Space was somewhat stunned. Comprehending one's own chaotic origin Dao signifies that he is about to step into the 13th order second realm. But how long has Lin Yuan been a time-life being? For other newly ascended time-life beings, this amount of time isn't even enough to stabilize their realm, and Lin Yuan is about to enter the second realm? The Master of Black Space had initially seen Lin Yuan's future timeline and was prepared for the galaxy to enter the second realm, or even become a Time Lord. But this is too soon, faster than any future timelines he has foreseen entering the second realm. Impressive, truly a predestined time-life being. The Master of Wushan sighed with amazement. With the timeline of a destined time-life being as a foundation, the Master of Wushan found it not too unbelievable for Lin Yuan to comprehend his own origin Dao so quickly. There is a sense of surprise, yet also inevitability. The other eternal lords were carefully feeling the fluctuation of the origin Dao. For a time being in the first realm, sensing the fluctuation of a brand new origin Dao is also an opportunity. This fluctuation, the Master of Infinite was stunned. Though he was also in the first realm and had not experienced the comprehension of his own origin Dao, he still keenly perceived. Chapter 14818, Breakthrough, Second Realm, Part 2. Chapter 4008, Chapter 18, Breakthrough, Second Realm, Part 2. The commotion was immense. The myriad laws and paths of the entire source world were influenced by this. A second realm time life form, even if going all out, couldn't possibly shake the source world, let alone just comprehend their own chaotic origin Dao. It's crucial to understand that the pursuit of the Master of Wushan is to draw a source world. Achieving this would mark the moment of becoming a Time Lord. It stands to reason that the power capable of shaking the entire source world undoubtedly belongs to the level of a third realm Time Lord. Infinite, have you discovered anything? The Master of Black Space noticed something unusual in the expression of the Master of Infinite and immediately inquired. The eternal lords around also turned their gaze over. Nothing much. The Master of Infinite did not directly voice their thoughts because they were somewhat unsure. Instead, with a hint of deeper meaning, they said, I just saw the galaxy comprehending its own origin Dao, much like back in the days of training under our teacher. The teacher mentioned by the Master of Infinite naturally referred to the Lord of Heaven Light, who is also a Time Lord. With the practice speed of the galaxy, there's no problem in reaching the heights of our teacher someday. The Master of Black Space quickly affirmed the view of the Master of Infinite. The Third Realm Lord, challenging for other time life forms, probably means nothing in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's only a matter of time. The Master of Infinite glanced sideways at the Master of Black Space, saying no more. Before the future, the implication of their earlier words was that the current galaxy gave them a feeling not much different from the Lord of Heaven Light. Is there a need to wait until the future? But this hypothesis is so incredible. Just comprehending its own origin Dao, already on par with Third Realm Lords? The first source world. 6 ancestors immediately sensed the fluctuation of the origin Dao. Simply a monster? How long has it been? The Dathu ancestor was internally shocked, yet slightly fortunate for humbling themselves to Lin Yuan from the start. The scene in the future timeline will likely occur now. No, it should be harsher than the timeline observed. The enmity of a second realm time life form in the same dimensional space is unbearable for any first realm time life form. This is different from a second realm life form in a dimensional gap. When facing a second realm time life form in a dimensional gap, the Dafu ancestor was at most apprehensive, knowing that as long as they stayed within the source world, nothing could be done to them. With the protection of Source World consciousness, even a Time Lord has to pay a price to harm them, let alone a second realm time life form. But a second realm life form in the same dimensional space can completely ignore the Source World protection and directly attack the Dafu ancestor. Then, the Dafu ancestor's many survival methods would be useless, even becoming weaknesses. Fierce Sun, your luck. The Daling ancestor glanced at the Fierce Sun ancestor. Though the ancestors were independent, Lin Yuan was from the Fierce Sun ancient country after all. Now that Lin Yuan became a second realm time life form, their status is undoubtedly the highest. Among those below Lin Yuan, the Fierce Sun ancestor ranks next, unavoidable because of the connection. In terms of strength, the Dafu ancestor is the strongest, followed by the Daling ancestor, and the Fierce Sun ancestor was not prominent among the original 6 ancestors. But now, taking advantage of the connection with Galaxy, they surpassed them all. Ha ha ha, the Fierce Sun ancestor smiled. In terms of cultivating their offspring, the Fierce Sun ancestor was not as adept as the Dafu ancestor, but Lin Yuan hails from the Fierce Sun ancient country by chance. We come from the same dimensional space, and during the Great Cataclysm in the future, we need to join forces against other time life forms. The Fierce Sun ancestor immediately stated. For time life forms like them, true challenges only arise after the Great Cataclysm upon entering dimensional gaps. Right. The Thunder Origin ancestor nodded, acknowledging their less close ties with Galaxy compared to the Fierce Sun ancestor. Ultimately, they come from the same dimensional space, belonging to the same camp that needs to remain united against external threats in the future. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, and before him, a vast chaotic origin Taiji Dao had completely formed. Is this my origin Dao? Lin Yuan carefully examined it, noting that the power of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao far exceeded that of the chaotic origin Destruction Dao. Normal second realm time life forms typically comprehend their own chaotic origin Dao before understanding other chaotic origin Daos. But I did it the other way around, understanding other Daos first before the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy, fundamentally because the comprehension difficulty of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao was too high. This could be seen from the time when Lin Yuan first comprehended the chaotic Taiji Dao, where other Chaos Realm beings accomplished their own chaotic evolutionary paths with just a threshold of Chaos Rule, whereas Lin Yuan nearly achieved Chaos Rule completion before understanding the chaotic Taiji Dao. I can feel that by comprehending the chaotic origin Taiji Dao and stepping into the second realm, my strength is not different from a Time Lord. Lin Yuan assessed themselves, being no weaker in direct combat than any usual third realm Time Lord. As for mastery over timelines and concealing their own timeline, with the blessing of the Lord rank, there was no difference from a Time Lord. Moreover, one of the strongest methods of a Time Lord, traveling to the past to slay enemies in their weaker periods. However, upon condensing a past self, Lin Yuan's past equates to his present. Any Time Lord daring to travel to the past to kill him would pay a tragic price. For Time Lords, past space-time repels them, and forcing entry involves constant backlash, with even greater costs for taking action there. But Lin Yuan's past self? Being of the past, faced no repulsion, and battling Time Lords from the future would be straightforward combat for him. Now, if I claimed to be a Time Lord, no one would question it. Real Third Realm Lords wouldn't notice any difference. Lin Yuan pondered internally. In truth, even if they noticed, what of it? In the dimensional gap, strength reigns supreme. With Lin Yuan being able to rival Time Lords by all means, he indeed is a Time Lord. Who dares to question? In fact, Lin Yuan's methods were far more terrifying than those of a Time Lord, wielding world-breaking origin force as a deadly weapon, capable even of completely killing an actual Time Lord. Shattering the myth of Time Lords being undying unless willing to die. Of course, this requires a vast amount of world-breaking origin force, and unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not choose this path. The third source world, Great Wilderness Origin World, at the end of the Celestial Road. With the comprehension of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao, the space-time Great Dao at the end of the Celestial Road was affected, beginning to ripple centered around Lin Yuan. Initially, the Red Dust Immortals did not show much shock. Red Dust Immortals comprehending their own origin Dao to become immortal kings wasn't an unheard of occurrence along the Celestial Road. Many of the more than 10 immortal kings came this way. But as the ripple effects expanded, even influencing one immortal road after another, all the Red Dust Immortals displayed confusion and disbelief. Wasn't it just comprehending one's own chaotic origin Dao? Why such a great upheaval? It's Emperor Tianyuan. Wait, I'm unsure. Wasn't Emperor Tianyuan not even an immortal king before? The Red Dust Immortals and Immortal Kings were incredulous, realizing that the recently showcased prowess surpassing the Immortal King's peak by Emperor Tianyuan. Was he just an ordinary Red Dust Immortal like them? Not even an immortal king? Tianyuan, my dear fellow, from the Shadow World, 3 immortal emperors who longed for the day when Lin Yuan could join them were about to continue studying the illusory world when they perceived the emergence of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Ah, Chapter 109, 19, 3 Methods. Chapter 1409, Chapter 19, Three Methods. The three immortal emperors did not know Lin Yuan's true realm. At the 13th level of time life, the level of realm is not directly visible. For instance, whether a time life has comprehended its own origin Dao, if it does not actively display it, it cannot be determined. Normally, one can only judge through the strength of this time, life. Lin Yuan's previous strength was comparable to an immortal king, coupled with the comprehension of the chaotic origin destruction Dao. Theoretically, a first-realm red dust immortal could not achieve these. As for observing Lin Yuan's past and future timeline, with the protection of a lord status, even an immortal emperor would find it difficult to grasp the full picture, and forcibly peeking would inevitably alert Lin Yuan. Time-livs are very wary of their own past timeline. If the three immortal emperors forcibly peeked into Lin Yuan's past timeline, even if they could see what they wanted, it would undoubtedly offend Lin Yuan. This would be somewhat not worth the loss. As long as it's confirmed that Lin Yuan was born in the Great Wilderness origin world, that's enough. The three immortal emperors, despite being shocked that Lin Yuan was not originally a second-realm immortal king, were only slightly shocked, and their true focus was still on the newly born chaotic origin Taiyi Dao. This kind of chaotic origin Dao is more perfect than any origin Dao one know, and not even inferior to those innate chaos origin Daos. The immortal emperor sitting on the right felt waves in his heart. The so-called innate chaos origin Dao is akin to the chaotic origin destruction Dao, the chaotic origin space-time Dao. Such fundamental Daos underpin the operation of endless dimensional realms. In terms of pure power, these innate chaos origin Daos might not match certain chaotic origin Daos comprehended by second-realm immortal kings or even immortal emperors, but they are certainly the most perfect applicable to all dimensional realms. For instance, the chaotic origin space-time Dao, when further subdivided, is the chaotic space-time Dao, and even further into space-time Dao, space-time rule, rule of time, space rules, etc. In any place in the endless dimensional realms, there are traces of the chaotic origin space-time Dao. It is incomparably perfect and influences every aspect, which is something those acquired chaos origin Daos cannot achieve. And now the chaotic origin Taiji Dao gives the three immortal emperors a similar feeling, akin to those innate chaos origin Daos in terms of perfection. If using such a Dao to assault a perfect time being, I wonder what the result would be. The immortal emperor sitting on the left had a slightly fervent gaze. Whether one can become a perfect time being depends on one's own path, which is set at the beginning of cultivation. Although there hasn't yet been a Time Lord who successfully becomes a perfect time being, and there is no standard for what path can step into the 14th level, according to every Time Lord's thought, one's Dao must be as perfect as possible. Now, the chaotic origin Taiji Dao comprehended by Lin Yuan is the most perfect chaotic origin Dao the three immortal emperors have ever seen. Perfect time being, the immortal emperor sitting on the right was in a complicated mood. Each time life's Dao has been set, no matter how perfect Lin Yuan's chaotic origin Taiji Dao is, it has nothing to do with them. But if they could witness the birth of a truly perfect time being, for Time Lords like them, it would be a hopeful sign, at least indicating the direction is right. The ultimate pursuit of Time Lords is to break through great destiny and transcend all constraints. And becoming a perfect time being means being able to completely master their own destiny, achieving transcendence of all constraints. Which path of transcendence to choose is not something we can decide. At this moment, the three-life immortal emperor spoke. He had been silently observing the operation of the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Now let's go meet Tian Yuan, the three-life immortal emperor said. Yes, it's time to meet. The two immortal emperors on the left and right nodded. Originally, they planned to wait until Lin Yuan also became an immortal emperor before meeting him. But now? Though Lin Yuan is not an immortal emperor, the three immortal emperors do not doubt that he is already not any weaker than an immortal emperor. Without having comprehended his own chaotic origin Dao, he was able to achieve peerless immortal king status, nearing the immortal emperor level. Now that he has comprehended the chaotic origin Dao, and such a perfect chaotic origin Dao at that, the essence of his life has again transformed, stepping into the immortal emperor domain. At the end of the immortal road where Lin Yuan stood, under the circulation of the black and white yin-yang Taiji Dao, the restraining pressure from the virtual world was all retreating. Is this my Dao? Lin Yuan was joyful in spirit. The chaotic origin Taiji Dao was the fruit of his labors since stepping onto the path of cultivation. It is the embodiment of all Dao fruits. The physical body and spirit might have the potential to dissipate, but the chaotic origin Dao will not. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, detecting three immense consciousnesses descending from afar, immediately restraining the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. In the next moment, three figures appeared not far from Lin Yuan. Greetings, immortal emperors. Lin Yuan slightly bowed to show respect. Though his current strength is perhaps at the same level as the three immortal emperors, he admired their undertaking of opening the immortal path. No matter the initial intentions of the three-life immortal emperor, such as cultivating peer-level powerhouses to jointly explore the virtual world, the fact that they publicly shared the immortal path, the existence of the virtual world, and led many red dust immortals and immortal kings to enlightenment was indeed beneficial. Countless red dust immortals and immortal kings benefited, including Lin Yuan, who also gained much. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of the virtual world, it's likely the time he comprehended the chaotic origin Teaching the Dao would have been greatly delayed. Chapter 14:10-19 Three Methods, Part 2 Chapter 14:10, Chapter 19 Three Methods, Part 2. There is no need for such formalities between us. The three-life immortal emperor standing in the middle smiled and said, "My name is Three Life. From now on, you can just call me Three Life. My name is Wu Yu. My name is Dao Yu." The immortal emperors standing on the left and right spoke in succession, their tone kind. "I am called Tian Yuan." Lin Yuan nodded. The three immortal emperors of the great wilderness origin world are Three Life, Wu Yu, and Dao Yu. Among them, the Three-Life Immortal Emperor is also the first Immortal Emperor, the discoverer of the illusory world. Wu Yu Immortal Emperor and Dao Yu Immortal Emperor were born after the major immortal path was opened. The manifestations of will of the three immortal emperors descended to meet Lin Yuan. The invisible aura they emitted caused the surrounding space-time to become chaotic, and the pupils of the red dust immortals and immortal kings who were originally observing shrunk instantly. Immortal Emperor, the three immortal emperors have come to see Tian Yuan. Many red dust immortals understood in their hearts and quickly began to discuss. The majority of the three immortal emperors' attention was focused on locking onto the illusory world. Even if something major happened, they would only directly contact those few pinnacle immortal kings. As for personally descending as manifestations of consciousness, it was unknown how long it had been since that happened. Tian Yuan, the reincarnation Immortal King Bai Bin, and Wushan Immortal King exchanged glances. The personal presence of the three immortal emperors and the release of a signal meant that Lin Yuan was already capable of comparing with the immortal emperors. If this weren't the case, it wouldn't be possible for the three immortal emperors to arrive together, even if there were a significant event. At most, one immortal emperor's consciousness manifestation would suffice. Why should all three come? The main reason for the three immortal emperors coming together was to show their regard for Lin Yuan. Realizing this, the reincarnation Immortal King and other immortal kings felt emotional, remembering when Lin Yuan first arrived on the immortal path and how soon after he was equated with the immortal emperors. Tian Yuan, which type of chaotic origin, Dao, have you realized? Dao Yu Immortal Emperor was quite curious. The Three-Life Immortal Emperor and Wu Yu Immortal Emperor also looked at Lin Yuan. I call it the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Lin Yuan did not hide it, raising his right hand, where black and white yin-yang Taiji power wove and clashed. The chaotic origin Taiji Dao was comprehended by him, and other beings of time could not seize it. Moreover, as the pioneer of this origin Dao, even if beings in the future walked this path, they would be under his jurisdiction. Remarkable. The Three-Life Immortal Emperor observed the operation of the black and white yin-yang Taiji power closely, nodding slightly. The higher the realm, the more revered such an origin Dao becomes, and at least the Three-Life Immortal Emperor himself could absolutely not comprehend a Dao of such a level. I wouldn't have comprehended it without the guidance of this illusory world, Lin Yuan said. So many red dust immortals were guided for long ages but never comprehended such an origin Dao. Wu Yu Immortal Emperor chuckled. Guidance, after all, depends on the person. The chaotic origin Taiji Dao isn't something that mere guidance can reveal. Tian Yuan, how have you concealed your own timeline? What means did you use? Wu Yu Immortal Emperor smiled. I once had the opportunity to obtain the status of a lord, Lin Yuan said. The status of a lord is incredibly precious for beings of the first realm and second realm, but for immortal emperors of the same level, it isn't much. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he's perfectly capable of maintaining the status of a lord without concern. I see. Wu Yu Immortal Emperor nodded. He was still curious what means Lin Yuan had used to achieve such a degree of blocking his own timeline. It's important to know that before, Lin Yuan was not an immortal emperor, not even an immortal king, and none of the three immortal emperors noticed anything amiss. I see you've already condensed your past self. How does it feel? The Three-Life Immortal Emperor looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Incredibly profound, Lin Yuan said solemnly, knowing that in front of him was the source of the ninth type of physical body divine ability. Even the past self was merely a part of the Three-Life Immortal Emperor's methods, with even more obscure future self to come. This past self, with the present self as a foundational anchor point, is condensed along the past timeline. Once successfully condensed, mastery over one's own timeline becomes easier, extending from the past and present to the future. The Three-Life Immortal Emperor looked at Lin Yuan. However, to condense the past self, the threshold is extremely high, heavily reliant on talent. I have passed down related legacies before, but not a single being has mastered it. Lin Yuan listened obediently. Condensing the past selves mainly relies on the fundamental power deep within one's bloodline, which is referred to as talents by the Three-Life Immortal Emperor. Of course, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding also plays a significant role, for without it, even if the related divine skills are awakened, it would take ages to completely condense it. For beings like us, the past self also has an even more important function, involving the path to transcendence, and you will realize this in time. The three-life immortal emperor spoke with profound meaning. Path to transcendence? Lin Yuan was quite curious. He knew the ultimate pursuit of the Time Lords is transcendence, transcend fate, transcend constraints. However, currently, Lin Yuan only knows that for the Time Lords to transcend, they must step into the 14th rank and become a perfect time being. A perfect time being dictates the past, present, and future, which is the true form of great transcendence and great freedom. And from what the three-life immortal emperor implied, aside from becoming a perfect time being, there are other methods of transcendence. Or perhaps the past selves may also aid in becoming a perfect time being. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. Involving the path to transcendence, even at the Lord level, it is considered a secret which Lin Yuan hasn't yet delved into. The only Time Lord he currently interacts with is the Lord of Heaven Light, but the Lord of Heaven Light hasn't left much related information. Since you've condensed the past self, how is your insight into the future self coming along? The three-life immortal emperor asked with interest. His three lives method involves the past self, present self, and future self, yet there has been no heir to it so far. No real leads yet, Lin Yuan replied. Compared to condensing the past self, the future self is exceedingly obscure and difficult. However, after comprehending the chaotic origin Taiyijai Dao, Lin Yuan vaguely feels that his grasp of the future has improved by a significant margin. If he continues to condense the future self, it should be much simpler. These are some of my insights into the future self. The three-life immortal emperor flipped his right hand, and a crystal floated, hovering before Lin Yuan. Thank you. Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and his mind delved into the crystal, immediately flooding his mind with vast information about the future self, as well as the past self and present self, along with a complete set of the three lives method. These insights are extremely helpful to me, Lin Yuan said earnestly. At this moment, he felt as though he could attempt to condense the future self right away. It helped a lot just by viewing it once. The three-life immortal emperor was slightly puzzled, but he didn't think much of it, assuming Lin Yuan was simply inspired. In actuality, even if the three lives method he created were made public, it would hold little meaning for those red dust immortals and immortal kings, as no one can master it. The three-life immortal emperor himself only conceived the three lives method after stepping into the immortal emperor realm and realizing the past and future. If one can successfully condense the future self, present self, and future self, overseeing the past, present, and future, one can then explore the infinite origin time nodes of the past. The three-life immortal emperor said, "Explore the infinite origin time nodes of the past?" Lin Yuan was slightly confused. Yes. The three-life immortal emperor nodded, seeming to understand Lin Yuan's confusion, and explained, "This is also a path to transcendence, called infinite origin. It is said that at the source of time, the origin point of everything, lies the ultimate secret of endless dimensions and realms being born and evolving. Reaching there also enables transcendence." The three-life immortal emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Time Lords can travel back along the timeline to the past, and theoretically, they can reach the source of the timeline, which is the origin node of endless dimensions and realms. Transcendence?" Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. The transcendence method he knows of now is to become a perfect time being. This is also the path of transcendence chosen by the Lord of Heaven Light. Yet the three-life immortal emperor mentioned another path to transcendence, infinite origin. There are three methods, or rather three paths, we can choose for transcendence. The three-life immortal emperor said, "Infinite origin is one, perfect life is another, and the third is endless tribulation." Chapter 401120, Closing the Timeline, End of Volume, Chapter 4111, Chapter 2011, End of Volume. Perfect life, infinite origins, endless tribulations. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. What the Time Lords pursued was transcendence. As for transforming into a 14th rank perfect time being, it's just one method of achieving transcendence, not the only way one can transcend. Transcendence is merely the ultimate destination, while there are multiple paths leading to that destination. And these multiple paths refer to perfect life, infinite origins, endless tribulations. Perfect life is easy to understand. It means becoming a perfect time being. Infinite origins mean reaching the source of time, the initial time point of dimensional evolution. These three methods are the most probable ways to transcend, deduced from our Lord's understanding of infinite dimensions. The three-life immortal emperor paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, some lords have explored transcendent paths outside of these three methods, but they've all been proven unable to transcend ultimately. I see. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. The so-called proof means that some lords have fulfilled the requirements of the method, yet still failed to break through their own great fate. As for perfect life, infinite origins, endless tribulations, none of them have been achieved by any lord so far. Coupled with repeated deductions by various lords, they have become the mainstream three paths to transcendence today. Time lords observe the past and the future. They believe these three methods, if accomplished, can lead to transcendence due to some definite evidence. Though the methods exist, achieving them is indeed too difficult. The three-life immortal emperor said in a low voice, his tone complex. The transcendence path he chose was infinite origins, using the present and future self to anchor the past self, and then proceed to the origin of time. This path to transcendence isn't as extreme as perfect life. Failure doesn't equate to death. But plunging too deep into past time can lead to the calamity of loss. Even so, the three-life immortal emperor's three-life method holds more advantages over other time lords exploring this transcendence path. Still, caution is necessary, as past time is also fraught with dangers. Once lost, a Time Lord cannot return to the present time, remaining eternally in past time. In that case, it wouldn't differ from falling, as being lost in past time means one can't discern the direction of time, nor continue to the time's origin point. Indeed, very difficult. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he hasn't tried these three transcendence paths yet, there's the cautionary tale of the Lord of Heaven Light. He naturally understood the difficulty within. And how could methods that past, present, and future Time Lords fail to accomplish be simple? Lin Yuan looked at the three-life immortal emperor. What is the method of endless tribulations? He understood what perfect life and infinite origins were. But endless tribulations? The transcendence path of endless tribulations stems from the trials of the supreme rule Dao consciousness within dimensional evolution. The three-life immortal emperor said, by reaching the third realm Time Lord tier, one's consciousness can perceive the presence of the supreme rule Dao consciousness, thereby opening the transcendence path of endless tribulations. The trials of the supreme rule. Dao consciousness? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Indeed. The three-life immortal emperor nodded. This path is identified as a transcendence path because the supreme rule Dao consciousness wouldn't engage in meaningless acts. Leaving such trials specifically targeted at Time Lords is likely related to transcendence. Lin Yuan nodded slightly at the words. There are many things enticing to a Time Lord, but transcendence is surely the common pursuit of all Time Lords. The transcendence path of endless tribulations is divided into three layers. The first layer is 36,002,000 tribulations, the second layer is 10,008,000 tribulations, and the third layer is 3,003,000 tribulations. After overcoming 36,002,000 tribulations at the first layer, one can proceed to the second layer of 10,008,000 tribulations, followed by the third layer of 3,003,000 tribulations. Each time a tribulation is overcome, one's strength increases, and the difficulty of the next tribulation also rises. Failing is akin to death. One's existence will be erased by the supreme rule Dao consciousness. And only by overcoming all tribulations does one pass the trial left by the supreme rule Dao consciousness, achieving transcendence. The three-life immortal emperor said. Lin Yuan's expression froze. Suddenly he thought of the Dafeng emperor as the target when he fell into the time loop world. Evidently, the Dafeng emperor knew of Lin Yuan's existence beforehand and knew Lin Yuan would act against him. Hence he abandoned the Dafeng dynasty and plunged to the bottom of the deep sea, intending to evade pursuit. Based on his actions, he didn't resemble a native of the time loop world. Rather, he appeared akin to an outsider like Lin Yuan, and the fake death method the Dafeng emperor created to plunge into the deep sea wasn't something a 12th rank perfect life of the same tier could create. Even Lin Yuan found it challenging to create a secret technique to fake death for over a century under the extremely stringent rules of the time loop world without relying on any external materials. Now it seems that Dafeng Emperor is more likely to be a Time Lord undergoing endless tribulations. After all, the time loop world was created by the Supreme Rule Dao Consciousness, and endless tribulations are also trials left by the Supreme Rule Dao Consciousness, making it easy for Lin Yuan to associate the two. In what form are the tribulations in endless tribulations endure? Chapter 14.1.2, 20, Closing the Timeline, End of Volume. Chapter 14.1.2, Chapter 20, Closing the Timeline, End of Volume, Lin Yuan inquired. Any form is possible. The three-life immortal emperor said, for example, the supreme rule Dao consciousness might send you to a specific point in past time and space to complete a certain trial, or perhaps drag your mind and will into a special world to pass a test, and so forth. Lin Yuan nodded. In his heart, he was almost certain that the Dafeng emperor he encountered was a Time Lord undergoing infinite tribulations, yet he was unsure of the level of tribulation the other was facing. I couldn't hold back at the time either, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Since he successfully passed the trial, it was likely the other had failed. According to the three-life immortal emperor, a Time Lord who fails to pass a tribulation would be erased by the Supreme Rule Dao Consciousness, certain death. During the trial in the time loop, even though Lin Yuan knew where the other came from, he could not hold back intentionally. Who knew what unforeseen changes would occur if he let that Time Lord pass the tribulation? Although he had the world-breaking origin force as a backup, if the opponent changed and a kill resulted in a sharp increase in world-breaking origin force, it would be a substantial loss. And until the end, Lin Yuan had never used the world-breaking origin force, relying entirely on himself to pass the Time Loop trial. For a Time Lord, the first level with 3 to 6 billion tribulations is not too difficult. As long as you're careful, you can get through. The three-life immortal Emperor's face showed a smile. A Time Lord that has passed 3-6 billion tribulations is generally considered very strong. Each tribulation within the infinite tribulations, as long as it is passed, results in a slight increase in strength. The truly difficult ones are the second-level tribulations, the 1/8 billion ones, especially the last 8,000 tribulations. Each trial is incredibly terrifying. Three-life immortal Emperor seemed to recall something and said, "I stopped at the 10th billionth tribulation within the second level. I didn't dare to attempt the remaining 8,000 tribulations." Among 3 transcendence paths, almost every Time Lord has attempted infinite tribulations because passing each tribulation indeed boosts strength considerably. As long as one acts within their means, there's not much risk involved. The Infinite Tribulations Transcendence Path can be chosen to activate actively and is not mandatory. Up until now, on the Transcendence Path of Infinite Tribulations, which tribulation has the farthest reaching Lord managed to pass? Lin Yuan asked curiously. To my knowledge, a Time Lord has reached the 3rd level tribulations, and these lords are unimaginably powerful. Ordinary lords stand no chance against them. The three-life immortal Emperor said gravely, "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded. The farther one goes down the path of infinite tribulations, the more tribulations passed, the stronger one becomes naturally. Ordinary Time Lords stopping at the 1st level tribulations are naturally no match for those existing in the 3rd level tribulations among Time Lords. Tian Yuan, when you become a Lord, you can also consider trying the path of infinite tribulations. Of course, we see that your insight into the chaotic origin Taiji Dao is very perfect and is quite suitable for pursuing the state of a perfect time being, but it's worth trying, suggested the three-life immortal Emperor. Even if Lin Yuan manages to master the three-life method, he could attempt the infinite origin transcendence path. The three-life method of the three-life immortal Emperor offers advantages in exploring the past. The reason why the three-life immortal Emperor didn't continue attempting the subsequent tribulations in infinite tribulations is not necessarily because they couldn't be overcome, but because it was unnecessary. If forced to attempt, the three-life immortal Emperor believed they might reach the last few tribulations among the 1/8 billion ones, but the risks were too great, and even passing them would only lead to the much harder 3rd-level tribulations waiting ahead. Rather than that, it was better to focus energy on a more certain transcendence path. Lin Yuan nodded. Whether it was the three-life immortal Emperor, or Dao Yu immortal Emperor, or Emperor Wu Yu, they all thought the most suitable path of transcendence for Lin Yuan was perfect life. After all, becoming a perfect time being depends only on the path taken, and Lin Yuan's chaotic origin Taiji Dao is almost equivalent to the innate chaos origin Dao, making his potential to become a perfect time being much greater than other Time Lords. But the most suitable transcendence path for me is infinite tribulations, Lin Yuan thought silently. Even if the chaotic origin Taiji Dao equates to the innate chaos origin Dao, so what? Who could guarantee it would definitely transform into perfect time being? But infinite tribulations, according to the experiences in the time loop world, it is possible to pass the trials through the forceful power of the world-breaking origin force, which means, for other Time Lords, every tribulation in infinite tribulations comes with the possibility of crossing or not crossing, and failing to cross means death. But for Lin Yuan, even if a tribulation is met that cannot be crossed, he could ultimately expend world-breaking origin force to force his way through. The only downside is that it consumes too much world-breaking origin force. The tribulations of the 3 levels of infinite tribulations add up to tens of billions of crossings. How much world-breaking origin force would it take? However, world-breaking origin force can accumulate continuously, no matter how much, it's merely a matter of time. And in the eyes of time beings, the least scarce resource is time, chaos void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the comprehensive transformation within his body. From physique to soul will, everything skyrocketed after comprehending the chaotic origin Taiji Dao. Future self, Lin Yuan's gaze deepened as he looked toward the future in the myriad timelines. After understanding the chaotic origin Taiji Dao, Lin Yuan's observation of the future naturally became much clearer. The difficulty of condensing future selves plummeted, especially with the guidance on condensing future selves obtained from the Three-Life Emperor's Three-Life Method, allowing Lin Yuan to advance rapidly in gathering future selves. Soon, along Lin's myriad future timelines, countless future selves condensed rapidly. The past self is singular, but the future self exists in countless numbers, as the future holds countless variables, extending innumerable future timelines, hence requiring numerous future selves. This is also why the difficulty of gathering future selves far exceeds that of the past self. Past self, present self, future self. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as future selves formed. He immediately sensed control over the timelines. After gathering the future self, all the timelines Lin Yuan occupied seemed as one, and at the same time, the past self's exploration of past times also greatly improved. No wonder the three-life immortal emperor chose the infinite origin path of transcendence. Lin Yuan thought privately, the three-life method had a stable anchoring effect on the past time. And the greatest danger of the infinite origin transcendence path lies in becoming lost, as many time beings vanish at a certain moment without a trace, most likely falling into the disaster of becoming lost in past times. However, even the three-life method can only anchor the past self to possibly avoid the disaster of becoming lost, but whether one can reach the source of time, no one knows. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Compared to the three levels of tribulations and infinite tribulations, at least there's a target to surpass all tribulations to transcend. The infinite origin transcendence path lacks even a target to reach the source of time. Who knows where the source of time is? Now that the future self has formed, it's possible to consolidate the timelines. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and his own timelines began to converge and unify. The time being in the second realm to become a lord must consolidate their own timelines. Yet, for normal time beings in the second realm, consolidating their own timelines is tremendously troublesome. The infinite vastness of the future timelines makes consolidating each one immensely taxing. But for Lin Yuan, who has gathered future selves with future selves to restrain the timelines, consolidating them was entirely a sequential process. Even if Lin Yuan didn't attempt to consolidate the timelines, the future selves would instinctively gather towards a particular timeline. Of course, relying on instincts to consolidate timelines requires enduring a long time. Under Lin Yuan's conscious consolidation, his own timelines were merging at an incredibly exaggerated speed.